So slashed and torn. Why?
will save some light for me. Figures up ahead, moving in the trees. White skin in linen, perfume on my wrist, and the full moon that hangs over these dreams in the mist. Darkness on the edge, shadows where I stand. I search for the time on a watch with no hands. I want to see you clearly, come closer than this. But all that I remember are dreams in the mist. These dreams go on when I close my eyes. Every second of the night, I live another life. These dreams, the sleep outside. Every moment I'm awake, the further I'm away. Is it cloak and dagger? Could it be spring or fall? I walk without a cut through a stained glass wall. Weaker in my eyesight, the candle in my grave, words that have no and fall. Words that have no fall are falling from my lips. These dreams go on when I close my eyes. Every second of the night, I live another life. These dreams, the sleep cold outside. Every moment I'm awake, the further I'm away. Something the edge of your seat. Out of the doorway, the bullets rip to the side of the beat. Yeah. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. And another one gone, and another one gone. Another one bites the dust. Hey, hey, I'm gonna get you too. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Ow! Another one bites the dust. Hey, hey! Another one bites the dust. Hey! Ooh, shit! There are plenty of ways that you can hurt a man and bring him to the ground. You can beat him, you can cheat him, you can treat him bad, you leave him when he's down. Yeah. But I'm ready, yes, I'm ready for you. I'm standing on my own two feet. Out of the way, the bullets ring. Repeating in the time of beat slow. Yeah. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. And another one gone, and another one gone. Another one bites the dust. Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna get you too. Another one bites the dust. Shoot out. All right.
What's wrong with the world, mama? People living like they ain't got no mamas. I think the whole world's addicted to the drama, only attracted to things that'll bring the trauma. Overseas, yeah, we tryna stop terrorism, but we still got terrorists here living in the USA, the big CIA, the Bloods and the Crips and the KKK. But if you only have love for your own race, then you only leave space to discriminate, and to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound to get irate. Yeah, madness is what you demonstrate, and that's exactly how anger works and operates. Man, you gotta have love just to set it straight. Take control of your mind and meditate. Let your soul gravitate to the love, y'all.
People killing, people dying, children hurt and you hear them crying. When you practice what you preach and what you turn the other cheek. Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. These people got me questioning, where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? The love?
It just ain't the same, always in change. New days are strange, is the world insane? If love and peace is so strong, why are the pieces of love that don't belong? Nations dropping bombs, chemical gases filling lungs of little ones with ongoing suffering as the youth are young. So ask yourself, is the loving really gone? So I could ask myself, really what is going wrong in this world that we living in? People keep on giving in, making wrong decisions, only visions of them dividends. Not respecting each other, denying thy brother. A war's going on, but the reason's undercover. The truth is kept secret, it's swept under the rug. If you never know truth, then you never know love. What's the love, y'all? Come on, I don't know. What's the truth, y'all? Come on, I don't know. What's the love, y'all?
People killing, people dying, children hurt, painted and crying. When you practice what you preach, and what you turn the other cheek. Father, 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 help us. Send some guidance from above. These people got me questioning. Where is the love? 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 Where is the love?
Where is the
I feel the weight of the world on my shoulder. As I'm getting older, your people gets colder. Most of us only care about money making. Selfishness got us following the wrong direction. Wrong information always shown by the media. Negative images is the main criteria. Infecting the young minds faster than bacteria. Kids wanna act like what they see in the cinema. Whatever happened to the values of humanity? Whatever happened to the fairness and equality? Instead of spreading love, we're spreading animosity. Lack of understanding leading us away from unity. That's the reason why sometimes I'm feeling under. That's the reason why sometimes I'm feeling down. It's no wonder why sometimes I'm feeling under. Gotta keep my faith alive till love is found. Now ask yourself,
Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Father, 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 help us. Send some guidance from above. These people got me questioning. Where is the love?
sing with me, y'all.
One world, we only got one world, that's all we got. One world, and something's wrong with it, something's wrong with it, something's wrong with the world, yeah. We only got one world, that's all we got. One world.
Listen to the wind blow, watch the sun rise. Running in the shadows, damn your love, damn your lies. And if you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you saying you will never break the chain. Never break the chain. You don't love me now. You don't love me now. Never love me again. I can still hear you saying you will never break the chain. Never break the chain. Listen to the wind blow, down comes the night. Running in the shadows, damn your love, damn your lies. Break the silence, damn the dark, damn the light. And if you don't love me now, you will never love me again. I can still hear you saying you would never break the chain. Never break the chain. You don't love me now. You don't love me now.
hear you saying you would never break the chain. Never break the chain. Shadow chain, keep us together. Running in the 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 shadow chain, keep us together.
No colors anymore. I
hear it today. If you can't, then it doesn't matter anyway. You will never understand it cause it happens too fast. And it feels so good, it's like walking the glass. It's so cool, it's so hip, it's alright. It's so groovy, it's out of sight. You can touch it, smell it, taste it so sweet. But it makes no difference cause it knocks you off your feet. Say you want it all, but you can't have it. It's crime, bringing a lion on the floor. So you lay down on it, then you do it some more. You got to share it, so you dare it, and you bear it, and you tear it. You want it all, but you can't have it. It's in your face, but you can't grab it. It's a lie, afraid, a lie, a sin. It's a magic, it's tragic, it's a loss, it's a win. It's dark, it's moist, it's a bitter pain. It's sad, it happened, and it's a shame. You want it all, but you can't have it. It's in your face, but you can't grab it. What is it? What is it? Is it? What is it? Is it? What is it? Is it? Is it? What is it? Is it? What is it? You want it all, but you can't have it. It's in your face, but you can't grab it. Is it? What is it? Is it? What is it? Is it? What is it? Is it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Is it? What is it? Is it? What is it? Is it? What is it? Is it? Yeah, yeah, yes.
that my life ran off too fast, and I had to take it slowly just to make the good part last. But when you're born to run, it's so good to just slow down. So don't be surprised to see me back in the bright part of town. We'll be back in the high life again. All the doors are closed one time, we'll open up again. We'll be back in the high life again. All the eyes that press me once will smile and take me in. And drink and dance with one hand free, have the world so easily. What would be a sight to see? Back in the high life again. We used to be the best, to make love be love to me. And I hope that you're still out there, and you're like you used to be. We'll have ourselves a time, and we'll dance the morning sun, and we'll let the good times come in, and we won't stop till we're done. We'll be back in the high life again. All the doors are closed one time, we'll open up again. We'll be back in the high life again. All the eyes that watched us once will smile and take us in. And drink and dance with one hand free, have the world so easily. Though it will be a sight to see. Back in the high life again.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Dan Hennon. I'm joined today with Greg Fernandez Jr. and Sophia. Today's the 5-year anniversary of the Crowley deaths. Welcome, everyone. The bodies were found 5 years ago today. Joined today with Greg Fernandez Jr. And tonight's show is going to be opened up. It's going to be a 3-hour broadcast and live stream on YouTube to go over questions, comments, photos, pictures. We've got a PowerPoint and other things to bring the viewers and those following the case up to speed. Welcome, Greg.
Hey, Dan. Thanks for joining me here.
Yes, and welcome, Sophia.
Hi, Dan and Greg.
Greetings.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Very good. Where would we like to start? I'm going to jump onto that YouTube stream page as well and monitor the chat as we go along as well, because I've never done that in the past, and I'd like to take advantage of that.
Awesome. Yeah, kind of. Maybe you can help keep us going on what is going on in our chat room, so we can kind of make this as interactive as possible. I'm going to pull that up too, actually.
I'm in there right now.
Are you? Okay, great. Awesome. We're all ready. You're all ready. I'm in slow mode here today. Let me pull this up here. All right, nice. We got 14 people in the chat right now. That's really cool. Love seeing that. You got She-Wolf. Hey, She-Wolf. Hey, Patty. Hey, Bugs. Wilson, Patty, or Pansy. And Paulette. Butterfly Kisses. Awesome. Great to see you all. Dan's also in the chat room. That's great. 16 people and growing. So, I believe what we should do here first is make sure that everybody, I'm sure everybody here kind of knows where to go and where to get all of your documents if you do need them. There's a few places that you can go. Obviously, you can go to thegraystage.wordpress.com, scroll down to the bottom, and you can find all of the documents that we have. I think I did not add the ones that I wanted to. So the phone records, the financial records, and David Crowley's military record are definitely 3 of the ones that I want to add. But there are so many documents. There's so much stuff. So those are some of the most important ones. Then you can also go to uglytruth.info. And there's a whole David Crowley section there as well. So definitely, if you have not read this article that Dan Hennon made this back in was September 22nd, 2015, and it's definitely something that everybody should read. There's also a lot of the old documents, some of the documents that you really can't find out there now, and some of the radio interviews. I don't know if you have. I know you've done a lot, so you do have the Waking Up to the Truth. Those are the ones I want to go back through those one of these days. I'm looking forward to that as well. Then I guess we should probably take a look at some of the latest posts that we have from the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. I was looking at it today, and we're getting closer and closer to 3,000 members. And I know, Dan, you had kind of talked about it. We have people this is worldwide. You know, there's people from all different countries, all different time zones, asking the same questions, looking into all of this stuff, and that's just awesome. What is the number? I don't know if I could see it here or not. Maybe in the about.
Well, you'll find that, Greg. One thing I'd like to add, being in Minnesota, 30 minutes away from where the crime was committed, I found on the Facebook Justice group page that many other states around the U.S. Were far more interested in this case than fellow Minnesotans. And now, 5 years later, when I am on the page approving members who wish to join, more and more of them are local people. And so that is a great relief to start seeing more local Minnesota people from the area and from also the Midwest their eyes are opened to this case. So, but once again, there's a lot from all around the world following this case.
It's true. 2,860 members. That's awesome.
But I think it's great that a lot of locals are starting to join, because hopefully we can get enough people interested from Minnesota to start speaking out and hopefully reaching the right people in regards to this case and getting it opened again.
Awesome. All right, let's look at some of the new activity that we have here. And this one was from Dan. Dan, maybe you can give us a little background. I know people, a lot of people, it sounds like they're seeing this image for the very first time, possibly. So you write, coming up on the 5-year anniversary of this photo, pictured left to right, Sean Wright, Danny Crowley Jr., Danny August Mason, and Mason Hendricks. Photo posted on Instagram the day of the television interviews after the bodies of the Crowley family were discovered. So after they are interviewed about this tragedy, they posted this?
Well, it was a couple of days after the bodies were found. I'm thinking the time frame on this, I'd have to go back and check the timeline, but just off the top of my head, I believe this was that Tuesday or Wednesday of the following week. The bodies were discovered on a Saturday, and then Sunday was they wrapped up the investigation, and it was in the press by Monday and Tuesday, and I think this was possibly Wednesday. And I'm not sure if this was before the television interviews or immediately after the television interviews. And I can't tell if this is from someone's house or if this is from the television station or the waiting room or where they all were, but this photo was posted. I remember that day clearly. I was helping a good friend of mine move, and I got something pop up on my messenger on Facebook. Someone had screenshotted this image and says, "You'll never believe what they just posted on Instagram." And it finished off with the hashtag brothers, the 4 smiling guys in the aftermath of this triple homicide, laughing, happy, excited. I mean, this is just disgusting, and so this really got a lot of play when it first came out, because I made sure to post it right away, and they were busy doing television interviews. But at the same time, if you were to read their posts on Facebook, they were in the process of grieving. They were in process of getting their head around what just happened to their best friend. They were trying to digest this whole scenario of what just happened. But when this thing got posted, that's where it became evident that it was all just a facade.
There it is.
And the response we heard from a lot of folks as well was the old, people grieve in different ways, and we shouldn't take someone laughing as a picture like this as something suspicious, because people grieve differently. And then it came out that this photo was taken many months ago, and they just decided to post it that day after the interviews. But I think when we looked into the screen image of that shot, that metadata, or the EXIF data, that photo was taken that day and published and uploaded immediately to Instagram by Mason Hendricks. So very bizarre actions and activities in the aftermath. I mean, the memorial service hadn't even taken place yet, and I don't think an obituary was even published at that point when this photo was uploaded. And so I've always referred to this as the iconic smiling guys photo.
Yeah, it's definitely odd. So Sophia, any comments on this image here? Some things are better left unsaid. Is that what?
It's just tacky as hell. I mean, my sister had a memorial service a month after she passed away. We had a month to prepare. And let me tell you, by the time I hit the county line of where her memorial service was going to be held at, I could not stop crying. And that was all the way until I got home after her service, late that night, because we had to travel out of town. I cried nonstop. And these 4 individuals who had been all over social media saying, let us have time to grieve. We can't answer questions. We can't help you guys out or anything like that. And then they're here giving interviews on TV and smiling like dumbasses. I'm sorry. It's just tacky as hell.
All right.
My personal opinion on that.
Sure. Okay, another one here, also by Dan Hennon. This was January 17th. Okay, so here's a screenshot of the very first mention of the Crowley case on social media 5 years ago today.
This particular image, I went back, I think it was a couple months after the crimes, after the bodies were discovered, and went back to try to see how this, because this wasn't in the news or the press or anything, and at first those press releases came out, which were little snippets by the Apple Valley Police Department. But I hadn't heard of this case on the local news or anything at all. So I did a search on Twitter, and I came up with this image that was 9:32 p.m. And locally here, we're coming up on the one about an hour away from the 5-year anniversary. This photo being taken in front of the Crowley home with the news cameras there, with the Apple Valley police cruiser in front. And this is the very first one, and it just says police investigating 3 dead bodies, a developing story, breaking news in Apple Valley, Minnesota. And so I kept that screenshot because I had figured at one point that would either be pulled down or yanked or scrubbed or something, so I made sure to have a screenshot. And I posted this image today on both of the Justice pages.
Yeah, definitely.
Did it stay up?
Go ahead, Sophia.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Did it stay up, Dan?
I did not. I have not double checked this to see that that's being that's 5 years ago now. That would be pretty far back. If anyone on the chat room would like to do that, be my guest to see if it actually is still up.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right. Okay, Sophia has posted, remembering David, Kamel, and Rania on the 5-year anniversary of when they were discovered. We will be having a conference call tonight. Yeah, so anytime anyone does want to join us in these calls, please just let us know, and I'll make sure that you can. I don't remember when I first saw these images, but I think I think the same company that help them get the house, the same I think it was, right? Wasn't it, Dan? The same company that helped them get the house is the same one that sold it? Is that correct? The same guy?
I believe so. I'm not certain.
Yeah, I remember something like that. But that's it. I mean, they were only there for 1 year, you know.
And that's another thing to get through to those newer visitors and listeners and members of the page. They were only in that house for a little over a year. I think this is them closing on the house in 2013 in front of there, and that's fall. The leaves are falling. It looks like it's October time frame, and so they had just gotten in there and gotten settled, and then celebrated their very first Christmas, and then a year later the bodies were discovered. So they were just happy first-time homeowners with a young child, and were living in that apartment previous to this, where we see a lot of the footage with the post-it notes and things like that. That was all in their apartment that they lived in, but they got this house, and happy new homeowners, young family.
Yeah, there it is. That's all of them. Let's see. Okay, we got tomorrow's show. Okay, here's one. Denise, is it beyond the realms of possibility that the killers stayed in the house with them, obviously with protective gear on, coverall with hoods, gloves, and shoe covers? I've had an iffy feeling right from the get-go that the house was too much of a tip. Kamel always looked so well turned out, and from what I've read, she doesn't strike me as the kind of person who would live with all that mess. A lot of great, interesting things to talk about there. Maybe let's start with the house being a mess. Was the house a mess? I don't know. I mean, we've seen other photos of what their house is like, and we've seen photos of what the apartments that they've lived in are like. Remember, these are young people too. I mean, they died. They weren't even 30 years old. They very, very young. And so, I mean, I don't know. I didn't pay too much attention to the mess, to the messy scene, but I know that a lot of our members did, and a lot of people have made me kind of think about that and wonder about, was the house messy? Was it ransacked? Was it gone through, et cetera, et cetera? So you kind of go through all of that.
I think I'd like to jump in here on that one. A young family with a young child, yes, your house will be not nice and neat and tidied, perhaps a little messy. The definition of messy is different to each person. I've seen houses much more messier. I've seen houses much more cleaner. I'm not sure what it means or if it means anything in this case, if they kept a neat house or not. But we have to remember that there was 3 weeks in between the bodies found and the last communication between this family, between a phone call, email, text, or whatever. So if the bodies were only there 1 week, dead bodies, they're being 1 week, decomposing and whatnot, we still have 2 weeks to back into. Were the killers there? Was the torturing going on at that time? Or were they just simply the family bound and gagged in the basement or something in that house? And so we don't know if the perpetrators in the house caused the mess or caused the ransacking, or if they did what they needed to do to find what they needed, if anything at all, and put it all back, or was it, who knows? That's kind of the question. Because there was 3 weeks there that are missing, we don't know who was in the house. We know that it was someone other than David, Kamel, and Rani was in that house due to the evidence that there was blood in the forensics, in the lab reports that excluded those 3 people. So we already know that someone else was bleeding in that house at one point. So if the house was messy or clean, I don't know if that's that much of an important point, I guess, because it wasn't just them in that house, and who knows what went on in those 3 weeks. But to each his own. I've had people respond to me by saying the house is just a pigsty, a mess, and I didn't exactly see it that way. I've raised young children, and their house kind of looks similar to what mine looked like. So to each his own. I don't know what the definition of that is, because it's very subjective, but some have commented. Now the other thing, and my last thing I'll just touch on here before we move on to something else, is the basement is, David was just coming off that garage sale for the Bullet Exchange, his other company that he shut down, and had a large garage sale in the month of September. And so a lot of those items were not yet put away or inventoried or stored or given to Goodwill or sold. They were just out there, and a lot of the stuff in the basement was kind of a mess. David's guns, weapons, ammunition, police things, and some of his other props. So I think that also leads people to think that it was a very messy house. But that garage sale was just several months before, and he shut down that business, had a garage sale to sell everything, and what we see down in that basement is all the remnants of what was not yet sold. And maybe he was going through it to see what he wanted to keep for props and what he wanted to sell, but it wasn't, neat and orderly in any way. That part of it certainly was a mess. But I think people are mainly talking about the upstairs living conditions, and I didn't think much about that.
Okay.
Well, if I could put a little opinion in, we have a young child living in our apartment, and I can tell you, we could clean after him or while he's taking a nap, and he could be awake for less than 3 minutes and be a tornado through it. So, and they had a 5-year-old who was home for at least 3 weeks. Well, depending on when they died. She was home, and it's very possible that they could have waited until she went down at night to clean or did it before she woke up, that kind of thing. But it could be a losing battle while they're awake.
Well, I do think we have a couple other people on the call here. Who else do we have here?
I'm here. It's Christy.
Hey, Christy.
Hey,
How are you?
Christy. Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Hello, Christy.
Hi.
Thanks for joining us here. Any comments on any of the stuff that we've talked about so far, or anything you wanna talk about?
Well, I mean, kind of the same thing Sophia said. I've had kids, and I mean, I know, like, I've had people, you know, when my kids were younger, I've had people that are, like, extremely OCD come in and say, oh, your house is so messy and everything. But, I mean, when kids are being kids and you're letting them live and stuff, you're going to kind of have mess and chaos in the house a little bit. And plus, not only were they raising a small child, but they were both extremely busy people. So they were trying to juggle a lot. So probably cleaning kind of got, you know, was like, we're just going to, you know, keep things picked up. And they may have had, like, some people have, like, different ways of doing things. Like, some people, like, you know, they'll pick up and stuff like that, and then maybe, like, once a month they'll do, like, a deep cleaning or something in dust and everything like that. So I think it really just depends on the person and what their perception of cleanliness is. It didn't look extremely messy to me. I mean, it's really, I mean, I think that it kind of, because of the scene and the way everything looks, I think it makes it look a lot more messy than it was. But, I mean, I've gone back to that glass table a million times. I'm sure I drive everyone nuts, but that glass table, you know, it was very clean for it to be so close to what supposedly occurred right there in such close proximity. And I mean, and it was a glass table, and so that's why I find it really odd that that glass table was as clean as it was.
Yeah.
So
I think we have somebody else on the call too. Who else do we have here with us? 817? Who's that?
Is it Pansy?
Is that Pansy?
Yes. I had to drop off. I got a call from my sister.
Oh, that's okay. All right. I just wanted to see.
And I come back on.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks for joining us here.
Yeah, I got to catch up with y'all now.
That's all right. Any?
Hope I didn't miss too much.
Nope, haven't missed too much. We're just getting rolling. We haven't even really started here. We're just doing some of the basics, going over some of the different basics about this case, I guess, if you can call them that, and looking through some of the latest Facebook posts and everything like that. Anything you want to bring up, Pansy, before we continue on?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Make sure that if you do, just do whatever my cat does and just start talking. Interrupt everything.
All right, there.
Okay, cool. I guess let's go ahead, and unless anybody else has anything, I'm gonna take a quick look here in the chat room, and then we'll kind of move on. I want to say hi. Hey, we got a lot of new people. We're up to 30 people watching right now. So I know that I missed a lot of people, but I want to say hi to Christy, to Patty, to Johanna, to Jennifer, to Patty again? No. To Denise, to She-Wolf, and hopefully I didn't miss anybody. I think I got just about everybody there. So we always got the best people in the best chat room ever. So I really appreciate everybody just being very cool, very chill about it. We got a whole agenda here, but at any time, if anybody would like to bring up any topic, please feel free. I'm looking at my bullet points, and so we went over that. Dan, maybe you can give us kind of a recap. You were on Eric Spitfire Wilkinson's show, the Sentinels of Truth, Wednesday night, January 15th, 2020. You were on that show. Can you give us maybe a little recap and kind of tell us maybe when it might be coming out? I know kind of there is a time different. He kind of waits. He has to wait for some reason. But that's on Revolution Radio and freedomslips.com, usually in Studio A.
Yes, Revolution Radio does the show, and I think it's Wednesday night. Eric Spitfire Wilkinson has a 2-hour broadcast, and I was a guest for the 2 hours. The initial hour was dedicated totally to the David Crowley case. Second hour, they went on to some other subjects, and I stayed on for the show. But the first hour was very good, and they were looking for, there's I think 3 members on the show. It's Damien, Jamie, and Eric. 3 guys, and they're well versed about this case. So they asked several questions about the updates, what's going on, what's the new latest revelations, and I gave them updates on your book, Greg, the possibility of a documentary by Christian Coffins coming out, and the Justice Page. We've got 2,800 members, and so that was a very good topic. They asked some very good questions, and I answered and spoke to some of that, coming up here with the 5-year anniversary being today, and how far we have come. Most of the members that we get joining our Justice Page group is those who immediately just got done watching a Gray State documentary by Eric Nelson, and so we put that together on the show. That they did that as a propaganda piece to really shut up the doubters, but because it backfired, and it certainly backfired, the critical thinkers who watched that documentary with an open mind, they know that if something doesn't sit right, they don't know what it is exactly, but because we were mentioned, and Greg and I were both interviewed in that documentary, just a couple of clips were shown, but it does give the Facebook page and the Justice Page out there, and I think people do a search for it, jump onto Facebook, and find it, and usually those very first people, when they join, they say that I came here as a direct result of the documentary. So I'd like to thank Eric Nelson and his team for doing that documentary, because it's really driving a lot of traffic onto the Justice Page, because it's waking people up. So we talked about those types of things, the updates, and how it ties in much to the bigger picture. We talked about the documentary that they did, the Gray State team, that was released, called The Rise, and that was out there, and then the movie was never made. We do get a lot of questions with that, even to this day. When will the movie come out? When will the movie be released? Will it ever be released? And so the movie was never made. For the new folks out there, the Gray State team put together a 2-minute trailer of what the movie could look like, and that's what they used to pitch to Hollywood for budgeting purposes. And but they never did make the movie itself. The movie was never made. There was different versions of the script, and ultimately it came down to getting a contract signed to do possibly a web-based internet series or a web series with called The Gray State. And so that's what David was in works with when the family was found dead.
Disturbing.
I just want to say thank you to everybody in the live chat. We have 35 people now listening.
Wow, that's great.
And Greg, I forgot. I don't know when that link from the Revolution Radio. I'm guessing it'll be tomorrow, sometime Sunday. That will be out there, and I encourage everyone to listen. Go to the show. It's just the first hour. There are no commercial breaks, but it's a good summary that you could share with others to get the word out, or listen to for yourself. But that should be available tomorrow.
Awesome. Yeah, and
it was a good discussion.
Was it? Oh yeah, that's right. You were there.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
The first hour was really about the group and what we're working on, and then the second hour was more about Max Egan and something going on with him.
Okay. So I'm
And
pretty
he's
sure.
just a YouTuber from Australia.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I know Eric has him on there a lot, but I haven't really checked him out. But I'm gonna try to get to his channel. This is probably where it's gonna air. Of course, probably need to go here. Well, it'll probably air on Eric Spitfire Wilkinson's channel. I'm pretty sure that's where it's gonna air at some point. Sentinels
Truth.
of Truth. Sentinels of Truth. Okay, I'll have to find it, but it's here. I believe it's might be this one here. I know he has a few channels because he got shut down. So I know he's one of those guys. He gets they go after him. They don't like him that much, but yeah. So I don't think this is his main channel. This is a different channel, but he does have another main channel there. But we'll definitely make sure people can have access to that once it comes out. I'm looking forward to it since I missed it. Alright. Let me check the chat room here. There's a lot of really good chats going on. That's nice. Outlaw Bob Barker. Is there any chance that the script will see the light of day? Who has David's script? That's a great question. Do we know who has David's script? I don't really know. I would assume David's dad. And the Apple Valley Police, or actually the Dakota County Electronic Unit, they should have copies of all of that stuff too. I don't know what their policy is once they go through all of David's data. I think they went through some terabytes of data, and then I guess they gave it back to David's dad, but. And there's also questions about different versions of that script, because some of the versions go into a more spiritual realm. There's some that the Gray State team didn't like. I'm guessing that it kind of strayed away from what it first was. But that first 2012 trailer was just a concept trailer, right? So, I mean, but I was still expecting, like, if I wanted to see the movie, I want to see what's in that trailer, and it sounds like they were already, even in 2013, it sounds like they were already kind of moving away from a lot of the things in that trailer. There's one interview where David Crowley says that the guillotine scene will not happen, that there isn't one in his film, which I thought was weird to have it in the trailer, because that was a big part of the trailer, I thought. So
I think a lot of people who helped to make the trailer and help finance David would have been upset if it wasn't similar to what the trailer had been advertising, but that's just my opinion. I don't know, it just would seem kind of dishonest to sell a storyline and to sell that and then completely change it and make a whole different type of movie.
Mm-hmm.
We do know that Danny August Mason moved forward with creating the company and the logo called Gray State Universe LLC, and he was moving forward with, I believe, the script. So if someone did have it, I believe Danny August Mason would have had a copy or had the script or a version of it, because he was moving forward with the company, and so one can only assume he wanted to use that and move forward with it. So if anyone had it, I think he was one person for sure who had something with it, because he was actively moving forward. He created that company, Gray State Universe, with the Secretary of State in the state of Minnesota in May of 2015. Just 4 months after the bodies were discovered, he was already getting the trademark for the logo and the company set up to move forward with the film. That had since that has since lapsed. There is no Gray State Universe LLC in the state of Minnesota. But he was hot to trot at the beginning.
And when he did that interview with
Ben Swan?
Ben Swan, he mentioned the Gray State Universe in that interview.
Did he really?
So he was already thinking about it.
Wow.
Yeah. It was like near the very beginning.
Wow.
And he had mentioned that. I'll have to get the minute mark for you, Greg.
Yeah.
And that was an interesting point, because one answer that I think they gave, the Gray State team gave, was we wanted to continue on with David Crowley's legacy, but then they had to kind of walk that back a little bit, because they are also pushing the fact that he was a killer, and so they found themselves not knowing which really side of the fence to go on, and so they kind of let it go. But at first it was, we wanted to continue the legacy, wanted to continue David's work, but like Greg Fernandez has said several times, is you got to watch how you say that, because you're also pushing the narrative that he was the killer. And so they quickly, I think they had to backtrack a little bit on that, and overall it ended up, I think, collapsing after, and I believe it was after the photograph came out showing that the registration for that script doesn't expire until June of 2019. And I don't think Danny August Mason knew that, and until that came up on our Justice page, that he couldn't do anything with it until that point anyway. He had to wait 5 years or 4 years, and it was about that time that I think he shelved the whole deal and called it all off. Now that's just my assumption, I guess.
Well, he and David's father had also filed. Who was it? There's another company. Was it the Copyright or the Guild? It was one of those where David filed, and they cannot legally get that script for at least 70 more years. But they both filed separately to have claims for that, and I guess they'll probably find out, if they haven't already, that they're not going to release that script.
Well, they've definitely tried, and they've pitched it too. So it isn't like they just tried to get that stuff. They were pitching it to the same people that David was actually working with. So it seems like they had a lot of confidence that they would be able to go forward with the script, and just talk. And it sounds like they talked to Michael Entertainment Group, according to what Mike Boggio said to Dan Hinnon. It sounds like they were talked to a couple times about it. So
interesting.
And that's just the one that we know of. So I don't know. Who knows? I'm just pulling that up, pulling the documentation of registration up right now.
Yes, that one. If you zoom in on the bottom right, it gives an expiration date, and I think
6/5/19.
Did I ever post the other information in the group, or did I just give it to you, Greg?
About... I have to refresh my memory, sorry.
The Writers Guild? I need to look in the group.
Okay.
I'll look in the group.
I mean, it's also interesting when this was filed, too, because, it's always that summer where things start getting really kind of weird. At least that's what I think. I mean, I think after May, I think you could argue, that's when it just seemed like David goes there, he meets with, people, and they're going to make this script, they're going to do something with it. He's posting it on Facebook. He's very vocal. It isn't like he was trying to keep this a secret or anything, too, which I did think was kind of weird. It was almost like he was trying to make sure that I don't want to say like a, he was just, I don't know, it just seems like he wanted to be as public as possible, and he wanted to stay in the public eye, and that's usually a great way to make sure that something doesn't happen to you. And the fact that David was kind of silent for those last 3 months and last couple months or whatever, that should be very concerning to people. And I think it is, but I'm not sure that it's for the right reason. Why they were so concerned. We start asking people, and it's like, well, David was distancing himself from people. I don't know.
Greg, a good point is, and you didn't listen to the show, the interview that I did on the Spitfire's Sentinels, I brought up that very topic, and I can even go over it again now with this group if we'd like to.
Yeah.
Because the real story is that David Crowley had sent to Danny August Mason, I think it was August 1st, that letter to sign off his rights, to release his rights, that legal letter. It was, well, after the birthday party, so maybe it was September. But that they had been going back and forth on that, so he was distancing himself from that avenue. And then he had the argument blow up with his brother Dan Crowley Jr., I think also in April, that wrecked that relationship, and they cut ties. And so, and David was never really close with his father. So all of that stemmed from the fact that they started pulling back on purpose. Now, what we get hearing from the Gray State group, the narrative was that David was going into isolation and depression, and then he slowly withdrew from everybody because he didn't get the contract. Is the narrative they got, is that they tried to push. He didn't get it. He was despondent, and Comel was paying for everything. David didn't have a source of income, and he was going into depression. And they had found out the mother of Comel was in hospice and with her cancer, and so they started kind of just backing out. And so the narrative that was pushed was all wrong, and we proved that on every step of the way. The interview that I did with Mike Boggio proved that there was a contract. They were moving forward with a $30 million deal, and I think all they were finalizing was two things: the options for that, and they were waiting for that letter, that legal note, to be signed by Danny August Mason. So they were kind of in a holding pattern. There's nothing they could do until they had that in their hands. And so David did pull away, as I think he was starting to recognize the snakes within his inner circle. And then with the problems with his internal family was the other reason. And I think they felt the walls were closing in. But it wasn't because he was despondent and depressed. That was the narrative that we were, that was shoved down our throats.
That's right. We had a good question here from Outlaw Bob. Where is it? What does the family think about the so-called murder-suicide? And that's a big question, because Dan, you've spoken with Comel's father. You've conversed with Comel's sister. Any response from the Crowley side, and what was it like when you talked with both of the father and sister?
Well, Comel's father, Mr. Alam, said when I spoke to him on the phone that he was so busy at the time dealing with the mother, Nyla Alam, in her cancer, and her ovarian cancer, and she was in a hospice care. This was way back then with bills mounting and everything else, that he didn't have time. But if he had the time and the money, he would hire an investigator to look into this case, because it all seemed fishy. He just didn't have the time or the wherewithal to push it, so he just kind of stayed in the background. And Sidra, the sister, Comel's sister, at first believed there was some kind of a pact, something that they agreed to do, and this all was true. The official story was true. And then she later went full circle 360 degrees and said that David did this. He was a nut job. He was a nutcase. He was abusive. They were in a domestic violent relationship, and they were using drugs and alcohol, and it was all his fault, and he killed the family. So she's on board 100% now with the old David did it versus the hacked theory, and so that's where she left it as. And the Crowley family, as strange as it may seem, the father has never made a public statement, Dan Crowley Sr., about any of this. Allison, the sister, hasn't. She had gotten married in the aftermath of all of this, and moved to Baltimore with her wife. And then Dan Crowley Jr. hasn't. He's the one who posted I think on the page, saying that the family had, quote, passed away, and they're in her thoughts and prayers. And then a week later, he posted that GoFundMe campaign to try to raise $6 million to help Naila Alam get through her medical condition. So he was the most verbal, I guess, on the Crowley side as far as being active. But it's very strange. The family. It's almost like what I think Catherine said it best on her recent video, is that David Crowley's mother was asking questions and interested in finding out things, and she was very close with David. But then 7 months later, she died. Dan Crowley Sr., I think, was placed in the tough position that all evidence points to the potential that his own son was going to be arrested or brought up on charges or somehow implicated in this bank fraud of the $50,000 that was withdrawn in cash back in October of 2014, before all this took place. That was the money coming out of a paid-on-death bank account that Dan Crowley Sr. had. No one should have access to that except for the person whose account that was. By Dan Crowley Sr.'s own admission, he said that month of October 2014, he was traveling on business in Germany, and that withdrawal was withdrawn from Minneapolis, Minnesota Bank in person. And so we can only speculate that Dan Crowley Jr. did it. For what he did it for, I don't know, but if that was to come up, and Dan Crowley Sr. did not want to lose both of his sons, he kind of just crawled back into a little shell and admitted that he was going to go through with the official narrative and just push that when he really knew what was really going on, is what I think is probably a fair statement. He was the one in this whole thing that's been probably compromised by, from the gut, what do I do? What do I say? Admit what really happened and send my other son to prison for life, or let it go and at least I've got one son left and another son out there. And that's pretty evident, I think, from his discussion, his interview, and him reading from a script with an odd look on his face during that documentary. That did not seem authentic from a father.
Okay, we got another one here. Oh, go ahead, Sophia, if you got something you want to add to that.
It was the copyright for the script. And, I actually spelled it wrong. It's R-I-G-H-T. That's what Danny August Mason and Dan Sr. filed for. But
is that posted in?
Released.
It's not posted in the group.
I don't know. I haven't looked in the group yet. I was looking for the actual information on my phone, and I found it. I'm going to go to the group and look. But I did send it to you, Greg. And I sent it to Dan also on Facebook.
Okay. Yeah, we should definitely post that, because then I can just pull that up from the... You should post some of that into the group, and I can just pull it up right there.
I will.
Okay.
I'm doing it right now.
Snowflakes had a great question, too. Did anyone ask their neighbors if they've ever heard David and Kamel fighting? I'm a domestic violence survivor, and I believe there would have been loud fights between them if this was David who did this. I think we have at least a few people in the police documents that say that they've never heard it. Every news article, everything, I've never seen anything that says that they have, which is one thing, but it's a whole nother thing when you have people on record saying that they never heard anything, that lived next door to them, that lived in that same area. Have you ever heard anything about them fighting?
I haven't heard anything.
I hadn't heard anything. I don't buy into that theory, though. That's just my opinion. I don't think that there ever was domestic violence in that family.
Right, and yeah, and it sounds like this person doesn't too, but just that, you know, if there was, and we know that, Dan, maybe you can tell us about that one story you told me, where you're sitting at some gala or something like that, and all of a sudden David's name pops up, or this case pops up.
Yes, that is very good. It was a year later, I believe. I was at a silent auction to benefit domestic violence, to raise money for domestic violence in the Twin Cities area. And at the conclusion of the dinner, there was a slideshow running with images of people that had died in that calendar year due to domestic violence. It was a summary of all the year 2015 of Twin Cities couples, families, and children that died due to domestic violence, and what we can do to stop it and put an end to this. Well, I not only take a big swig of my ice water at my table, and I see Kamel and Randy's photo show up saying that they were the victims of domestic violence. And so the next day, I contacted the presenter of that event that I was at, and I said, you know, that particular one that was shown, the case is not yet finalized. That's just a theory. The case is not closed yet. So this was early. This may have been late 2015, because it was January 2016 is when Apple Valley Police closed the case. It was about a year later, almost exactly to the day that they closed it. And so this must have been the end of 2015, and they already had their photos up there. And I said, here's a link to the article of what happened. They're suspecting possibly domestic violence, but the case is still open and hasn't been fully concluded yet. And so she apologized and said, oh, I'm sorry to add it to them. Did you know them? I said, no, but I was just following the case, and I don't believe that's the case. But that's sure enough. Someone had forwarded to the presenter of this organization to insert those photographs into the presentation, into the PowerPoint at that banquet. And my question is, how does stuff like that get forwarded? How does it even get in there, much less make it to the final cut of that of the banquet? But sure enough, they were there, and it was presented as fact. It was presented that it was a fact that they were killed due to domestic violence. And I said that's very misleading, because that's not the case. Back then, I was still thinking that it could have been a pact agreement where Comel agreed to do it, and that certainly wouldn't be domestic violence. So it was wrong on all counts, but I did see that this must have been the end of 2015. It was during the winter time.
Okay, Sophia, I got that image pulled up here. I did, Abigail has a really good... Images. Okay, there's several. Okay, so I'll pull those up, and maybe you can kind of go through those quickly. But before we do that, Abigail has a good comment here about Joseph Seaton didn't see David in 4 years, started hanging out with him in May 2014. He's now buddies with Danny Mason. Joseph Seaton moved to Austin, partner with Danny Mason in production company. And he has a pit bull and is an Army Ranger. I still want to know more about Joseph Seaton, what his rank was, how he was a ranking officer or David's commander. I still want to know more about that, but I did not know, or maybe I blocked it out of my memory or something, but I didn't know that he's working that closely. Joseph Seaton is working that closely with Danny Mason. Makes me wonder if some of the other guys that are involved in film, a lot of these guys were involved in their own film projects and stuff like that. Interesting. Good to know.
Yeah, the whole Joseph Seaton, it was I'm not going to say a mistake, whether intentional or not, but the final cut of the film, where they show Joseph Seaton photoed twice with a different title or a different caption on the documentary both times. One said, "Friend of David Crowley's." Next time it said, "Commanding Officer in the Military with David Crowley." So they had either forgotten to change the one instance of the title. You'd never have a documentary, and Christian Coffins confirmed this. You wouldn't have a documentary where a person would be listed more than one time and two different titles due to consistency in being uniform in the documentary. It'd always be referenced the same exact thing. And it maybe even could have said friend/commanding officer. But the fact of the matter is it was two different ones, which is a big no-no in documentary land to ever have non-exact titles given. Now, commanding officer is another thing that doesn't make sense because he was in the military, I believe, as a ranger, and he may have worked with on one of his tours and maybe known David, but I think that it came out soon after this documentary came out that someone contacted us on the Justice page. It says that David's commanding officer, the person that he reported to on one of his tours, was a black man, an African-American gentleman that was not. They said, "Who's this Joseph Seaton? Who's this guy, this clean-cut, bald guy with a beard?" They said, "Who is that?" And so we got hit with some questions right away because that raised concerns. So what I think, personally, and this is just my opinion, Joseph Seaton did the documentary and did his interviews and then provided to the Eric Nelson documentary film, the production crew. He gave that definition himself, saying, "I was commanding officer." Even according to Joseph Seaton's ex-girlfriend, whom I've talked to before on the phone here in Minneapolis, she said this guy was a con artist from the get-go and was telling stories that she didn't believe, and none of the stuff he was even making sense. So all these characters that were surrounding David Crowley were, I would say, shady at best. Con artists, manipulators, master manipulators, and very good at playing with people's emotions and everything. So she said this was the same thing when they broke up and he moved, and Joseph Seaton moved to Seattle to move in with some buddies, and then later that didn't last, and he ended up down in Austin, Texas, surprisingly where Danny August Mason is, and Joe Biggs and Alex Jones and the rest of these cats. So all these people all ended up in the same bucket, but Joseph Seaton was another one, very good at lying, very good at manipulating people, and I think that he offered up that title to the production staff for Eric Nelson and said I was the commanding officer. And I'll believe someone did some fact checking later to ensure that was correct and found out that it was wrong. So I think they just were going to use the phrase friend of David Crowley, and so they made the change, but not in both locations. So it may have been an honest mistake, but he never would have been a commanding officer in any sense of the imagination, as even Sophia, being her background with the military, he never would have been anything to that regard.
Well, and I'd like to add something. I can't go too far into it, but you have to be a certain rank to fulfill that duty, and they would have had to have the same MOS, and so it's not possible. It's in the only thing. I mean, I have to be fair and say, okay, well, maybe if the people that did the documentary, because they're not very familiar with military terminology, etc., whatever, if they just deem someone as being an officer, if they equate that to being a commander, then it would be an honest mistake. But if he himself said that he was his commanding officer, then it's not true. But I can't go any more into it than that right now.
And I think that's a good point, because David served on the battlefield in Iraq. By the time he got stop loss and got sent to Afghanistan, he was just simply working in the mailroom. And so Joseph Seaton, his boss or his manager in the mailroom over in Afghanistan, the difference there is that the word officer is attached to it, which leads one to believe that it's not an enlisted person, it's an officer. And Joseph Seaton
he was an officer. He was an officer. He was an officer, but he wasn't a high enough ranking officer.
Oh, he was. So he was not enlisted.
He was
wasn't-
only a lieutenant, and
But-
he didn't make it very far up the chain, let's just say, before he was discharged.
Gotcha. And it wasn't even honorably discharged. He got into trouble himself and got out, but being that he was roughly David's age, would a commanding officer would have to be an older person? Is that correct, or would they be?
Yeah,
someone
he
age?
would have had to have been higher ranking than that. He would have had to have been at least a captain.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, you know, if he said he was special forces, but if he was actually a ranger, there is a difference between the two. There is a distinct difference between the two. So there again, if he said he was special forces, it's only because he's trying to be grandiose and make himself out to be more than what he was, because there are a lot of rangers, and I'm not to disrespect any rangers or anything like that, because, you know, it's an admirable job and everything, but rangers are not special forces. They are two completely different things.
Yeah, so I think we can safely conclude here that Joseph Seaton was lying when he told whoever that he was David's commanding officer. That's not the truth. It may be half truth or partial truth, but it shouldn't have even made it to the film at that particular title, in my opinion.
Right. Unless, like I said, unless the people that made it misunderstood him. But I mean, I would think, I know for someone that's honest, like if they were actually able to screen this before they released it, someone that had served, if they saw that up there and saw that it was a mistake, they would correct them, because that's, I mean, it's not it's not stolen valor, but it can be fraud. So it's just kind of weird that if he saw it, even if it was a mistake on their part, that he didn't correct them on it.
Correct.
And, you know, I'm wondering if they just use that title to give him more credibility when he talks about David going downhill. Because it's him and the chick who doesn't exist who started the whole part where David and Camille were both going downhill.
Yeah, they were both very, very good. Their role, I think, in this documentary was to push that narrative and to come off with incredible witnesses to show or to prove to the unsuspecting viewers of the movie that David was indeed going downhill and slipping. These guys were the ones, Susan Houghton and Joseph Seaton were the ones that really put the nail in the head, I think, in that movie, that really drove that point home.
So they have an actress playing a supposed friend and a con artist playing the other friend.
Well,
to sell that storyline.
Also, his little narrative about, like, that the way they're trained, he knows the way he was trained, and so he's sure David was trained the same way, to be 2-3 steps ahead. So he probably had more than one plan, and so in order to drive that home, he had to make himself appear much more connected to him for that to be believable. Because otherwise, I mean, how would he know? You know, because, I mean, so I think that's another reason why that kind of drives home. Well, of course he knows. You know, he served with him, so he knows what he was like. You know, he knows how he was trained. So he must be telling the truth. And one of the things that I wanted to add about, as far as, like, you know, there are a lot of service members that have PTSD, and combat veterans that have it, and there's various different types of PTSD and stuff like that. But there's a lot of regular people that have PTSD also from other issues. And if anything, service members are trained to be disciplined and have more control than civilians. So, you know, it's just ludicrous that narrative is being used. It's an insult that, you know, he was a veteran. So, and even if he did have PTSD, you know, he was a veteran, he had PTSD, so he must have snapped. I mean, it's unbelievable how many people are diagnosed with PTSD in this country. And if everyone that had PTSD was snapping, then half the country would be gone. So it's just absolutely ludicrous to use that narrative, because people with PTSD don't just, like, have it and it lies dormant, and then all of a sudden, just one day, they snap and kill their entire family and themselves. That doesn't happen.
And he was also filming war-type scenes. Everything that he might have seen over in the Middle East, he was kind of pitting into his movie. And he was going to the gun range and doing tactical moves and stuff like that. If he had PTSD, he would have snapped a long time ago. So that whole PTSD angle is just bullshit.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have been able to cope with even if it was blanks, the gunfire and everything that was going on, and the types of situations that they were filming, how volatile they were. He would not have been able to cope with that. He wouldn't have run towards something like that if that's what had him traumatized.
All right, I'm just checking our chat room, because there is a lot of great chats that we are missing here. So I know, Sophia, do you want to? Should we go over some of the comments first, or should we get to what you were saying?
They were asking about the blood on the magazine of the gun, and I have that pulled up right now. It says mixture of 2 or more individuals. Major male DNA profile matches David. Major profile does not match Kamel or Ronnie. And then it says Kamel and Ronnie cannot be excluded as possible contributors, though. And then it goes further down. It says that Ronnie is estimated. Okay, let me just read this, because it's an estimated that 99.99997% of the general population can be excluded from the contributors based on less genetic information obtained from known samples of Greg Crowley. It is estimated that 99.95% of the general population can be excluded from being contributors. I have no clue what that means. So, yes, the magazine did have David's blood on it, and possibly Kamel and Ronnie's.
Which, that's another strange thing about that, because the magazine had blood on it. So what's weird about that whole situation is, so the gun would have had to have been used, and then for some strange reason the magazine be removed and then be replaced into the gun. And I have not been able to figure out why that happened, because there were plenty of rounds in that magazine, but it's kind of strange that the gun was used and the magazine was removed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be blood on the magazine.
And the question to the official narrative is, why was David Crowley bleeding at all?
Correct. Exactly.
Because you don't see any obvious wounds on him. Well, they don't say any during the autopsy, except that he's missing the majority of his face and his right hand. But they don't say anything about scratches or cuts or anything on him for why he would be bleeding. If we're to go with the whole snapped murdered suicide kind of scenario.
I don't know if this is like out of place in the discussion, but I don't want to forget to bring it up because this has been driving me crazy. Okay, does anyone that's on the call travel? Like, through, like, travel with airlines? Does anyone travel?
I haven't since
Nope.
9/11.
Has anyone traveled?
I've only traveled like a couple times. That's it. Keep my feet on the ground. Sorry.
Okay, well, the thing that y'all know where I'm going. What is very bizarre to me is, yes, airlines have a rolling arrival time. It's constantly updating and everything, like when a plane is going to arrive. But all of the flights that were coming in from California into Minnesota, that the day that email was sent from Jason Allen, they're not real consistent with him saying he could call him at 3:33. And what boggles my mind is, okay, even if he were going with the rolling time of arrival, like the continuous update of the arrival of that plane, say the plane was supposed to get there at 3:33, and you could play devil's advocate and say maybe that's why he used that time. Well, he would need to allow time for the plane to actually reach the gate, for them to open the door, and for everyone to get off the plane, and for him to get wherever he was going to get and get comfortable in the airport to sit down and make a phone call to David. And usually when most of the people that I have asked, usually when people make an appointment to make a phone call with someone, it's like in 15-minute increments. Like, I'll call you at 3:15, or I'll call you at 3:30, or I'll call you at 3:45. Why 3:33? I just think that's weird.
Yeah, it's
It
very
is an odd choice for putting a time on.
Yeah, and it's 3.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Who does that?
Greg, what were you going to say?
I'm looking at this now, and it's 3.33. So maybe it's maybe it's a typo, you know? I mean, is he doing this from his phone would be the first thing. Like, where is he sending? You can't really tell as far as I can tell. So I don't know. Yeah, that is weird. That's the only thing that I can think of. But, and it's January 8th, too, so I don't know. Yeah. I wish I had a better answer.
Weird is for it to be a typo.
No, it's not a typo.
If you look,
you're right, because of the 9:30 p.m. It's not a typo.
it's just strange.
Well, he also he spells it Grey State, Grey, too. It's almost like he doesn't really know that much about this. I mean, you would think he would get that right. At least the name.
He doesn't even really respond much to. He doesn't really address a whole lot. I mean, David sent him a really long email, and he doesn't really address much of it.
Right, and that was sent. Let me go back to the date again. Yeah, that's a long time. It's almost a month later. And David even says Grey State. I mean, he spells it out for him, so it's not like 1, 2, 3. I can probably count 5 or 6 times that David has Grey State in there. Obviously, yeah, closer to 10, but still. Jason Allen just kind of seems like, you know. So this over a cactus, I mean, there's so many things that we could dissect from this, I guess. But that is a weird one that I can't say, that I can't just discount and say, oh, well, it could have been this. It is a weird time to give. I mean, I'm glad that it wasn't 666, but again, that wouldn't make sense because there is no 666, but 333. And then at 9:30 is pretty close, but I don't know.
Yeah, and I really just wanted other people's input, like if other people do that, because I honestly just haven't ever heard of anyone doing that, and, you know, I want to be fair, and, you know, if other people do it, I'd like to know that they do, because, you know, I can only go based off of what people I ask.
Right. Well, I mean, even here, you know, how come he does 333 and then he doesn't do 933? How come he's very accurate on he's going to be back in LA tonight around 9:30. So I don't know what this 333 is about. Is it some like inside joke between them or something? I don't know.
That's, you know, it's either that or something else.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's an interesting guy, for sure.
Did you want to go ahead and start going off the PowerPoint?
Yes. Okay, let me get this up here. Alright, so the only thing I wanted to mention here, I put this here because this is pretty much what my book cover is gonna be like, so I'll show some of those photos later. But Sophia, you had let me get to that here. You were gonna talk about the blue blanket, and no, I want to play your video first. Should I play your video, or should I wait, or should I? What do you want to do?
No, you can play it.
Okay.
I don't mind.
All right. So I want to play this. Have this warmed up.
Blue washable paint experiment number 1. Putting feet in it.
Let's see, I'm gonna go back here. Yeah, I might be playing it too high. I made the high res, but let me adjust this down here. Okay, it's about 3 minutes long here.
blue washable paint experiment number 1. Putting feet in it. Oh, that's slippery. We're gonna demonstrate the footprints. Okay. Footprint experiment. And I'm gonna try to do this without actually killing myself by slipping. Is it buffering, Greg? 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, if it's buffering, I'm gonna lower the quality a little bit.
Okay. As you can see, I already have paint between my toes as I stepped into it. It's like in my toenails, on my toes. Unless David actually took a shower, really cleaned himself, I do not believe that he made those footprints. These are my footprints. These are the, as you can see, I made several steps. I used blue finger paint. There's the paint right there that I stepped in. And here are my feet. As you can see, there's no way that David could have stepped in that blood I can explain and what not I'm had actually blood saying. between his toenails and toes and everything else. Experiment done. This was my hand. I did my palm, the side of my palm, with my fingers down. I had paint on my knuckles and on my thumb. That is my palm print. I'm not sure what made those prints in that photo. Here's my prints when I stepped out of the thing, but I had to brace onto the wall right here so that I wouldn't kill myself because it was so slippery. Then I stepped on my toes to try to replicate, and then that's where I stopped, right there. I think it's important to realize that David would have had a blood between his toes and his toenails. And quite possibly on the sides of his feet like this, and on his feet. His feet, in the autopsy report, sorry, in the autopsy report, said his toenails were cleaned and well groomed, and there was no mention of blood or dried blood.
All right, so Sophia, maybe you can help us kind of break that down. Sorry if it was buffering for some people. I might have had the quality on too high for my computer to handle.
I think the key point from that experiment, my main thing that I was trying to do was to see if the paint would get between my toenails and between my toes and stuff like that. Because whoever did those footprints on the floor, if that's what they are, they would have had to have had the blood underneath their toenails, between their toes, on the sides of their feet. And in David's autopsy, it clearly states that his toenails were well maintained and cleaned. So he didn't make that. unless he jumped into the shower and scrubbed himself really well, because it took me about 10 minutes to get that stuff off. And then the next day, when I was out and I was wearing flip-flops, I could still see little flecks of it. So I'm just not believing that he did that. So it was somebody else who had either stepped in blood or somebody else who made the footprints. And if they did it with their hand, it would have been their right hand.
All right, I was gonna pull up some images here. Actually, I will give me 1 second. I'll be right back with you guys, okay?
Mm-hmm. Christy, are you able to see the YouTube chat?
Uh-huh.
Are they
Yeah.
asking any questions that we might be able to go over while Greg is busy? I'm sorry, I had to go pick up my
let's see.
kids.
Someone says that they're going to ask someone, but they've noticed a lot of, I think it says elite talk about numbers in this. That disappeared.
They're talking about Germanta and what David Allen was talking in regards to 333 and stuff.
Yeah.
There was some other meaning behind it, or
Possibly. That he could have been talking in code.
yeah.
Which, all of us have had some type of issues with our emails. I'm wondering if David was having an issue too with his email being hacked.
Well, I mean, in I think 2013, when he was moving into that house, he had a hard drive that was stolen or corrupted. He lost some type of files during his move, which is kind of weird. So it could have been going on for a long time. I think after David makes this 2012 trailer, he's pretty much a target. He's a target for certain people. And so that's why, it's very important to understand the people that were involved in this trailer and the people that came after this trailer too. Because there's always that.
Mm-hmm.
And then also kind of how the trailer kind of morphed into what was supposed to become a TV series. That was the whole thing. That's what they were working towards, was a TV series. But I do want to go back to these prints. You know, I think these prints are very important here. And let me see, because I got a few different sets of prints I wanted to look at here. So if we start at BCA 4486. 4486. I mean, this is what they see. They're telling us this is what they see when they walk into that house.
And those are the footprints / whatever they are?
Yeah.
And that was just Canal's DNA for that. And I also sent you the one that after they had collected the DNA and then sprayed it. So it's much darker. I'm not able to look at my other device right now.
It's okay, I'm gonna go to it. Got it here, here, here. So we start looking at BCA 4829 is where we're gonna start here. And we're gonna move right along through that. You can see at this point they've marked where those prints are. And item number 14 labeled here. The most important thing for me, the reason why I do think these were feet that did kind of match David, is because I look at this little circle here, his index toe, and then we'll compare the index toe to that. Doesn't mean that everything here on the ground is a footprint, but the only thing that are noted are footprints. So if there are fingerprints, then that's a big deal, because that shows that they are hiding something, because they do not mention any fingerprints on this floor. So it's one or the other, you know. And I do believe 14 and 15, actually to the left of 14 looks like a footprint. 15 to me also looks like a footprint. Where the marker, where this yellow marker on 14 is, I think, Sophia, I think that's what you're talking about there. So I'm going to go to that one.
And when I had the paint on my feet, paint that I picked out was very slippery. But when your feet are wet and you have blood on your feet, it's the same type of concept. It's extremely slippery, and I almost killed myself a couple times. If I didn't have a wall right there, I would have slipped and fell, excuse me. And so for those feet to appear out of nowhere, those footprints, I find that highly suspicious. So there had to have been more that were cleaned up. And those were specifically either planted or they were specifically left there for some reason or another. And once again, for them to have enough blood on their feet to leave at least, was it 3 prints? They would have had it between their toes and toenails. And David's were clean.
Alright, so I'm zooming in on some of those ones now. So to me, this image, which is image number BCA 5015, this is the one, if you look at where E is, this looks like a fingerprint. I mean, it looks like a hand. It looks like a whole hand right there. So, which is not really it's not item 14, it's not item 15, it's just kind of mentioned there. But if you look at it, I mean, that's why this was one of the first images that I remember seeing like this, and it looks like a hand. But it's not 14, it's not item 15, it's not the items that they talk about. Go ahead.
Mm-mm. No. And it was very hard for me to replicate something like that exactly with my feet. My toes were not, I mean, my feet were completely covered in paint, but they would not leave it completely darkened in and stuff. It just didn't look the same, even though I was trying to replicate it. And once again, as I'm trying to do that, I'm trying not to slip and fall. So that was another factor. I just don't see how anybody could have done that and not slipped, and you don't see that in their footprint.
And then let's look at that, and we can compare that to David's foot here. And I know it's not the best quality, but this is you got this from the sloppymentary, documentary, whatever you want to call it. And that's David's foot there. So to me, this does line up with item 14 and item 15 with the footprints that we are seeing. That number E, that's questionable, because I do agree that looks like a palm print. It looks like a palm print. And if we're talking about the possibility of just what they found there, or what was wiped up, or maybe that's why we're not seeing more, because some were wiped up. But then the question, I guess, would be, why would some be wiped up and some others wouldn't be? Right?
Correct.
They want to make sure that they give you a path, a clear path, to where this letter or this note is going to be written on the laptop, on David's laptop, where it says, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." So they create that path there, but we also hear about these other paths. We hear about these footprints that lead around the whole house. That's not true. None of that is true. And so that's why...
consider the source.
Right. And that's the whole problem, is it's like half-truths, where you have to go and... Basically, you have to research it yourself. If you start listening to what certain people say, to what the Gray State team says, if you start there, you are in a world of hurt. You are starting at the worst possible way. You really just want to start with these documents. You want to start looking at these photos and come to your own conclusion, and then see, based on this, because I can tell you there's a lot of the people that claim to be the part of the Gray State quote unquote team, they haven't looked at this. They're not looking at these documents. They're not looking at these photos. They don't care. They obviously don't care. If they did care, then they would look at these things. All right. We are missing a lot of great comments in our chat room here.
I'm taking the kids up, so it might get a little noisy.
No, this is great. Yeah, we got 34 people still here, and yeah, there's so many great comments. There's so much happening there.
I love how the live chats have really been so interactive and helpful with these conference calls.
Yeah. Yep. That's how we roll. The only thing else I have... I'm sorry, somebody else want to say anything?
No.
Oh, okay.
It was my daughter.
So this is a weird thing that I found. I think somebody posted this on Facebook, and so it's kind of the whole feet, where the Greek feet, not saying that David's feet were, not saying he was Greek or anything like that, but this is that style. This was his style of feet. So and for me, that does match those footprints that we are seeing there. At least the two footprints, item 14 and item 15. It does seem the same. Alright, so let's go ahead and move. Let's keep moving on here. Okay, so let's go back to the PowerPoint. Are you ready, Sophia?
I can't see a thing right now.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
But I am ready.
Okay, because I'm gonna go to slide number 3, and I'm pretty sure you know what's gonna be on slide number 3.
Yes, I do.
Okay, we're gonna go to slide number 3 right now.
I'm sorry? What, Greg?
Okay, we're on slide number 3. We're looking at the BCA 4777. This is the photo of the image of David's left hand.
Okay, is this the one where the book, the Quran?
Yes.
Okay. If it shows where his index finger is touching his thumb. And if we go to the next photo,
which is hard for people to see.
yes, it is hard. And Catherine had lightened it up and enlarged it as much as possible for us. This is a photo that was taken from the one that was accidentally released to us of the bodies, and we just closed in on his hand.
We don't know if it was accidentally released. We asked for it.
Okay, yeah,
we got
right.
it, right? They gave it to us.
Correct. Okay. But then they redacted it, and so did the group.
Correct. You're right, because we did a follow-up on this to see if they would give us the same photo, and that photo was taken out later. Yes.
Correct.
And this is David's left hand, right?
It's his left hand again, and it appears that his index finger is straight in this photo and not touching the thumb.
Okay, so now
there's another interesting fact to compare these two photos if we go to the next slide.
Okay, I'm looking at that right now. Slide by
And
slide.
the one that's not touching the book, that seems more skeletonized than the one that's touching the book. To me, it appears to be two different hands. And if it's partially mummified, you're not going to be able to bend that finger in the first place. It will snap off. So I don't even know how that happened. And I would like for the group to have their own opinions in regards to that. If Christy's still on the call, I would love for her to chime in.
Oh, I'm here. It looks different to me. I just, one thing I find really weird is just the angles that they're taking at for them to be
police forensic photos, and for like it to be the hand to be cut off, not cut off in that way, but for the photograph of the hand to be like not centered, for it to be like where it is, it just seems weird. And then yeah, they do look different to me. And I would love to know what the people in the live chat are thinking, because at this time, you know, it's just another rabbit hole, or are we onto something here?
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can kind of crop that image. Maybe give us some. So I think for
it's just because it was a PDF file.
Right.
The quality is so horrible on that photo.
Right.
But a lot of the photos are horrible.
And we tried to crop out Kamel and Branya from this photo. So that's another reason. Yeah, and it's really hard to crop. It's really hard to do this justice without that. But I'm gonna try right now, just to see. Okay. Yeah,
and then if you also look at his arm in that particular photo, it looks like his sleeve is down. But when you look at the police report, they talk about his sleeve being pushed up, and that you can see his tattoo. So who touched the body before the ME got there?
Let me go here. Okay, so looking at the next slide here, we get a little closer view of where David was, basically, and how his hands were laid out, how they were stretched out. That's what we're looking at here now. You can look at where David's hand is in the proximity of the recliner, and you can kind of see that it was not where that blood is. So if you can see my cursor here, I'm going to go ahead and kind of circle in. This is the big blood stain known as item 34. There is also blood found right up here. How does blood get all of that way up, all of that way down? When we can see where David's head is, we can see, just like we talked about, his left hand, and then whatever is left of his right hand here. There's nothing there. There's no... I mean, there's literally nothing there, so it doesn't even make sense. Even if a head was laying there, it would seem like there'd be a lot more blood in that spot. So it's just weird. All the blood is kind of soaked into this area here. David's hands are clearly stretched out in a crucifix, but if you look at where his hand is in the drawing, it's a little bit different. So I'm going to focus here on the drawing now. And we're going to look at that, and you can see, compare where his hands are here, how they're laid out here. And then you can compare those to where his hands are laid out in this image. And it is different. And
Yeah,
you
it's
kind
not
of
even
wonder
touching
why.
the book at that point.
So there it is. Kind of blurred out, but still there. Not the same as this. In this image, in the drawing, there's no head. You can clearly see there is a head here. It's a big part of his head.
And where's the Quran at this point?
I still think it's there. I still see it there. I think it's still in that same area.
You're right.
That's,
You're right.
So we can see
You're
that.
correct.
I mean, the problem is it's not. If you look at BCA 5052, it's not there. It's gone from this image here. So where the Quran should be.
And look at his sleeve.
Yeah.
His sleeve is pushed down.
Is it pushed down? Not in this one. In BCA 5052. Let me go back there. Looks pretty well up to me.
In that photo, in the crime scene photo with all of the bodies, where is the blue blanket in relation to the bodies?
Okay, let's go to that.
It's crumpled and down by his calves. Greg does have the photo for that. We blurred out Camille and Ronnie and David.
Okay, so I'm going to skip over the one with the teeth because that has a good image of that blue blanket. But we'll go to the next one here. And this is where you can see where in proximity to that where everything is. So you can see where David's hands are stretched out. The daughter is here. Daughter's arm, what is remaining of her last arm, is here. And this is the Camille. Her backside is right there. And here's where that blue blanket is. So there's no markers here. You can see where everything is. The gun should be here. The gun should be about right here. Really. This is where it should be. I didn't see the gun.
But did they say? They didn't say in the report if, in relation to the photo with what I can't even remember now, Sophia. We went over it so many different times. Is it the mandible that should be on that blue blanket?
Yeah, it should be the teeth, and we do have that other photo in the slideshow. Where the blue blanket is basically laid out, and you see the teeth on top. You do not see the Quran at that time.
But for some reason, they don't mention like where, like whose they think that is when it was collected, like where it was collected from, because what I'm getting at is if that mandible got there from a gunshot wound, I mean, that would be something that would be very important to know, because with where David is, if he were to have shot himself he would have had to be much closer. I mean, not necessarily that much closer because it can actually fly, but it's just an odd spot for it to be in, and also the fact that they didn't say, okay, we collected this and we believe it belongs to them and this is where it was collected. There are really no specifics in regards to that to know. I mean, is that Kamel's? Is that David's? Because that would tell you a lot as far as like trying to determine like if that was caused by animal scavenging or if it was caused by a gunshot wound. That's what is weird. That's what I'm getting at. It's because if it were David's, he would have had to have been sitting up or standing up for it to end up there. It wouldn't have gone in that direction if he were lying down in the position that he's lying in. If he were laying on his back and reached around with his left hand and held the gun up to his head, or which I don't see any way possible for it to have been inserted into his mouth or underneath his chin because of where they say the entrance wound is. So he would have had to have reached around and shot himself. And if he were lying down, that's not the direction that would have gone in.
Yep, and I'm just I'm a little quiet because I'm trying to create a better image that we can all look at here.
I can jump in here.
Go ahead, Dan.
For the teeth, that is the maxilla, correct? It's not the mandible, and it's
okay.
It wouldn't have been a result of a gunshot or scavenging. That bone is cut with something and then laid or set there on top.
Yeah, because the maxilla is the hinged part of your teeth. There's a large portion that's the hinged part. So yeah, it would have had to have been cut if that's what that is.
So so that one, there's lots of problems with that right there. That number one, there should be a table tent identifying that piece to explain it later and investigate it. There's nothing sitting by it at all. So it kind of gets explained away. But that, I think, was manipulated and set there. It wouldn't have just flown off in a random gun blast, and a dog wouldn't have neatly chewed it like that, where it's the same and on both sides is very uniform.
Yeah, if that's maxilla, it's like perfectly even. I mean, because there's quite a large portion is missing.
Correct.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things wrong with that then.
And we tried to zoom in closer on the teeth alone to see if we could tell, and
oh yeah, here you go. Keep that there.
And Catherine was able to rotate them enough, but we still couldn't tell. Yeah, there we go. I can't tell.
Yeah, that looks cut or sawed.
Yeah, and I'm not really. Do you see any dog teeth marks? I think I've only seen maybe one or two items that he actually did chew on.
Yeah, that's messed up. Someone at one point even mentioned, does that even look real? Are those authentic?
Yeah.
Look like a movie prop or something from special effects department. But,
You know, I told Christy last night, it looks like something that you would see in the desert. Like the whiteness and everything of the teeth that you would stumble upon.
Alright, I'm gonna see if I can pull up that image here. Go ahead and download this, and if I can open there. Okay, how can I make that?
Are you looking for a photo? Because I have several that I can send you. Like mandibles and maxillae and...
I think this is the one that I really want to focus on here. I want to keep this one up. I'm going to go feed my cat really quick, and I'm going to come right back, but I want to keep this one up here. I think it's a very important photo. There's a lot of interesting things here, and it does kind of give you at least the image of David Crowley. And this is the one. It's kind of pixelated, but I'll just kind of hover a little bit here in this, where my cursor is in this area. This is where the daughter was, and then Kamel was kind of in this corner here. So it's a interesting photo. Obviously you can see a lot of David's head is still there, but I think Sophia pretty much, you know, this is where you want to really focus on here, is that hand, because, you know, that was one of the weird things. It's like, okay, this finger, I can kind of make out where the finger should be, but I'm still going back and forth and having a hard time understanding that. Where is the thumb? The thumb should be about right here. Maybe it is, and because the image is so pixelated, maybe I'm just not seeing it. I don't know. But
And in this photo, there's something gray, almost grayish, between his thumb and his forefinger. We're able to see it better on the close-up, but it's not there in the other photo where he's making that symbol.
that's a problem. It's another problem. I mean, to think that this is what the cops find when they walk into that house. Why would you think this was a double murder-suicide? What here would lead you to think that? The guy has his freaking head blown off. Half his head is gone. His arm is missing. And he's the suspect? That doesn't make sense.
The whole house.
And the other weird thing is, okay, the position in the close-up of his hand, the position that the fingers are in, you know, you can clearly see that the index finger and the thumb are touching. So we're supposed to believe that he fired a weapon, and when someone does commit suicide or shoot themselves with a weapon, the first thing that drops is the weapon and then the body. Okay, but we're to believe that he shot himself with the weapon, and the weapon dropped out of his hand, but then his fingers went back into that position. Because if his hand's in that position, like the index finger, like as if he were pulling a trigger or something. So it's like the gun was in the hand or something like that. But they wouldn't have been able to pull that out of his hand with his hand mummified like that.
Yeah,
and that's not where they say they found the gun anyway.
And because it is mummified, they wouldn't be able to manipulate those fingers after the fact without possibly damaging his hand even more. Is there any way that you could go to the side-by-side comparison, Greg?
I mean, the other fingers relax, but we're to believe that that one particular finger just went back into the trigger position. It doesn't make any sense.
And once again, the gun was found by his left hand. He was right-handed.
Well, and his entry wound was on the right-hand side of his head.
Yes, the exit wound was the left side of his head also.
So we're to believe that he used his left hand and reached around and cranked his hand around and put the gun to the right-hand side of his head and shot himself. Why would you do that? It makes no sense.
Nothing in this case makes sense.
I mean, if you're going to commit suicide, I mean, what do? You go, okay, I'm going to commit suicide, so I'm going to make this as difficult as possible. So I'm gonna use my non-dominant hand, and I'm gonna crank it around to the other side of my body and try and manipulate it and shoot myself that way. It doesn't make any sense. People don't do that. And if David, I mean, more than likely with his training and everything, more than likely, if he were to shoot himself, he probably would have put the gun in his mouth or up underneath his chin, but more than likely in the roof of his mouth.
Probably not how we're seeing
Because
here.
a lot of people that shoot themselves, believe it or not, a lot of people that shoot themselves, that attempt suicide, they survive the gunshot wound. So, I mean, with him and his knowledge of weapons and with his experience and what he had seen, he would know what would be the most effective way for him to actually complete a suicide.
Hey, you guys.
Also, when you shoot your... Hi, Pansy.
All four of his fingers are straight in this picture.
Yeah, they are.
Well, what happened to his pointer being curved to meet his thumb?
Yeah, that's the question that we're trying to discuss right now.
Well, I think that white spot must be his thumbnail showing. Like the light glaring off of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the only thing that makes
there's
sense.
Bent.
Yeah.
Bring that up close, Greg.
Sure.
Is it possible for you to go back to the side-by-side comparison of
Yes.
the hands, Greg, please? One thing that a police officer had told me is a classic sign of a staged suicide is when he walked in and the person was still holding the gun. And he told me that when a person shoots himself in the head or commits suicide, they become like a puppet and they lose all control of everything and they drop the gun. So if he was supposedly holding on to the gun, I just don't see that happening. Yeah, there you go, right there.
And there's no, we have been told by the Apple Valley Police that they do think that David Crowley shot himself with his right hand. He was right-handed. They understand that. So why is the whole side of his left, all of his left face is completely gone, and the gun is found next to the left side? It's I don't know. But the problem with this, I think the problem that I'm having is with this image here that we have up now is just that I just need a better quality image. I need a better insight because, or we need somebody who has the technology to clear this up, to take this image here and zoom in to this hand so we can see where that thumb is. The thumb, we know where the thumb should be. It should be right here. I think it's there. I think it's just a bad quality image, and I think that's why it's not clearly showing that the thumb is there. But I do believe right now that it is there. But everybody has to make their own choice on this.
And this is why, I would love for the group to make their own decision on this. And if we're able to get a better picture, that would be amazing. Because especially like right now, we cannot pull any data off of a PDF picture. We can't get any metadata or anything.
And you know what's really weird? If you look at the picture on the right, even if you're going to look at it and think that, okay, yeah, it's at a different angle. The photograph's at a different angle. But if you look at it and think, okay, yeah, that white thing may possibly be his thumb, and the other thing in front of it is the bent index finger. But the only problem that I see with that is if you look at the left picture, the thumb is on the outside of the index finger, and the index finger is more to the right. And on the picture on the right hand side, if that white mark is his thumb, then it's the opposite. Because that
And you can tell by the knuckles too, where the one on the right goes up to the last knuckle or the first knuckle, whichever one you want to call it. It's almost up to that knuckle when the other one is down to the second knuckle.
Yeah, and
It's
this
really
is,
weird. They just
is.
look really different.
Yeah, they're different.
They can't be different. They have to be the same. How does it make sense that they're different? They can't be different.
Well, because they wanted the one on the left to be staged to look like he had pulled the trigger on the gun.
So they kind of make the little trigger, but it's not even the trigger finger. Well, no, it is. It is, I guess. Well, because I'm not used to my left hand, but yeah, I guess. I mean, it's a weird hand sign. Go ahead.
Do you mind if I post this to the group and ask for their opinion?
No, I don't mind at all. No. I mean, I know we had, when the image first came out, it was a big deal, and I got a lot of flack because I wouldn't share the image, because I didn't really think that we should share it, and it's a weird spot to be in because it's if I hadn't seen it, I would want to see it too, and it's just a weird thing. So I don't know. I don't see anything wrong with people watching it. Go ahead.
On the picture that's of all the bodies, Greg,
Yeah.
are you able to get close enough to the hand to see if that pin is in the picture that's like, or if that's a pin, that blue thing?
Oh, yeah, it's not in that one because remember this image, and I'm pulling it up right now. This is an image that's inside of a PDF. So that's why the quality is really, really bad. And that's why I don't want to say that I 100% think that, that the hand is different.
Yeah.
Because I can kind of see, and I'm kind of moving my cursor here. I don't know if anybody can see that or not, but I'm kind of moving my cursor here where the thumb should be, and it kind of I am having a hard time lining that up. But it's like the more that I zoom into this image, the more pixelated it is. So I know people out there have software that can clean this stuff up. And we've had a couple people that have said that they were going to help clean this stuff up, and then you give them the image and you don't hear from them again. So it's kind of like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. There is no good answer.
And I just added that in the comment section that we do not have a better quality photo. This is what we have. If you can clean this up, we would appreciate it.
Right.
That would be wonderful.
No, that's not the gun on the sofa. I believe it's more hair.
It's like hair kind of wrapped in bone, maybe, or something, or like a dog toy or something like that. That's, yeah. That's strange.
And weren't there keys at one point on the edge of the sofa too?
I don't remember keys on the sofa. No.
Okay, so it just must have been the hair.
At some point,
No.
that blue blanket ends up on that sofa. There's other pillows and stuff like that end up on that sofa, but. It's a whole nother issue there. Anything else on that? I'm gonna move on to the what else do we have here? Let's see. I should probably check the chat room. Probably missing some of the greatest chats right now.
They were. Well, she was talking about a ghost, and I'm like, I have no clue what you're talking about. The ghost is really messing with the chat.
Yeah, because she had gotten, there was at some point where she couldn't see some other member, and there was just some weird things that were happening where people couldn't see each other. They were getting kicked out of the chat. It was just a weird kind of thing. So she would have had to create like a second Google account in order to just comment, and you can just tell, that kind of gives you a clue about what we are dealing with here. Just trying to make a YouTube video, just trying to get regular people to talk about this stuff, and apparently there's some issue with that. And that's okay. I mean, that's not going to stop us. If people think that that's going to stop us, it's not going to happen. And we come way too far. There's way too much stuff. There's way too many things that show that this is not a double murder suicide. It's just not the case. So, anyways, let's see about some of these other ones. Okay,
and
Abigail.
We don't know the entrance wound or the entrance for David's gunshot wound. We just know the exit, which was the left side. We're assuming that he shot himself on the right side.
Right.
But it did exit in the left parietal region.
Yeah.
And the gun was on the left side, was down there.
Right.
So we're just assuming when we say that it was through the right.
Well, yeah. I mean, we don't really know, but I don't believe it was through the left, right?
No, it wasn't.
So we know where the exit is, so obviously based on that, looking at this photo, you can kind of tell where the entrance would have been, where it could have been, just because they didn't find one. I don't know.
Well, and they have ways of doing that to determine that, so I don't know why they didn't do it. Because they can use things to line up, what the trajectory was. I mean, I know not his head wasn't fully intact, but they do have ways of figuring that out. But I mean, it's just like they said they couldn't get prints on him, and that's ridiculous, because they have ways of getting prints off of mummified fingers too. So they just didn't do that either.
Yeah. So could this, I think Jassy brings up a good point that has been brought up many times. Could this image of the hand, the way that the hand is, could this just be a reflex, a muscle reflex of this hand? And we've kind of looked, I know some of us have looked for any other cases, anything similar to where a hand would be found like this, and anything similar to where a body would be laid out like this in a crucifixion. And when you look at how David's body is laid out, and you look at this image, BCA 4777, of course people are going to think there's something supernatural, there's something weird here. How does a hand end up like this when this hand signal is a known hand signal? It's not just a random thing. So either it was staged to look like that, maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe the hand does kind of go like that. I've never heard of that. I've never seen that. I couldn't find anything like that. So if there is any other case, anything else that anybody has ever seen that shows a hand like this, where just these two fingers are touching like this, where, a person's hands are spread out, full spread.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I would think if his hand had a spasm upon death, that all of his fingers would have curled, not just the one.
Yeah.
Because your hand naturally does that. You know what I mean? Like when you pull down one finger, it almost kind of pulls on another finger. So I would think if it were some kind of involuntary spasm, that the other three fingers would have curled as well. I mean, that's what happens like in patients that are that have strokes or have other types of disorders, when their hands like fold and curl, it's like they don't just have one finger that will fold over and curl. All of their fingers will fold over and curl, and their hand will actually even kind of curl over a little bit too. So it's just strange that just that one finger just decided to do that.
Right.
It doesn't look natural. And when you look at the other photo, those fingers appear straight. So what happened in between photos?
Anything else on that?
And
Go ahead.
and the other thing, like I just want to reiterate, is if his hand spasmed when he shot himself, and the gun should have still been in his hand. With his fingers being the way they are, the gun should have still been in his hand, not fallen out. His hand wouldn't have gone back into that position if his hand opened and dropped the weapon, and then that one finger just curled back to the trigger position.
Yep.
I mean, it would make more sense if the gun were still in his hand. That rarely happens. It can happen, but it's very rare. Usually, like Sophia was saying, what she was told, I was told the same thing. As soon as you get shot, your muscles lose control, and the first thing that happens is the gun drops. That's why they often find the gun underneath a person's body. They'll go into a scene and they won't see a weapon or anything until they go to move the body, because the body will have fallen on top of the weapon. Because the weapon falls, then the body falls.
Yeah, and how does a person shoot himself and then his hands end up like this? This is so crazy.
It's staged. It's all
so crazy.
staged.
Anything else with this image? For me, it's it's this blue tube thing here. So it's that thing, how that thing is up, and then all of a sudden that thing falls down. That's kind of weird. Even where this laptop is, or this Surface Pro, that is documented later on, that Kamel's sister says that Kamel and Rania were watching something on Netflix. On Netflix, by the way. They were watching something on Netflix, and David came up from the basement and shot them from behind. Who told her that? First of all, who would tell her that?
Really?
And why would she think that that was even partially true? I mean, how sheltered could she be to actually believe that?
Well, they should be able to prove that too, because you have to have an account to stream on Netflix. So they would have been able to go back and check and see if they were streaming at a certain time when they think that it occurred, like to see how much they were streaming on Netflix.
So I think the last internet activity was December 26th, and I don't know if that's in the police reports. I know it's been floating around there in news media and all that stuff, but I don't know if that is in the police reports. If it's not in there, if it's not in their documents, then I kind of question it. But I think based on what, I think it was Tom Lydon maybe, but of course he said a lot of things that were not true. But definitely they would know, you're definitely right, they would know where the activity was. So maybe they told her and they didn't want to tell anybody else. But even that really, it just shows when they were watching something, what they were watching, but it doesn't, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't determine time of death.
Right. And which is even weirder when you think about Kamel's gravestone that says December 25th. So if there was internet activity all the way until December 26th, why does her tombstone say December 25th? It's just a weird date. It's just another thing to add to the spiritual, the paranormal angle, all of that, which we will definitely cover in a future show here. But
well, their death certificates state the day that they were found as their date of death,
which would be January 17th, which obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And so they go back and
they're
they
pick that.
Mm-hmm.
Just to pick that date.
What was the date that when his dad was reading out of the journal entries, and he says, and then David killed his wife and child and then himself. What date was that supposed to have been?
That was supposed to be Christmas morning, and it was a script because he flips that page over and he was like, oh, there's nothing else to read.
So do they
script.
assume? So do they assume that he killed them and he stayed alive for another day and did stuff and streamed or did whatever on the internet, and since there's internet activity on the 26th, he just hung out and was on the internet, and then on the 26th he killed himself?
Yep, basically.
The Gray State people have said that he stayed alive for 3 more days. I've seen Sean Wright and Robert Elliott, I think that's his name, repeat that several times, that he stayed alive for 3 days. He was walking around the house, playing in their blood and stuff. I mean, the lies get more elaborate as time goes on.
Yeah, they had to backtrack.
Have a Netflix account.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They also have Amazon Digital Services too.
Mason Hendricks was. He said that one of the last things that David did was to contact him. That's what he says. So it's all about he said, she said, she said. But it's.
There's no proof of that.
And there's nothing weird. There's nothing that shows that David snapped in those conversations. In everything that these people say, they don't say that David was doing anything weird, that he was doing anything, if David snapped, he's not going to go on to Netflix and watch a film or watch anything on there. That's not going to happen. You know, nothing that they say makes sense. They would only, every time that we would catch them in some lie, in a contradiction, they would change their story. And they would only change their story to people that caught them in those lies. So that's why we have so many conflicting stories from the same people. You know, I could probably ask 20 people, what did Sean Wright tell you? When Sean Wright contacted you, when Danny Mason contacted you, when Mason Hendricks contacted you, when you talked with Kamel's sister, they're all telling different stories. Now, I think Kamel's sister is a little bit different, because I do think that she just kind of went with whatever they were saying. I think it was only after Eric Nelson's film, that's when Kamel's sister actually realized that these guys were full of crap. Up until that point, I do think she kind of was giving them the benefit of the doubt, and she was following whatever they were saying. A lot of the stuff that they were telling me, she was repeating that stuff separately. So they had to have been telling her that. If it was the Apple Valley telling her that, that's a whole nother thing. But when I question the Apple Valley, you know, they're telling me different things than what Sean Wright is telling me, than what Mason Hendricks is telling me. So who do you think I'm gonna, I'm not gonna believe Hendricks or Sean Wright over the Apple Valley, even though I have issues with the Apple Valley. I'm still gonna take their word over those two goons, definitely.
Mhm.
Always.
Well, and the other weird thing is, okay, so he was supposed to have stayed alive for another 3 days with the curtains wide open. He left the curtains wide open and didn't think anything about that. He didn't think, oh, I better close the curtains because I have my wife and child that I've murdered laying on the floor, so I might should close the curtains. He just left those wide open while he went around doing all the weird crap he was supposed to have been doing. Okay, that makes real sense.
Yep. So Johanna asks, why would friends know more than the family? Yeah, that's a good question. It kind of feels like they were kind of some of the friends were feeding the answers to the family, and I don't know. I mean, you kind of okay. Here's the Crowley side of the family. I know Dan has talked about the other side, Kamel's side. The Crowley side of the family, David's sister is not in this documentary. I think that's a big point. You know, I mean, she's talking to David's wife. They're going back and forth, blah blah blah. You know, and she's not in this film. To me, that has always been a big thing that I've always kind of wondered why she wasn't. I've always wondered why the crowd, you know, of all the people that have come after us, that have attacked us, that have tried to play all these different games, the Crowley side, at least for me personally, they've never ever, I've never been able to trace any other drama or anything back to them ever.
I must say that this is Dan. I must say that Dan Crowley Jr. was very pleasant on an email that he sent to me thanking me for my donation to the GoFundMe. $15. He said, "Thank you. We're going to put this toward much-needed medical bills for Nyla." And he was very pleasant. That was the only interaction I had with him. But remember, the biggest backlash I've ever faced in these 5 years was when I mentioned David's brother Dan was possibly a suspect in this crime. They came out of the woodwork to come after me. They came out of the woodwork. And that was when, the very next morning, I got comments from my immediate family on Facebook saying, "Who's this Sean Wright that just instant messaged me last night saying that your son and your brother is a psycho, nut job?" He started instant messaging on Facebook my immediate family members after I made that claim. That really sent them off the hook. And now we are 5 years later. More than likely, that's the very closest thing to the truth that we have. Not that he did it, but that he's involved in some way, shape, or form, directly or indirectly. And boy, they came after me. That justice page went ballistic. How dare you blame the brother? And now we're 5 years later, and it's looking more and more and more like David's very inner circle, and quite possibly family members, that perpetrated this crime. Disgusting. There it is.
And so all of that money, whenever they raise, what was it, 8,000?
Yes.
It's more than that's more than what it cost David to make the trailer. Whatever happened with that? I know you've talked about that many times.
It was raised on the GoFundMe. The goal was $6 million. 8,000 was raised, and in talking with Mr. Alam, the father of Komel, he was really basically incensed that someone would set up some type of thing like this without his knowledge. He was upset, and Sidra, the sister of Komel, was instructed. They instructed her to, whoever built this, set up the campaign to pull it down. And so, sure enough, he did, which was Dan Crowley. Now, we do know that when I received that receipt by making that donation, it did say that it went into the bank account of Dan Crowley Jr. So we know that he set it up into his personal bank account at first. Whether that was on purpose or that was the intent or not, once the money was raised to funnel it over to the family, regardless, it went into his account. It took several weeks later for Sidra to say that yes, we did get the money back. And when I questioned, I said, "Do you have I gave three different scenarios. I said, did it come through on a wire transfer? Did they send a check? Was there a bank transfer? How did he do this from Minnesota down to their family in Texas? Did he FedEx a personal check? How did he do it?" She just said it's taken care of. It's all done. So we don't officially know if the money ever got back into the hands of the Alam family or not. They claimed it did. I don't see that happening, and I think she wanted it to just go away. So she told me that it's been, quote, taken care of.
Okay. Well, there it is. So this image here was from February 9th, 2015?
15.
Dan? And
Yes.
Mason Hendricks is already telling him to get your ass back home. That's pretty weird. Alright, so he's there in Vegas just chilling, hanging out.
Just weeks after his brother, sister-in-law, and his niece were slaughtered.
Okay, so and Mason Hendricks is telling him to get back home on February 9th, and it's only about another 9 days until until item 57 is discovered. And they're keeping him out of the picture You know, it's just a weird thing. When you look at the people that the Crowley family and the Lom family surrounded themselves with, these are not people to surround yourself with.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up, Greg. The magic bullet was not even recovered at this point on February 9th. Judy Prochnow her name wasn't even mentioned in this. She hadn't even made her account to join the Facebook group until February 14th. I remember that because it's Valentine's Day when she first appeared. So we were still focusing on the GoFundMe was the big talk back then. Who created it, why they created it, and why such a large amount as the goal.
Yeah.
So sure enough, this gentleman created it. We also know that Dan would have known Comel, because it's his brother's wife, and would have known Rania a little bit because for visiting the family was from, but the extended family, the parents lived in Texas. So Anjum and Nyla living in Texas. They came to Minnesota, I think, once or twice to visit. Once upon, I think, Comel's graduation from college or her master's degree, and once for something else. And so Dan Crowley Jr. may have run into the mother a maximum of twice. And so would have known her in passing, maybe an introduction. But he was quick to set up a GoFundMe to collect money for the medical bill of this woman he did not even know, and set up the bank account with his personal bank account and routing information on the GoFundMe. Very strange behavior to raise money for someone that he does not know, unless it's just a coincidentally a very nice thing. He was just very nice, very polite, very caring.
Very caring, yes.
So, in your opinion, do you think that money would have been used to go towards him or towards funding the movie they were?
I think go towards funding the movie and the project to move forward. Every that would have helped for these guys.
You're talking about the $6 million?
What would have been raised, and maybe you got to think in the mind of a criminal. He wants to set up a GoFundMe, and he sets $6 million, thinking, well, there's no way we're going to raise that. But even if we raise between 1 and 5, up to $1 million or something, that would be plausible in his head, and then they can plow that money back into the Gray State Project. And at the same time, pay off repocket the money that one could argue that he used to pay the hitman. If one wanted to argue that, he could recoup some of that because that was out-of-pocket money. Someone was paid to carry out the commission of the crimes, and the only family that had any money was the Crowleys. Sean Wright didn't have any money. He was waiting for the Rise to be released and available for purchase.
Right.
That didn't go too well when he went online, David Crowley, and says, I'm going to give it away for free.
Right.
Annie August Mason didn't have any funds. And so, neither did Mason Hendricks, who's struggling career as running a photography business. And Crowley Jr. was running, training and cross-training as a personal trainer, kind of odd jobs in between his 2 DWI arrests. So they didn't have a lot of money or cash, and they thought this would be a good way to swing it while making ourselves look as caring individuals, shed ourselves in a good light, because I think back then they were still thinking that they would have been, possible. I think they were still nervous about being, considered suspects. So they thought, let's wipe this away and create a medical GoFundMe to really shed us in good light. And at the same time, possibly make some money that we could use to go into production and finish this movie. I think that's why Dan Crowley Jr. was involved. That was the only connection to get that script to fall into their laps. The next of kin wouldn't have worked if Danny August Mason was so angry and said and thought to himself, "I want to kill David Crowley." He couldn't benefit because he wasn't a beneficiary on the will, the life insurance policy, the business, nothing. He wasn't connected at all. Mason Hendricks, same way. Sean Wright, same way. And I think that's how they got Dan Crowley Jr. in the mix. Because they say, look, if you kill David, the only way that script falls into anyone else's lap is if you kill the remaining heirs to the asset, which required them to kill Comel, who was probably not even part of the plan, and Rania. So they had to kill all three to make that script fall back into the Crowley family, whether it's the father, Dan Sr., or the mother, Kate. But Dan Jr. was working very closely with the father on all this, wanting to move forward. We already have evidence that Dan Crowley Sr. was interested in this because he wanted the rights to the script, and he's moving forward with registering some of this stuff with the project. Dan Crowley Jr., I don't think had any interest in the movie or the production, but he was quickly making fast friends with these other guys if he could use the money, the angle of the cash, and the fact that he was next of kin to some extent, that they would be able to get that script and move forward. So he was kind of used, I think, and manipulated and compromised because that was the only way Danny Mason was going to be able to move forward with this movie, or the script, which that script had a value of $30 million. They went and pitched it to other producers in Hollywood that weren't as good, even smaller budget. I've said this before. I said I think that he'd be happy if someone would have offered him $15 million just to get the thing out there, because these guys were looking to get rich and make money. They were not into getting out this message like David Crowley was. So I think they had to ensnare Dan Jr. in this whole mix because he had both the cash and his father, and they were next of kin to make that script fall right into their lap. But the only way the only way this was going to be successful is if you kill all the members of the family. Then you don't get into who's on the will, who's the beneficiaries, or anything else, because it's going to drop to next of kin and it's going to fall right into their laps anyway. So that's how I think, personally, how this all came to be. I don't think Dan Crowley was involved in the killings, but he had the cash, the wherewithal to pay people that had the motive both to want him dead and the motive to want cash, which is Sean Wright and Danny August Mason, and to some extent, potentially Eric Sayward, who was struggling without cash, had a criminal record, and there was a warrant out for arrest when this all took place. And he has a long history of violent behavior. So you can kind of put the pieces together of how all this was orchestrated. And I think Dan Crowley Sr., once he found out what really happened with the $50,000 and the script and the plans, he thought, boy, I could possibly benefit now. If this script stays in our family, I'm not going to turn in my son for the fraud at the bank. I don't want to lose both sons. I'll go along with the narrative, put my head down, and shake my head yes to whatever they ask, and throw my son David under the bus as a psychotic murderer in exchange for having my life go unadulterated for the rest of my life. But he's the one who's got to sleep with it. And I think that's when Kate got into the mix and she started putting this stuff together. I think that's where the fourth Crowley family member was taken out in a 7-month period.
Thank you, Dan.
You're welcome. It's disgusting, really, is what it is.
Hmm. And we want people to understand that when David went and was talking about the 30 million, he wasn't talking about an actual check that he was putting into his account. It was going towards the movie. I've seen some people say, oh, he was killed because of the funds for the movie. And that's not correct. If he was killed for the movie by people surrounding him, it wouldn't have been an instant payout for them. They would have had to get the rights for that movie and stuff. And we understand that process.
And that's correct, Sophia. That's a very important piece to make. That would have been the production cost expenses that would have been allotted or earmarked to produce that film. Now, it could have gone to Hollywood and gone to the big picture, and it could have, grossed or returned, $120 million on a big, as far as the money at the ticket box office. But they were going to think that 30 million could be enough for the production costs and to pay the salaries and whatnot. They were not even going to use David Crowley as the director. They were going to bring in a director and then just use David Crowley as, I don't even know what his role was going to be. But the first thing they said is that they did not want Danny August Mason to be part of the cast at all, so they needed to get him out of there because he thought that he was the co-founder, he was the co-creator, he was given promise by David Crowley that he'd be the lead actor in this big budget Hollywood film. So the entire 3 years, from 2012 with the trailer to 2014, or even before that, 2 to 3 years, he had dollar signs in his eyes that he was promised all these things. So when David sends him a legal notice to say, sign away your rights, we're moving forward without you, he was upset. He felt betrayed. Sean Wright spending all his blood, sweat, and tears putting together this documentary that he said his own words, that this is 90% my documentary, thinking, finally I'm going to get out of my financial problems, my financial stress, I'm going to have some cash. David says on December 9th, I'm going to give it away for free. Give it away for free. Sean Wright's probably sitting thinking, excuse me, who decided all this? Weren't you going to contact me, have a sit-down discussion about giving something away for free? Even if those DVDs would have been, I've used the example, $19, in a bin at Best Buy or at a movie, at a shopping, store on the shelves, even for $20. Imagine how many of those sales would have been they would have generated. But David Crowley says, I'm going to give it away for free because I abhor the Alex Jones AJ way of doing things by selling. It was more important to him to get the message out. Sean Wright was not interested in the message. He was interested in the dollar signs. So at the end of December, both Danny Mason, Sean Wright, wanted, for a use of a lack of a better word, wanted David Crowley dead. They were incensed by late December. So there's your means, motive, and opportunity. Not saying they did it, but they would be your first people to be brought in as suspects to begin ruling them out. You'd have to bring in the people with the means, motive, and opportunity. But when you get people lying to authorities, like Danny August Mason did in his police report, he told authorities he was nothing more than an actor in the film. They asked him if he had any business connections, any partnerships. Did he have a title in the company? Nope, nope, nope. I have nothing. I was merely working as an actor. When he was the co-creator, co-founder.
And if he really was in real life, why isn't his name on the paperwork for the guild and the copyright?
I think it was an ego thing. I think it was all that was in his head because he was the one who started the business or the company. He started David Crowley down this path and basically opened his eyes to some of these things as far as being, he thought of himself as red-pilling David Crowley to wake up to what's going on in the real world. And then when he got that letter in the mail saying, please sign away your rights, that did not go over too well. And this was late August, early September. So the brewing, all this was brewing the entire month of September. The first half of October, because we know the middle of October, $50,000 was withdrawn, which may have had nothing to do with anything at all. But if it did, it shows pre-planning, premeditation.
And then, oh, sorry.
And then I'll just wrap it up quickly. In November, there was still stress back and forth with these emails flying around. Please sign off your rights. Please sign up your rights. David then imposed a deadline of December 16th. He said, if you don't write off that, get that legal form to me, I'm moving forward without you. I think it was December 16th. And that's when we get the last communication from Danny August Mason trying to call, trying to reach out, trying to text, hey, give me a call, buddy, was the last text, I think. Let's touch base. I want to talk to you about this whole thing. David, by this time, says not interested. And the very next day, December 17th, David writes an email to Jason Allen, would you like to be the executive producer? We're excited about moving forward. And it all fits together.
And then when they were doing their interviews and with Ben Swan, he immediately mentions the Gray State Universe, and then files later, a few months later, I believe, was it May that he filed?
It was May, yes.
The Gray State Universe. So he had to have been planning this for quite a while.
Yes, correct.
I'm just wondering if he was planning on stealing it from David before David had ended up dead, because for him to come up with it immediately seems very convenient. I'd like to say hi to everybody in the chat. We're up to 45, 46 people. This is amazing.
Wow, awesome.
We even have Catherine in the chat. Hey!
Hey, Catherine.
We miss you so much.
We love you.
Oh, anything else off of that PowerPoint that we need to go over?
I think that's I think we covered a lot. Can you guys still hear me here? I'm trying to go here on my backup stream. Okay.
Well, I'm not listening to the YouTube version, but I can hear you through the...
You can hear me here? Okay. All right. Yeah, I just want to make sure people can hear me there. Hopefully you can. I'm going to try to see. Let me see what's on the YouTube. Okay, you can see that. Hope you can see the, I pulled up the agenda here. So maybe in a few seconds you'll be able to see that. Like you can. if you're on YouTube, let me know if you can see the agenda I have here.
I'm just going to plug Catherine's goodbye video because she covered so much wonderful information in it. So anybody listening who hasn't heard her video, please go to Catherine Michelle's YouTube channel and listen to them because it was pretty good. I actually cried.
So it was great. It was great.
And we will gladly welcome her back when she's ready to dig in again.
Well, she's done so much for us. You know, I can't thank her enough. You know, if you want to find somebody to bounce some ideas off of, to get a good, honest view, you know, Dan, Sophia, Catherine, a couple other people, I mean, and that's what you have to do. You have to be willing to just say, you know what, this is what I think now. You know, help me understand what I'm not seeing. Show me some other views, even if we don't agree. You know, those are the best people to bounce ideas off of. I totally stay away from people that are trying to convince me that this is what happened, this is it. You know, I got the answer, here's what happened, go with this, you guys can get this done, you know. Everybody needs to come to their own view. They need to look at this, and she's just been a great asset.
Absolutely. I know the other night when we were going back and forth, gosh, what was it? We were talking about something, and I told her, I was like, hey, let's just brainstorm. Let's work this through. Let's get through it. We can do this. It's okay not to agree with every single thing, but, I mean, we can have our views and we can still brainstorm at the same time. And that's what I enjoy about the group. And if you don't know already, we have a bunch of files in the group at the top of it. Dan and Greg both have blogs, and in those blogs you can also see photos of the crime scene, but not the bodies. And there's all the records and everything that we've received by FOIAs. And feel free to look at those and start brainstorming and researching off of those.
Let's see, I'm gonna go here. And Paulette had some great things that we should bring up about the rabbit holes, the repetitive actions of things previously discussed, how, why, when, where the case will go beyond where we are at now. I know Paulette also asked Dan Hinnon and myself, you know, where do you see yourself 5 years from now? Which is kind of like I feel like I'm like at a job interview or something like that. Like, but obviously, I don't think we want to be here 5 years from now. But I do try to look at where I think we should be at 5 years from now. I think we should be at a court case. You know, we should be back in court. We should be where at least we have the video, some of the more documents. You know, I want everything. There is a lot that we got, but there is a lot that we did not get. So at least 5 years from now, I think we should have that. But What do you guys think?
I'm hoping not to be here in 5 years discussing the same thing over and over.
Over and over again. We're on a 5-year replay. Just yeah.
It's 10 years. Let's play the 5-year thing. No, I'm hoping that the docu-series will have been produced and that we have a chance to have it reopened, or that we officially find somebody to do an exclusive story and blow Apple Valley and the BCA out of the water for evidence tampering and crime scene staging. But we'll see.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute myself here. So, just trying to think of anything else that we have here that we have not covered. Got here. Okay, so this is. Oh, so the notepad. Okay, we have the notepad.
Yeah.
I think we're finally here. This kind of bothered me because what I was looking at was okay, the visual ridge detail of blood was found on these pages, and it was just like, okay, page 30, 31, front and back, 32, 33, 34, and 58. Those are the pages that visual ridge detail of the blood was found. It's not found on any of these other pages. So here is, go ahead.
And the ridge detailed was found on the page behind the Submit to Allah.
Yeah, that was the weirdest thing. So you would think it would be on page 30, right? You would think that one of these here, any of this stuff here, would be conclusive to David, but it's not. Nothing on page 30, where this writing is, there's nothing conclusive that ties it to David. Now on the next page, yes, one of these things is the ridge detail that they do tie to David Crowley for his left middle finger. Just a whole nother thing, but that's it. So I thought that it was on page 30, but no, it's on page 31. And you'll notice, 41A-30B means the backside. So this was written on the back side. This wasn't written on the front side. And so looking at this, and I want to get your guys' views on this one here, because looking at this, it's more proof of a stage scene. What you have here is this blood that's just on these pages that are flipped. The pages are flipped, and when I looked at it, I was like, wait a minute, it looks like they're almost, it's on the front side, it's on the front side, it's on the back side. It was just the way that everything is labeled, the way that that it's documented. It just seems staged. It's almost as if they're flipping from the back side to the front side. I don't know. That's what I first thought, but looking at it closer, if the only ridge detail that they can conclusively show is on page 31, let me go back to that. page 31. So we have here one more. Okay, so we have 30 and then page 31. You know, this is it. They don't even have proof that David wrote this. You know, they don't have proof that David's fingerprints, his bloody fingerprints, are on page 30 where this was written. I mean, I had at least thought that they would have something that would show that these ridge details, I mean, there's some good ridge detail stuff here. If I can zoom in here. There's some good ridge detail in the upper left corner. There's some good ridge detail next to Allah, and none of that is tied to David. The only thing that is tied to David is on the next page. And since they're flipping from 41A 30 on the back side, and then writing, you know, and there's blood on 31. Okay, so let's look at that, because what you have here is where they're going back. So this isn't like they're going, okay, he's writing this, he's writing that. No, this is going backwards. They're flipping, this is my view, they're flipping backwards from page 58. They're starting from the back. The blood starts from page 58. Goes to 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, and ends up on page 30. There's no way, according to what their theory is, that David wrote this wording on page 30. There's no reason for me to think that David is going to write this on page 30 and then flip to 31, 32, 33, 34, and then all the way to 58. There's too much flipping in this notebook for it to not be staged. Now, you can go back and say David staged this. You know, he was flipping. He purposely chose this page. He purposely flipped halfway through this notepad to this page. But what we know is, what they say is that this was open to this page, to page 30. That means this is the last page flipped. He's flipping from the back, or somebody is flipping from the back of this notepad to page 30, purposely. That's staged.
And if you look at the BCA, the huge file that Greg and I both received over a year ago, they copied the notepad and put it in that file. And you'll see that there are plenty of pages where there is room, a lot of room, to write that submit to Allah now, or whatever it's saying. So there's a very specific reason why they picked that particular page to write that. And we're flipping through the notebook to do that. There's blank pages. There's pages with only like a couple lines with several words filled in, and that's it, with lots of space and everything. But they picked that particular page to write it. And it's extremely odd.
So going back to Paulette's question.
You open the file.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you will be able to show everybody exactly what I'm talking about, because it's very hard to describe, but there were plenty of options to write that note, but they picked that particular page. The one in front of the page that they picked is completely blank. Was there anything else that you wanted to cover, Greg?
Okay, sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. I was like, what are we dead air right now, or?
Yeah, I got cut off here. I don't know how much of my rant you guys heard or not, but let me try to log back in here. Alright, so tell me what you see on my screen right now. Hopefully you see.
I can't quite tell.
Okay.
I see a bunch of boxes. Are you looking at YouTube, or?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at YouTube.
Okay.
Well, gotta go to my third backup here. Okay. We'll get there. Alright.
Okay, I see that you're looking at the BCA file. You're trying to get to the notepad?
Yeah, I was trying to get to the notepad there, and then I also want to try to get to the stream if I can. If it will let me. And I wanted to try to go through some of the chat. Let's get into the chat room here. So I know we have a lot of good things going on there.
Hey guys, this is Dana. I'm going to be jumping off here. It's 11:30 my time.
Okay, Dan. Any final words you want to say?
Final words, but thanks for everyone in the chat room. It was awesome. Good job, Greg. Good job, Sophia. And
Thank you.
I'm going to jump off. Thanks again. It was good. Good overview, I think.
Awesome.
All right. All right.
See you soon.
All right. See you. Bye-bye.
All right. I'm going to try to pull up this. Yeah, I don't care what games YouTube is trying to play. We're going to try to beat their game here. They're not going to stop us. Where's the chat? There it is. Okay, let's go through some of these chat things here. Try to go back as far as I can. Okay. You guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Outlaw Bob Barker. Why did you choose David's story to follow so extensively? You know, I didn't really want to follow this case extensively. I pretty much thought that that there would be a lot of other alternative media sources that would cover this, that would look at this, that would say, yes, this is everything we've been talking about. Everything we've been talking about since 2004, since 2005, all leading up to David's trailer in 2012, ending with his death in 2014, 2015, whichever date you want to go with. I expected that there would be a lot more alternative news media that would be involved with this. I expected We Are Change to take head, to be on the front line of this. I expected InfoWars to be on the front line. I expected Adam Kokesh to be on the front line of this. This is everything that these guys have been talking about. And then something real happens and they all pussy out. That was my biggest problem. That bothered me. All of these guys who were tough guys, keyboard warriors, real keyboard warriors, all of a sudden things get real. We Are Change, Luke Rudowski, Alex Jones, all of these guys, Ben Swan, all of these guys who had David on their show, they all just chickened out. And that bothered me because I was already kind of suspect about a lot of these guys. And it was like everything that I was hoping was not true turned out to be true. That when the chips were down and when something serious really happened, where were these guys? Where were all of these guys who were sitting there for years telling me what I should do? Telling me how I should handle September 11th? Telling me what I should do about the coming police state. And here you have a clear-cut case of somebody who is obviously a victim of the police state. And these guys all chicken out. They showed me their true colors, and that bothered me because I had followed them. You know, I had given them I wanted to believe that they were really going to stand up when things got rough. Let me tell you, if they can't stand up for something as simple as David Crowley, those people will never stand up for when something real happens, for when the real coming police state, whatever you want to think is going to happen. These people are not going to stand up for you. They're going to sell out. They sold David Crowley out. They sold him down a river. And they were right there with them. So,
we had one of the members ask us if somebody was still maintaining David's cell phone account. And the answer was, back in May, I think it was May, I had gone to AT&T to ask about certain codes, and they pulled up his account. Now, mind you, we weren't in his account. They just pulled it up, and they told me that it was still active. Now, it had been put on hold, but for non-payment, and it had been on hold for almost 30 days. The account was enough to have 2 lines on it, and it was under Crowley LLC, David Crowley LLC, and we looked that up and we didn't find anything. But the next day I went to a different AT&T and asked the same exact questions about the codes because I still hadn't gotten my answer in regards to that. They looked the account up and I said, yes, I know, when he pulled it up, that it would be on hold. And he said, no, it's not on hold anymore. It was paid. So at that time, it was active. I haven't gone back to AT&T to ask. So as of right now, I have no answer. But as of May 2019, it had been active. The number was recycled, but his AT&T account was still active. So I guess I really should go back and ask.
Any other?
Let's see here.
I mean, I feel like when my stream dropped, I lost a lot of the chat, so I'm trying to go back here through the chat right now.
They were saying goodbye to Dan.
Okay.
I was trying to answer that question, and then you were...
Wow, a lot of other people's stream crashed too. Okay.
Mhm.
I wasn't the only one. All right.
Yeah, I had to back out a couple times because I wasn't seeing the chat.
Yeah, me too. It was weird. So I think I know Paulette. Paulette, let us know if we got your question wrong or anything like that. But she had brought up some really good points about, how do we basically, and this is my interpretation of what Paulette had sent me, so she can correct me in the chat room if I'm wrong here. But it kind of seems like, how do we deal with the repetitive things and all of the new things? We have so many new people that are coming into the group asking the same questions. Obviously, we don't want to deter them from asking those same questions, and maybe Paulette kind of help us. Let me see if I still have that here. So, yeah, the rabbit holes and the repetitive actions. So I think those are those are two of the big things that still keep coming back up, because there are many rabbit holes that you can go down. There are some rabbit holes that people want you to go down that we don't need to go down. So how do you avoid that? How do you deal with that? How do you deal with being hit from so many angles, and there's just so much going on? My only answer and my only thing is just, keep it simple. Keep it as simple as possible. Focus on the facts. Focus on the research documents. Focus on the photos that we have. Start there. Once you feel comfortable that you've understood all of that, then I really think that will help you deal with a lot of the other things that are speculation, that might sound true but might not be true. It kind of helps you deal with all of that. I think if you start with the government did this, that's not a good way to start. I also think that if you start with this was foul play, that's also not a good way to start. So somewhere in the middle is where I think you need to just start with these documents and just go with that. The problem is we have so many people that have started with the documentary or have started with what the alternative media said. So, that already knocks you a couple steps back. What do you think about that?
We had another question about the music that was playing and where they could find the list. And the list has been loaded to the group files.
Okay, let me go there. Let's go into the file section. Okay, so in the file section, the Equifax. Okay, so which document were they looking for?
The music list that was playing, this should be in the file section. Let me see.
I'm not seeing it here. What's I'm missing?
I know that I had it. Maybe it was just photographs. I know that I posted it. I'll look at the photos.
Yeah, I'm going through the documents here. Oh, you know what? They're not sorted. And regarding that, it seems like there were, I mean, wasn't it weird that one of the songs that was playing in the Sloppymentary was also one of the songs that was on David Crowley's, that was on his playlist? There were a lot of things like that. I mean, even including David Crowley into the credits and all that was really weird. But
Oh, yeah.
to include the songs that were on a playlist that they say he killed his family with, to include that into the documentary, on a Netflix documentary on A&E, it's just weird. It's just, what are you guys doing? They're staging all of this stuff. It's really odd. It's very odd behavior.
So odd. I thought I had that. Where did it go? I'll get it again.
Okay, so Paulette says, I think my main concept is, if this was a cover-up at the highest level, why do you believe that this case will ever be reopened or solved? And then Jesse says, now we died by Machine Head. Okay, so that's who it is. Why do you believe this case will ever be reopened or solved? You know, there's something spiritually that tells me that this case will be reopened. And I also believe that the case is solved. The case is solved in a sense that this is not a double murder suicide. All we have to do is to not let this case die. Do not let this case become a double murder suicide. That's on us now. That is our biggest challenge. How do you keep this case going? How do you say, you know what, I'm going to spend 5 more years. I'm going to spend 10 more years, whatever it takes. That's a big effort. It's easy to say. It's hard to really follow through with. And I think that's why a lot of people have not said it, because they're not sure if they can follow through with it. Because it's a big deal. But I do think that as long as we keep this case relevant, as long as we keep talking about it, that will lead to reopening this case and to eventually solving this case. But, you know, I don't think it's going to be I don't think it's going to be like a Perry Mason TV show. You know, I don't think there's going to be this guy that we catch saying the wrong thing and they finally say, okay, I did it, blah, blah, blah. I don't think we're going to get that. So it's going to be it's a letdown for people that are like, hey man, we've been looking at this for 5 years and we haven't solved this case yet. You know, we've been looking at this for a very long time. We have all of this stuff here. How do we get some progress? And I don't know how to give those people hope. You know, I don't know how to say, hey, if we just do A, B, C, D, boom, you know, done. It's not going to work like that. This case is very different.
It's very different from any case that I've ever looked into. And that includes 911, and that includes John F. Kennedy. It's very different. It's just something very spiritual here that I feel from my own view. So I do believe that this case will be reopened one day. I don't know when. I don't know how long that's going to take. You look at the Kurt Cobain case, and you look at the film Soaked in Bleach. If you watch that movie, you understand Kurt Cobain did not kill himself. He is not guilty. That is a victory. You know, that is what everybody has been looking for. It doesn't matter what a court says. It doesn't matter what the police say. It matters what the truth is. And Soaked in Bleach, after I watched that, I was 100% convinced that Kurt Cobain was not guilty. That's the response that I want. I want to get that from this case. I already feel that I have it. There's no way that they will ever tell me that David Crowley is guilty. So we've already won. We just got to keep it going. We just got to keep letting people know we've already won, because they don't know that we've already won. They don't know that this case has already been proven, that there's no way they can ever prove David Crowley guilty. That is a victory. That means that he is not guilty. The more that we talk about it, the more that we do things like we're doing right now, the more that it will show other people there is no way David Crowley is guilty. And we do have a big challenge. We do have a lot of people that want this case to just die off. We have people that come after us. We have people that come after us in weird ways, in very strange ways. But it does not matter. From a spiritual point, for me, all that matters is that we keep going and that we keep letting people know that David Crowley is not guilty. That is how we are going to win. And I do believe that if we keep doing that, it will lead to the case being reopened, or somebody else will step in and say, hey, let's take another look, or a family member will finally stand up and say, let's re-examine this. Let's look deeper into this. That's all that it takes. And the people that have been standing in our way know that. They know how little it will take, but they know who has the power to make those things happen, so they go after them. They go after them much more than they would ever come after us. That's why you see the same people circling like sharks, circling the same people, trying to make sure that they are like, you guys are okay with this, you understand, do whatever you want, but just remember, David Crowley is guilty. Don't talk about it, and you'll be fine. That's like a payoff. And that's not true. And people don't like that. People don't like to be tricked. They don't like to be told what they should think and what they should not think. And that's why, just talking about this stuff has become a very big threat to some people who want to believe that David Crowley is guilty, which is fine. Believe whatever you want.
Thank you so much, Greg.
Yeah, I'm ranting.
It's okay. We all get this way, especially from time to time, and I know that I've gotten on rants. We had a member ask us about, they were watching The Rise and they could hear something in the background, and that was a copyright for the music because The Rise had been leaked to the internet, and so what it was saying jewel beats. And it was only when the music was playing. And then I wanted to let everybody know that I did upload the list just now to the group. I could have sworn I did it. I uploaded everything else. So odd.
Okay. All right. Well,
And-
anything else? I think we've gone here about 4 hours, unless anybody else has any final points here. I mean, we're at
I was
5
asked
years.
to post a link, but I can't post links in the chat, unfortunately. I believe that Paulette can because she has adminship or moderatorship or whatever, but I don't have that. She's got a little...
Why don't you have that? Why don't you have it?
You never gave it to me, Greg. You don't trust me.
I don't know if I ever gave it to anybody, but okay.
I'm just not special enough. I understand.
Well, then it's on Paulette. She has to post everything. I'm just going to go through...
No, I can't post any links in the comments, Paulette. But I believe that you can.
I don't know if she can or not.
Yes. That's why your name is blue, or that's why your name is in blue. You have the power.
She has she has moderator status. Okay. She has that. What's up with that, Paula?
Yeah, I don't have that. Oh my
I don't
goodness.
have that. I don't have
You own the channel.
I can't even moderate my own channel, apparently. All right. Well, it's all on you, Paulette. Post it all. But I do have file doesn't open. Okay. Let's see if I have anything else here. So how do we get beyond? Okay, how, why, when, where will this case get beyond where we are now?
I'm going to check the file, Paulette. She says the file gives her an error, that she can't open it. Which is weird because... format is not supported. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to delete it and see if I can open it from my Dropbox, because I just tested it before I posted it. Where did I put it? Don't again. Okay, that opens. Format is not supported. Why am I able to open it in my email though? Greg, if I send you this, would you be able to do it for me, please?
Yeah, what's the format?
I'm gonna WPS, but I'm able to open it from my email. It's just when I get it to my Dropbox, I can't open it after that. I'm gonna send it to you in email. Which is extremely odd. No, it's a PDF, which it should be able to open. Let me just take screenshots of it.
Let's see, what type of format? Yeah, it doesn't let me up.
It's okay.
Um,
I'll take screenshots of it and
Yeah, if you can share it in the Facebook group, I might be able to move to there.
it's just one of the members listening tonight wanted to see the copy and they're not on Facebook. Is there any way that they might be able to PM one of us, or not PM us, but email one of us,
Yeah, I don't think so.
and we can hand them the list that way? Aw, 2 dislikes. Gee, I wonder who that could be.
Only 2?
Right?
I was expecting more. Patty says, Paulette, wait, no, where's Patty? Patty. Oh, Johanna says, have you watched Escaping Exodus yet? No, I have not. Paulette, is it designated Smurfette? Okay, that's fine.
I
Yeah, I
love
don't
it.
know
I'm
if he's
still
racist
laughing
or
over
what.
the dislikes because how petty of them. Okay. You haven't even heard what we had to say. You just give us a dislike. You're so mature, people.
I mean, that's, you know, that's fine. I mean, we can't expect everybody to like this, but some people don't, you know, some people don't want to hear about this. They don't want to hear about it so much that they want to make sure that we don't talk about it.
Oh, I know exactly what they could do with their opinions.
What's that? Tell me.
Oh no, I think Catherine told them plenty of times in her video. I'm trying to keep it PG here.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know she had it in her. God bless her heart.
Oh, I did. I was I was so surprised that she yeah.
Okay, well, I went ahead and did screenshots of the playlist and added it to the group, and if you are able to put it in the PDF, that would be great. If not, then I'll just type it all out myself and we'll do our own file. Is there anything else that you want to cover?
Just going through my notes here. I don't think there's anything that we haven't covered here. So we'll hang on here for a few more minutes, but I think otherwise, we've gone over 4 hours now, so.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's still, you know, the bodies were still found on January 17th, 2015. That's where this all started. And there were many people like Mike Paxesny who wondered why nobody was reaching out to David, why nobody had talked to him or had tried to communicate with him in 3 weeks. Mike Paxesny is the guy who, at least one of the people who, after learning of David's death, he had a copy of Gray State v. Rise, and he put it out there. He put it out there on YouTube, and people started copying it and started looking at it, and that was the first big tell that there was something weird going on with this case. That was one of my big tells, was like, okay, I know Mike because I've been on Mike's show. We've talked about other topics, and for him to just put David Crowley's film out there, even though it's a quote unquote rough cut of his, I guess it's his documentary companion to whatever fictional film he was working on. Mike puts this film out there, people see it, and all of a sudden Mike says, at the request of the family, I'm going to take it down. So Mike has a lot of pressure. Guess who is putting pressure on Mike to take that film down? I'll give you one guess. And it starts with MFer. Sean Wright.
Mhm.
So we're back there. Why is Sean Wright so involved in this case? Why does he care? Why does he care what anybody else thinks about this? Why does he contact me and care so much about me, somebody that he does not know, did not know me, spent all this time contacting me, trying to convince me to not talk about the David Crowley case? How many other people do you think Sean Wright has contacted with the same line?
I don't know. I know he told Catherine basically the same stuff. I think Dan also. I'm the lucky one. I haven't been contacted. Not that I would respond. Oh no, I was contacted by the neighbor though. I'm not going to say her name because she's like Beetlejuice, The minute she hears her name, boom, she appears. But Patty is, I think, trying to get your attention.
Okay, Patty, what's up?
They want to see the pyramid picture on the, I guess it's that table that with the teapot on it.
Okay. All right, give me 1 second. Alright, just fixing my battery here. And we'll take a look at that. Okay, so it's definitely... Okay, Sophia, because I'm streaming here and I can't really look at I can't look at the chat room at the same time. I'm going to rely on you to relay anything in the chat room to me right now. Alright. Okay, so they want to see the image of that. Boom, think we can closer. Must have passed it. Okay, I need an image number. Back to the living. Okay. I think this is the one they're talking about, right? Alright, so I'm zooming in here on that image. Okay, so I got the image up here.
Sorry, my phone dropped the call. Can you hear me?
Alright, so I don't know if Sophia is still with us or not.
Can you hear me?
I do. Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. The call had dropped.
Yes.
I don't even know.
A couple times.
Okay.
That's alright. We're not going to be stopped. Remember that. No matter what they do. Alright, so I'm going to zoom in here on that. On the pyramid. Let me see. Let me go back to the chat here and see what's going on. Okay, Patty asked, she got that. She got that as a gift, stuffed animal, right? I don't know if she got it as a gift, but I do know that there's definitely 2 stuffed animals. There's one that's in some of the crime scene photos. So kind of in this area here, there's a lemur there, and then all of a sudden, in this area here, the lemur ends up over there. Or you can actually see it right here. So I don't know. I don't know why there's that cattail looking thing over here in this area. There's clearly a lemur. Maybe over here. So I mean, for me, I the whole hand is really the, you know, that's, I mean, I look at this and I'm just like, okay, I want to think that these 2 images have, that the hand should be in the same place. Okay, if it's not, then the police know it, Apple Valley Police know it, BCA knows it, everybody else in the house knows it. Go back. Okay, Patty says it was under the tree, then moved while the cops are there. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to argue with that because of where you see it. And then,
You know, so many people have asked if there was a cat in regards to this case. Even I asked that question at one time. I can't even remember what it was that got me to think about that.
yeah, because there was a cattail next to the Christmas tree. And then, that's what I thought that the lemur was that was next to the bodies. So obviously, if the cat tail that I thought was a lemur was next to the bodies, that can't be right. So, Gmail's like the worst ever. So you notice, okay, there's something here, right, in this corner, and then and maybe Patty can help us find what the image is that shows that lemur next to the Christmas tree. Maybe it's not the same thing.
The lemur next to the Christmas tree. Okay.
Maybe we're looking at two different things here.
It had to have been covered recently.
BCA 4452 shows where that tail is. So maybe there's another stuffed animal there. I don't know, but it's hard to think that this lemur, this is a lemur, like I first thought, BCA 4452. It's hard to believe that that lemur all of a sudden is over here where the bodies were. So maybe there's two. I don't know.
Is it the black one? Because there's one laying by the couch.
No, it's like right next to where David is, right next to his leg, to his left leg. There's something there. There's like a stuffed animal thing there.
Okay.
Something there. I don't know what it is.
Photo. And let me go to that photo.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. But yeah, there's no, it's hard to believe that there's two. So maybe there's two stuffed animals, you know. And unfortunately, every time I zoom in, it just reduces the quality of crap.
Yeah, this photo is so horrible.
Yeah. Well, because it's not a photo. It's inside of a PDF. So.
But there's another photo here. Let me send it to you, because after they are removed, it's just a living room with the carpet, and there's things laid out still. I sent it to you on Facebook. And that has to be like another stuffed animal type thing. It's all black. It does kind of look like a cat.
Yeah.
A scar.
Okay,
And
what's the image number? What's that image number? I want to pull up the raw one, because that's a very important one right there.
I know that I have it. Give me 1 minute.
Now let's look at this one. Let's look at BCA 5125. Here we can see the lemur. There's no tail there, so this lemur that was next to David is not the same stuffed animal, whatever it is, that's in the other, that's in BCA 4452. These are two separate things. Two completely separate things.
I have such a bad habit of deleting my photos after I crop them. I don't know. I have to go back. But yeah, doesn't that look like a cat in a way?
Yeah, BCA 4452. There's a tail there, but it's obviously a stuffed animal, some type of stuffed animal. That's a lot of hair. I mean, if you look at BCA 4452, there's just a ton of hair. And it's not just there. If you look at BCA 5125, even after they've, moved everything, the bodies are gone, they've marked everything is check marked, got the red tags. Look at all of that hair there. I mean, it's crazy how much hair is there. And how do they say what all of this hair is for? This is all supposed to be Camille's hair? That is a lot of hair. I mean, that looks like multiple people's hair. I don't know.
It just reminds me of when you go to the salon and you get a haircut, and when you walk in and you see everybody getting their haircut and the hair is all over the floor. I mean, it looks like multiple people. This photo tells so much. It really does. You could certainly tell that the bodies were moved because they don't line up with the staining. And it's just, I can't even imagine what it looked like when the police entered.
I mean, that was the other thing, because I know we had talked about the whole metadata thing, all of that, and I mean, I think Catherine and Dan have really, helped me kind of see all different sides of it and everything, and it makes me wonder, these images, is there a protocol to give certain images to the people, to label them differently? The problem with these images in general is, how do you have, obviously, if the BCA is going through this house, right? You kind of start at BCA 4361, 4362, right? And everything looks like it's in order. But as you go down this line, some of these things are just like, there's no order here. Everything is kind of, it's like, okay, all of a sudden they're in the kitchen, and then, they're here, I don't know, the order, the way that they took some of these photos, the only thing that we want to know is just, help us understand what these photos are, why you took these photos, so that we can try to understand, what your thought process was. You guys are going through this house, you're taking these photos, and then all of a sudden, you have new different photos. So, like, starting at BCA 4746, boom, now we're at number 2. So everything between BCA 4729 and BCA 4746, we weren't given. What do you think those images are?
I have no
Gotta be the bodies. Well, if we start it in BCA 4746, shows number 2. Well, what is number 1? Number 1 is the gun. So can we assume that everything between, that BCA 4730 and BCA 4745 is images of the bodies and of the gun? That's a lot of missing photos.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes on and on and on, and we're like, okay, now you ended in the basement. All of a sudden, we're back in the living room, which is where the real crime scene is. That's where the crime scene is. All three bodies are found in the living room. The whole focus should be on the living room. So there's a lot of things that are missing. The BCA photos, I think, are a lot more, I think they're done better than a lot of the other ones. But okay, maybe I'm rambling again. Let's see. Anything in the chat room here that we should cover?
Near number 42 is that gun show or a button on the floor. I guess if you could go back to the living room again.
Okay. Before the markers, I'm sure. Or no? Maybe.
Just keep in mind that those markers are all jumbled now in that photo because they were the bodies had already been removed and.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the, if you look at the documents that we were given, what you're seeing is it's in order of what we were given. So, okay, so somebody said item 42. Let's look at that. Let's have these item 42s here. So was it to the left or to the right of 42? There's 42 right there.
Bottom on the or near number 42. It was, and I think it was in the living room photo that you were showing with the carpet.
Like a yellow and white cone-shaped thing. Is that what?
I'm not seeing it. How odd. Oh, there we go. No, that is a bullet connected to Camille. She has 42, 43, and 44 were connected to Camille.
Mm-hmm.
All the ones that were found on the carpet. So that's a hollow point bullet that you're seeing right there. And then he said on the white toy.
I think what they're talking about is the here. I think they're talking about this ornament, the Christmas ornament or something. It's next to the lemur. So in
Looks
this
like
image,
a cushion button. That's what he says. It looks like a cushion button.
right. I'm going to keep it on here at 42. Only because I had to go to my backup stream.
Is it that?
Their number 42, is that a gun show or a bullet or a button?
What is that? Is that the lemur?
That is the lemur, which means it is not the same thing that was next to the Christmas tree. So we have two stuffed animals. And really this lemur, I don't know if it's one of those backpack things or what, but basically we're talking about two separate things. And this is after the bodies are moved, but the bullets aren't. That's weird. So if you look at number 42 here, the bullet is not moved. 43, the marker is still there, so... And the things that they're moving and they're not moving. I mean, look at all of this hair here that we have here. And this is BCA 5108 that we're looking at now. And all of those blankets are now moved up to the couch, which, you know, for people who do this type of thing, is that normal? Why are these blankets up there? I mean, and here's the crazy thing. This is all before, I mean, here's my question. Is this all before the medical examiners are in the house? No, the medical examiners had to have been in there.
They came in left already.
There, right?
This is. They moved the blankets after she got there.
Okay.
The bodies have already been.
So
you know that photo where they were placed in different areas? Like.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this was taken around that same time.
Okay.
Where they're already in the body bags.
All right.
I'm thinking
Not,
they should have
I don't
taken
think
those blankets.
Yeah. And that's weird because those aren't a part of the BCA. They're only a part of the Apple Valley that we had. I mean, and that's the whole thing. It's like, how do they get to say, okay, we're going to give you these, but we're not going to give you those? I mean, is that a big, I guess, could they get in trouble for that?
I don't know.
Why
I mean, there
not
was
do
so
such a
many
thing?
things that weren't
I mean,
done
even look at this
properly.
one. Look at BCA 5104, and look at where the lemur is. All of a sudden, it's moved. You know, it's like, of course, this is going to fuel speculation. Are they just randomly deciding? It almost feels like it's so calculated what images they're going to give us and what images they're not. I don't know. Where is the TV? I don't think they had a TV, so I don't see any TV in that house.
Well, Greg,
Good?
it is 12:40 here.
All right.
12:40 in the morning.
Yeah, we can go on forever, but okay, let's shut this down. I want to thank everybody for joining us, and we are going to come back hopefully next week, if not sooner. And yeah, I hope to have a few more.
I just want to thank everybody in the live stream tonight and for such a great discussion. Thank you very much. Have a good night, everybody.
If you're still with us, hopefully you are. I just want to let everybody know, I want to thank everybody for joining us here. We've gone way over time. We've had a lot of technical issues and glitches, but I want to thank everybody. I want you, I really want to thank everybody just for helping us keeping this case going. Everything that you do, every question that you ask, everything leads us closer to the truth. And it's very important for us to all to understand that we have the case solved. The case is solved if you look at the fact that nobody can prove David Crowley guilty. Let's start there. Let's end there. I think that is what is going to help us keep the case reopened. Thank you all. Sorry for all of the technical difficulties that we've had tonight, but I appreciate all of you joining us and staying with us, and God bless you all, and until we meet again.
durch des Himmels prächtigen Land laufen Brüder eure und laufen Brüder eure Mann freudig wie ein Held zum Siegen, wie ein Held zum Siegen laufen Brüder eure
I guess first let's go with your conversation that you actually had with the father and where everything got lost in translation after that.
Yeah, just to expand on that, it was the August of 2015, after the murders, I attempted to reach Anjum Alam, the father of Komel and Sidra. And later that afternoon, I got a call back, and certainly enough, it was Mr. Alam, confirmed that it was him, and it certainly was, and we spoke for 35 minutes. A nice guy, easy to talk to, was very pleasant. We had offered... he had made the comment that if money wasn't an issue, he would look into hiring an investigative team, and do some research to bring to what really happened here in this case. I had offered directly on the phone and said, at any time, if you want to do that and give us the green light, we'd help you with fundraising efforts or whatever need to be done to do that. To bring the truth out, but he was very pleasant to deal with. I enjoyed talking with him, and he's very, very nice. Sidra, in communicating with her, the younger sister of Komel, also did reiterate that the family opened up their arms and accepted David in, and had good times with him. Sidra said that David, in fact, taught her to drive. They had hung out and watched marathons of the television series The Office, and had a good time. When David and Komel came to visit in Texas, the mother, Nyla, would make Arabian food that David loved. She would cook for him, and David and Anjum, the father, would play pool and talk and hang out. And so they all got along just fine. There had been some rumors or discussion that the family in the media. Now, the media had always said, I guess from the day one, that David was at odds with the family. The Alams were not pleasant, not happy with their daughter marrying a white veteran army military man from the United States. So I never got that perception myself. From what I heard firsthand from the family, is that they got along with David just fine. They may not have agreed on everything, but they had agreed to disagree if that was the case, and moved forward. So I'm not sure where the rest of this is necessarily coming from, but we have always on both of the Justice for David Crowley pages. One was the group, and one is the page. As Anjum, I think, would be a good, important key to this case if he were to come forward and express his views. But I'm not sure where it came into that anyone was slandering or going after the Alam family, or whether it be Nyla and her cancer treatments, Anjum with his background and what. How he's been involved in this entire thing, but he's been kind of out of the loop. But so far, we've been on good terms with him since day one. And the only thing that I remember when things went not bad, but when he started not trusting anyone, was Judy Prochnow, the neighbor of the Crowleys, contacted me and said that the rumor is that I made a personal phone call to Anjum Alam, under the guise of my name was Danny August Mason, from the Gray State Project. That's not the case. It's totally not the case. I've never done that. Now, if someone did call Alam, Mr. Alam, and say that they were Danny August Mason, or maybe it was him himself, and got Mr. Alam confused with that aspect, that certainly may be the case. But I've only spoken to him one time on the phone ever, and I clearly stated my name, and we had a good conversation that lasted 35 minutes. So I'm not sure where that is, but I think our group is still on the Alam's side, with whatever help they may need in this case. But just want to clear the air on that. But I'm not sure where that's coming from. It might be misinformation. It may be deliberate disinformation as well.
So there's no problem. During your conversation, it started well with Mr. Alam and it ended well, and the whole time you believe that he understood exactly who he was talking to.
Yes, I mentioned that I set up the Justice for David Crowley webpage. Said my name is Dan Hennon. Created the page and I'd like his information on some things. And he said, "Sounds good. I'd like to, I'm interested in talking with you." And like I said, the conversation lasted 35 minutes. It was totally positive. It was good. We talked about the case and what we could do to to help, and what I could do to help, whatever we could do to get the truth out there. So, to me, there was no room for communication error, whether it be the name or trying to go after someone. No one's going after him, so I'm not sure where that all came from, but just wanted to make sure we're on the same page with that. What I've seen after the New Yorker article came out, and then what I've seen in the interviews relating to the documentary that Eric Nelson directed, called A Gray State, is the common theme that I'm seeing in both of these things is the concept that David Crowley came back from the war, started understanding how things work from the big picture, and then the theme that I'm seeing is that they're pushing that he saw a niche market that he could exploit. It sounds to me that the narrative they're going with is that he found this conspiracy theory group out there that he could exploit and make money off by making a movie about these crazy nut jobs. I don't buy that at all. In fact, I think that he was 100% following his heart with the script and everything that he was working on in the Gray State. He was not using it to exploit anybody, but he wanted the truth to be out there, and would go so far as to release some of the stuff for free, the documentary. He was more, I would look at it as educating and giving people information that they could judge for themselves, but helping educate the American public, not something that he could exploit for a quick buck because he was trying to hustle someone. And that's the feeling I got after reading the article and watching the several of the interviews for the documentary, that they're trying to put a spin that he was trying to make a quick buck, is what it sounded like to me.
What do you think about the demonic angle that they're going to try to push?
Well, I think that it's with what happened in that house and what we've seen, it certainly seems plausible that if there was something behind that angle, it could have been the case. We know that David Crowley would not do this, any normal person would not do this in their right mind if they were clearly thinking. Now, if he was under some kind of hold, under some kind of possession, perhaps he was, and perhaps he did this. But if that's the case, you still have to get around the angle that if a silencer was used to carry out the killings, why would you need a silencer if you were under this demonic possession of some entity so no one would hear the shots? That's the one thing people have to remember about this case. The homes are close together. In the wintertime, shots of that caliber weapon that David allegedly used without any kind of suppressor or silencer would have rang through that neighborhood. So if you want to play the demonic possession card in this situation, although it's plausible, you still have to get around that fact that a silencer or something was used, as no one in the neighborhood heard anything. We've heard that neighbors heard something, but it didn't line up with the dates and times that this obviously happened in. So you still got to explain that scenario, because that still has to be dealt with, and that hasn't been yet to this day, a silencer or a suppressor.
Any final thoughts here before we go?
No, I think just to summarize, I think that once a documentary comes out, we'll be able to see that, whether it goes on to Netflix, whether it goes on to, I think it's A&E Films owns it. They're going to try to, I think, submit it. Some other people have requested it for some various film festivals to get it entered here. But I think after 6 to 12 months, whether it gets accepted or not, they'll start airing that on Netflix, maybe free for download, free movie to view. It might be on cable release after that. But it would be interesting to see what was all contained in that video footage of David doing those home videos. And I believe all that was legit and true. But to tie it into why he allegedly did this, that's a pretty giant leap. I think. The video footage that he had obviously happened, but the Eric Nelson and the film crew here took that footage, those 1,300 hours or 1,300 photographs, along with hours of documentation, and they basically needled it down to certain things that happened, and then tried to then make the viewer of the movie make the leap that he indeed did carry out this crime.
Right, because that's what we keep hearing, all of these things. Oh, it was strange, but this is where they prove, this is how they're going to prove that David Crowley is guilty. To me, that always seemed very, very strange. Yet, at the same time, they're like, well, anybody else's theory is just as good as ours. So.
Yeah, and that I agree 100% right there. This doesn't prove anything. If this is just homemade videos and pictures taken by David on his cell phone, the things that he did obviously happened because it was videotaped. But to make that giant leap that this was the reason he did it, and now this proves that he did it, is nothing less than I wouldn't say a joke, but you cannot make that conclusion.
Okay. All right. So we'll just wait for the documentary to come out, and then hopefully we'll do another show, maybe a few shows on it. Who knows, depending on how bad or how good it is.
Death of a Dystopian by Alec Wilkinson. He writes a 7-page article in the New Yorker, and I find it fascinating what was missed in this article, all the different things that were not covered, yet what he chose to actually cover in this. Now, in speaking with Alec Wilkinson, it took me probably about 30 seconds to realize that this guy did not know very much about this case. Didn't know about the bullet hole in the living room that the police missed for 1 month. In this article, you're pretty much given two choices, okay? You can either believe that David Crowley is guilty or that the government killed him. That's pretty much all of the choices we're given here. How a libertarian's film project and his fate fueled the alt-right's deepest fears. I don't know what this guy is talking about here. I don't know what this guy is talking about here when he's talking about this alt-right crap. What does the alt-right have to do with any of this? Alright, this is not about alt-right, this is not about left, this is not about right, it's not about any of that. It's just about truth. First of all, has he read the police reports? Has he looked at the crime scene photos? Because I can tell you, when the people came out, when the documentary film came out to film me, the guy that I spoke with had no interest in looking at those photos. Well, if you're not going to look at those photos, if you're not going to look at the 94 pages, of course you're not going to understand where we're coming from. But if you're not willing to do that, don't write an article and don't make a fucking documentary. This is serious stuff. Now, if you have looked at these photos, and if you have looked at the 94 pages, and you still don't understand where a person like me is coming from, I don't know what to tell you. Here's what I can tell you. I don't know what happened. This article continually tells me what happened, based on the documentary that I have yet to see. That also is going to tell me what happened. Well, I had many people from the very beginning trying to tell me what happened. And it all comes back to the same thing, the broken record of Greg Fernandez Jr. Where is your proof? So let's go through this article that fueled the alt-right deepest fears. I mean, what kind of crap is that? It all goes back to this secret knowledge that these people have, and this is why David Crowley is guilty, but we can't share it with you yet. First, we gotta go and go to every film festival that we could possibly get it into. Then we gotta sell it to somebody. So again, where does it come down to? It comes down to money. Yes, it is an interesting story. To me, the interesting thing is not just what David Crowley did, it's how the police reacted to what David Crowley did, to what they claim he did. So to me, there's many stories here. It isn't just, is David Crowley innocent or guilty? It's also, what did the police do to come to their theory? This article really doesn't cover that. Okay, it kind of glosses over that. Here's what I think really happened. I think Alec Wilkinson wrote a shitty article, 7-page article. I think there was a lot of things that he did not cover, and a lot of things he chose not to cover. Okay, but this alt-right crap is really bothering me, so I keep going back to that. Alright, so the journal was a life report, since I suspect my feelings right now in nostalgia and reflection might be of value. The timing of this article matching up with the documentary is not a coincidence. It's not an accident. Like I told the people that showed up at the house when they interviewed me. You know, I told the guy later on, man, you guys did not have to be so secretive. If you're going to try to set out to find the truth, then be truthful. We didn't know who was making this film. We didn't know what this film was for, and we didn't care, because that's how strongly we believe in what we say. But on Facebook, there is a page called Justice for David Crowley and Family, which says that its purpose is to, quote, help to clear the good name of David Crowley. The page is overseen by an accountant in Minnesota named Dan Hinnon. He and Greg Fernandez Jr., a tech worker in California, conduct long discussions on YouTube in which they find fault with the police investigation and ask why someone whose future seems so promising would kill himself. I don't know if that's what we're discussing. We discuss more of how the police messed this whole thing up and how certain people jumped to the conclusion that David Crowley was guilty and totally ignored or totally just glossed over all of the things that the police did wrong. That's what we're talking about. To say that the reason why the police missed the bullet hole is because of the Christmas tree, where the Christmas tree was, is bull, because we can see exactly where the Christmas tree was. It was not that close to the ceiling. There is no way that the police would have missed it. The police moved the Christmas tree at least once, so there's no reason for them not to have seen this large bullet hole in the living room. Alec goes on to say the journal is dominated by Crowley's notes as he wrote Gray State. What he wished for it to be, his anxieties about whether he could manage it, and the audience he imagined it would reach. He also wrote about his ambitions in general, to have a screenplay produced by 2016, to be a millionaire by 2017, his feelings for Kamel. And here's a quote from David. God, I love that woman. Strong, beautiful, ferocious, and deadly intelligent. And his determination to be a good father. So he's writing about his determination to be a good father, and then he goes ahead and kills his daughter. So as the entries go on, I guess, you know, it starts to get darker now, okay, where David Crowley writes, I'm expecting to wake up somebody else. Vast personality changes are happening too fast to write about every day. I am being prepped for some slide into oblivion or destiny. This is what it comes down to. And this is what Alec Wilkinson says. David Crowley was losing his mind, and he didn't seem to know it. Somebody's feeding that to Alec. This guy does not know David Crowley, okay? This guy, I mean, that's a huge statement to really say. Somebody is feeding him information that will lead to that conclusion. Journals of people overtaken by psychosis are rare. That's the very next sentence. So David Crowley was losing his mind and he didn't seem to know it, and this is a rare case. It's pretty much what the guy is saying. I hope this guy's not a journalist. This guy cannot be a journalist. I mean, I took 2 high school journalism classes, and I know I know there's certain things you do and certain things that you don't do if you are a journalist. I'm not a journalist, but I don't know if this guy, I don't think this guy is either, so I guess we're in the same boat. He goes on to say David Crowley owned a number of self-hypnosis recordings meant to overcome his insecurities. Again, somebody's feeding him that. The reason I say this, somebody's feeding Alec this, is because the guy obviously has not done a lot of research on this case. He thought that the convulsive things that were happening to him were the result of his endeavor to become more confident, poised, and commanding. He thought he was developing a new self. Where are all of these strange things, and where are all of the conclusions, the rush to judgment? Where is that in this article? It's missing. The only one who knows for sure is God. And that's good enough for me. Okay, in 2007, David was transferred to Fort Hood in Texas, and in 2008, he met Kamel at a bar in Waco. The next day, he introduced her to another soldier as his girlfriend. Kamel, who was a senior at Baylor University, lived with her mother and father, Nyla and Anja Malam, and her younger sister, Sidra. 3 years earlier, they had come from Pakistan. There, the girls and their mother had each had a driver, and the house was run by servants. In the U.S., they had to learn to manage for themselves. Within weeks of meeting Kamel, David found out that he was being stop-lossed. That is, his service was being extended without his consent. Furthermore, he was being sent to Afghanistan. He immediately asked Kamel to marry him. Kamel told her father that she was serious about David. So this is what Anjem Alam, Kamel's father, told Alec Wilkinson for this article. While I was talking to her, meaning Kamel, David comes to the house for the first time. He came in and he was ready to fight with me. So Kamel told Anjem that they were getting married in 2 days and that David was leaving in 2 weeks. Anjem said, I was completely in shock. Finally I said, fine, if you guys love each other, who the hell am I to come between you? So even though David came in there ready to fight, Anjem goes on, and it seems like he and David eventually are on good terms. So David so resented being stop-loss that he told his commanding officer in Afghanistan that he couldn't be responsible for another soldier's life, and he was assigned to deliver mail. Kamel got pregnant in late 2008 during one of David's leaves. When he was finally discharged in June of 2009, he was disgruntled, and he told Kamel not to come to the ceremony for returning soldiers. Instead, he had her wait outside in the car. I don't want the army controlling how I reunite with my wife, he told another soldier. Rania was born in August of 2009. In September, the family moved from Waco to Minnesota, where Kamel knew no one. For the first 6 months, she was miserable, her sister said. She would call crying, "It's so depressing here and it's always cold." Okay, the Gray State began in the summer of 2010 when Danny Mason, whom David had met through a professor at film school, sent David an email with links to websites devoted to conspiracies and suppressed information. Conspiracies and suppressed information. It's very similar to the case that we're dealing with now. How ironic. According to Mason, he came back in 36 hours, having stayed up for 24 hours, and said, "You're on to something. Let's see where this goes." Before writing a first draft, David and Danny Mason wrote scenes for the trailer, which they shot with Mitch Heil in 2011. It is 2 minutes 40 seconds long, and it cost $6,000. Over the summer, Kamel's mother received a diagnosis of cervical cancer. Kamel and her father argued over the phone about treatments, and afterwards she and David decided that her family was trying to manipulate her and that she could no longer speak to them. The following day, though, David heard Kamel on the phone talking heatedly in Urdu and became angry. After they argued, she wrote, "I expected him to show me a little more compassion." She told herself that she would feel better in the morning, but she had nightmares. "I started experiencing degrees of separation between David and I," she wrote. "I guess I forgot we were two different people in two different bodies." Alright, now here we go, and Alec then goes on to say, "A psychosis can overwhelm and disable a person, or it can appear episodically in the form of disordered thoughts that are themselves an attempt to ward off a collapse. At the end of July, David suffered a psychic crisis that involved a deep understanding, stretching my mind past what my body can tolerate." He went on to write that he had undergone, quote, "a 20-minute physical episode of visions of pure deep horror, long insight stretching unbroken like a panorama. The vision subsided, however, and he returned to his regular life, taking Rania to their sitter, having family dinners, reading and writing, and working out in the backyard with Kamel. The moment of my purpose has arrived, and if the universe awaits my consent for the go-ahead, then I say, do your worst, you filthy, sticky bitch. I know you're going to reward and seduce me before killing off what I love and burying what I build and destroying me as awfully as possible in horrible retribution for having thrust my ability so far into your black void that generations hence will still be expanding on what I started, settling the void, conquering the dark, until the greater objective is served." Very interesting quote there. It's as if the writing and making of the Gray State were a means to containing the violent fantasies within him. I'm going to read that again. It is as if the writing and making of Gray State were a means of containing the violent fantasies within him. And when the project faltered, they swamped him. So again, very similar to what Mitch Heil said, the Gray State killed him. The mics reacted as producers do, by considering the script's merits and difficulties. My first pass from story content was, "This is kind of a roadmap for the next American Revolution," Michael O'Donnell told Alec Wilkinson. My second pass was breaking it down to what it costs. When David finally heard from them on September 26th, He said the Gray State might be better as a TV series. They did not offer him a contract he had counted on. David was devastated. Making Gray State was his whole world, Sidra said. David began to have trouble sleeping, and for an hour one night he lay awake and cried. I guess the big wait created a lot of anxiety that needed a resolution the situation couldn't provide, he wrote. Hence the bad weather. I'm serious. Moment by moment for a long time the weather has been following my mood. He stopped saying that he was going to be famous. He didn't say that they were moving to California anymore either, a friend named Chris Peck told Alec Wilkinson. All he said was that was a pipe dream. As if to salvage years of work, David put aside Gray State for a documentary that he called Gray State The Rise, which he assembled from interviews with himself, friends, and internet commentators, news footage, and a brief interview he had once filmed with Alex Jones. It expresses the belief that the Gray State has arrived. Working on it possessed him as entirely as writing Gray State had. And here we go. To further the brand, he planned to make the documentary available free. So working on this, quote, possessed him as entirely as writing Gray State had. So now David was possessed. He's possessed with, first he was possessed with making this film, now he's possessed with a documentary. Possession, control, keywords, lots of keywords here. Alright, so here we go. Meanwhile, he and Kamel stopped returning phone calls and texts and emails. Anjem sent Kamel a photograph of her mother, Nyla, in the hospital, hoping to provoke her into speaking to him. Immediately, he received a call from David who said that he and Kamel wanted nothing more to do with him or the rest of the family. Sidra and her fiancé drove from Waco to Minnesota to check up on Kamel. A few months earlier, Anjem had lent David and Kamel a car as a pretext. Sidra planned to tell them that he needed it back. She would leave her own car for them. So Sidra and her boyfriend at the time, now her husband, drove from Waco to Minnesota on October 16th. They drove for 16 hours, and they arrived at around 7 that evening. They knocked on the door, and Sidra said, "I'm here to see my sister." David apparently told her, "We want nothing to do with you. I thought I made that clear," and he shut that door. She knocked again. David said, "Go sit in the car." Vincent, the boyfriend, saw a shadow on the wall behind David and felt sure that it was Kamel's. When David came out to the car, he said that there was no way Sidra could see her sister. Sidra said that they had come to exchange cars. Sidra said that he needed an hour to get the car ready, but he would return it only if they took both cars, which meant Sidra would have to drive 16 hours to Waco by herself. She said she couldn't. Fine, David said, deal's off. Then he went back in the house. Vinny and I looked at each other like, "What now?" Sidra told Alec Wilkinson. Vincent knocked on the door again and David came out. Vincent extended his hand and David hesitated, then shook it. "Her mom needs her daughter," Vincent said. "You said an hour, right?" When they returned, Sidra saw David watching them from a picture window beside the front door. The car was on the street, and on the dashboard there was a photograph of Kamel, Sidra, and Nyla. Kamel had written on the back of it, "I have always loved you and Mom, and always will." Sidra and Vincent decided to leave their car for Kamel in case she ever needed to flee. Sidra wrote, "I love you too" on the back of the photograph and left it on the dashboard, and they drove away quickly. Alright, so now we're going to get into the article where it talks about this pact, alright? You ready for this? A mania shared by two people, one of whom appears to be dominant, is called a delusion by proxy, and is rare. Again, this is a rare case. But hey, let's not worry about too much facts. Let's just call it rare and create a story that we want to present to the public that will conveniently match the documentary film that's coming out that's going to say about the same thing. But hey, two different sources, right? Wrong. Okay, the treatment begins by separating the people sharing the delusions. David's entry for October 30th, 2014 cryptically says, "Kamel got raptured today. She's still here." That morning he had gone to Home Depot, and when he returned, Kamel came into the kitchen and asked him to hold her. She said something was very wrong, something about "do not fear, sweet body, for we have felt this pain together," David said in a recording that he made immediately afterwards on his phone. He went on, paraphrasing her, quote, "Don't worry about the pain, because you do not know how to feel pain. You will return to the dust in your dark slumber, and I will be gone. I have my mission," she had told David. She said she had heard a woman's scary voice and asked if he had heard it. Sounding distraught, she reproduced the voice. "I've warned you. I've warned you. Then I want you. Please come with me. Please come with me. Your place won't come to me. There's nothing left here. David went into his office and shut the door. This took a lot out of her, he said into his phone. He had held her while she began to shake and weep and howl, and then she said, "This is what rapture is." Kamel came into the room then and lay down on the couch. "You said you were Egyptian," David told her. "You said you'd come from very far to find me and Rainey, and I need to come with you, and there's not much time." The primary emotion was that of desperate love, like hopeless love, he continued. And on some level, your soul has committed to mine, and we're going to go somewhere, and Rainey is coming with. Those were the last words, Kamel said, her voice pitched just high above a whisper. Demons don't just show up on your front door, you have to let them in. So that's where the occultist thing, where the spirituality thing, where the Bohemian Grove Owl thing, that's where all that comes into play. And a very interesting quote where David mentions the Antichrist and having a soft spot for the Antichrist. These are not normal things. The week before Christmas, David and Kamel visited their friend Chris Peck. They were uncontrollably, zealously happy. David gave me some books, one about how to succeed in Hollywood, one about writing, and then he handed me a bunch of notes for a screenplay I was writing, and he gave me back video games I had lent him. He gave me back everything I had ever lent him. Kamel wished me Merry Christmas, and as quickly as they were in, they were out. High spirits, everything looks good, but somehow all of this is again leading to their downfall. This is 1 week before Christmas. They tell him Merry Christmas. They're celebrating Christmas. They're obviously celebrating Christmas. There's no doubt. Alright, and Alec writes again, high spirits are characteristic of people resolved on suicide. Even though they won't leave a suicide note, you won't leave any indication of a suicide. Here they are talking about a pact. Okay, this guy is being very sneaky about his writing here, because they're talking about a pact. But he's very clear, he's very careful about what he says, but we know what he's saying. It is why so many stories of suicide include someone saying, "We thought we had got better." The decision often gives people a feeling of being released from their troubles. Dan Luttrell served with David in Afghanistan, but he hadn't spoken with him in a while. Then late one night, a few days before Christmas, quote, "I was sitting on the computer," Dan said, "drinking, and I got a message from him. They discussed the Army and their lives in Gray State. Quote, he was drinking absinthe, and I was drinking whiskey and beer. After about 2 hours, Luttrell said that he was ready for bed, and David asked him to delete their exchange. His exact words, this is a quote from Dan Luttrell, his exact words were, 'If you're truly my brother and my friend, you'll do it. I promise you'll understand soon.' The last entry in the journal reads, 'I am no one. It is everyone else who is someone.' On Christmas morning, he makes a list of plans for the coming year. Christmas 6-day countdown meme. It will be a new year, he wrote, and he reminded himself that December 30th was the last day to crowdfund. Planning for the future. More planning for the future. How much evidence do we have that David was planning for the future and not necessarily planning to kill himself? Then with the pistol that he kept in his safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamel and Rainey. So all of a sudden, right, so here he is, he's talking about the last day for the crowdfunding on December 30th. Then he goes and he decides to shoot his wife and his daughter as they lay on the living room floor. Sometime later, he sat down beside them and shot himself. No mention of the bullet, no mention of anything. It's just, okay, that's it. So here we go from David writing his last entry. And all of a sudden, then, with a pistol he kept in his safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamel and Renya as they lay on the living room floor. That's a quick jump. The next morning, Dan Jr. left presents for David and Kamel and Renya on the doorsteps. In the living room, David had done something that the police omitted from their incident report and waited months before telling the families. Months. In his hands, covered in his wife's blood, he stood on the couch and wrote on the wall, Allahu Akbar, which means God is great. On the floor by Kamel, he had placed a Quran open to a prayer of forgiveness. A few days after the bodies were discovered, David's father and sister went into the house. Apparently they went into that. Everybody goes into this house and nobody sees the bullet in the living room ceiling. Got it. Now, if it's a few days later that they go into this house, they obviously would see the writing on the wall, right? No, because the police had painted that wall white, so they painted over it. Cleaners had to cut out the floorboards where the blood had warped them, so it was clear where the bodies had lain. And then there was questions if some of that blood had seeped down into the basement walls, because on one of the basement walls, it does look like there is blood. There is a reason why Allahu Akbar was written in blood on that wall. And yes, it does make sense to me that it is a satanic angle, that it is a demonic angle, an occultist angle. But that doesn't make it true. That doesn't make it fact. Mason Hendricks was also in the house and when he looked up and saw that there was a bullet hole in the living room. Again, not mentioned in this article. I told Alec Wilkinson about that. He found it strange. I told his fact checker. She found it strange. Mason Hendricks found it strange. Everybody finds it strange, but nobody wants to talk about it. That's even more strange. Danny Mason maintains David's Gray State Facebook page, posting videos and remarks every few weeks, usually critical of the government. He and Dan Sr. own the rights to the concept, and while David Sr. is uncertain what outcome he prefers, Danny Mason still hopes to make Gray State. So even after the guy dies, even after the guy allegedly kills his family, you're really going to move forward with this movie? You must not be thinking clearly. Because if you really think you're going to make this movie and you're going to make money off of this, that's pretty sick to me. So I will debate Danny Mason on this anytime. Alright, so there's the article there. Just wanted to cover that and get that off of my chest. Feel a lot better now. Might be one of the only times I ever am forced to read an article from the New Yorker. Hopefully I never have to do it again. See you next time.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is July 11th, 2017. I'll be joined with guest host Greg Fernandez Jr. And between the both of us, we're going to review the movie documentary called A Gray State by Eric Nelson. This is the documentary that Eric Nelson and his team put together relating to the David Crowley and the family murders and the project called The Gray State. It was premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival. The film, once again, is a documentary called A Gray State, not to be confused with the Gray State Project that David Crowley was working on, or Gray State The Rise, the documentary that David Crowley did, but this is called A Gray State, which is really just a documentary based on this whole events of the deaths of the family of 3 in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Is that a good way to summarize it, Greg?
Yeah, it's basically a documentary of the documentary and of the life of David Crowley, and more so, not really his life, but his death is kind of what it seems to really be focused on, and this whole alt-right thing. The key word that I keep hearing is alt-right, right-wing, you know? It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's really pushing the envelope there on some of these reviews of the movie.
Yeah, and there's no facts to really back up any of this alt-right crap, so...
Yeah, and the movie was, the documentary that Eric Nelson directed was taking, I think it was up to 13,000 hours of different footage and audio and home movies and selfies, and David awfully seemed to film a lot at home all the time. Anything that came up, it seemed to film. So once they got a hold of all of this footage and video and photographs and video, they really went to town on making this movie, and it really brought out some new things. Now, I haven't seen it myself, and neither have you, but it just came out. It was previewed in the Tribeca Film Festival. Now, lately, it was shown in the Nantucket Film Festival, and then I think next month it makes its premiere in the Australian Film Festival. Now, tonight's show topic will really be the reviews that we're seeing on this website called the Rotten Tomatoes movie review website, and the reason that we're dedicating this section tonight for this episode is there's only 5 reviews out there on this movie, and all I think were added in a 1 week time period, and they all say basically the same thing with a little different verbiage, and then nothing's been added since, and all the 5 reviewers give it 2 thumbs up, or in this case 100% really on the tomato meter as this great documentary, but yet there's no poster on the movie, there's no information on it, the audience has it written in, there's no other comments, there's just 5 critics, and they say what a great movie it is. So tonight's episode will be basically on this, and what I'll do is I'll pull this up, Greg, and there's only the 5 reviews, and we're going to go through one at a time and basically bring them up. How does that sound for you?
Cool, sounds good. Yeah, I think people should, check out this site, and if they want to, start leaving comments. I think I might just leave a comment here in a day or two.
Yes, good idea. And the other thing too is reviewing these comments and reviewing these reviews. Keep in mind too, as many of us talk about the compromised media and the mass media as tools and slaves and basically working for the man. These reviews, as I read them, do not seem to be authentic reviews. They still seem to be pushing a narrative. So, for the listeners out there, when you watch this, leave comments yourself below this video when we publish it, because hopefully it'll open your eyes and ears when you read reviews in the future. Right off the bat, we'll start with Frank Scheck. Frank Scheck wrote a Gray State film review for the Tribeca Film Festival. Although several self-identified citizen investigators, he's referring to us here, by the way, attempted to prove that the family was murdered, the quote, credibility means nothing to me, one of them ironically comments. And that's a shot towards you, Greg, there, I believe.
I was wondering who that was about.
That was exactly, and I'll get to that too, because this is a good one to start with, because I know exactly what you meant when you said that, but he obviously took it the wrong way. It goes on to say the film makes its case methodically and persuasively. Nelson, who's produced such Werner Herzog documentaries such as Grizzly Man, Herzog returns the favor by serving as this film's executive producer, clearly knows his way around obsessive personalities, and in Crowley he's found a compelling textbook example of obsession descending into madness. And so right off the bat, as Frank Scheck goes in and makes a couple, I wouldn't say condescending, but comments, and then really throws Crowley under the bus as an obsessive person here who has descended into madness. And that's a common theme on these reviews too, is painting, I would call this the David Crowley case, going down that path of the movie The Shining, the Stephen King movie The Shining is what I'm kind of referring to, is the painting David Crowley into this person who's gone off the deep end. Werner Herzog is the executive producer of Eric Nelson's documentary about the mysterious deaths of an alt-right filmmaker and his family. So there we get the phrase alt-right right off the bat.
Right-wing media provocateur Alex Jones recently admitted in court that he's merely playing a character. We're already here talking about Alex Jones. All of a sudden, the focus, an article that is supposed to be about David Crowley and this alt-right filmmaker who killed his family, all of a sudden it turns to Alex Jones. And they call Alex Jones someone who is associated with the right wing. Well, I don't believe there's any proof that Alex Jones is associated with the right wing. I don't believe Alex Jones, really gets into that, to the Democrat-Republican thing. I think he's getting a lot of flack now because of his stance on Trump, but really, this has nothing to do with Alex Jones. It goes on again, talking about exploring the alt-right phenomenon through the prism of a conspiracy theory involving its subject's demise. A gray state in which Jones makes a brief appearance provides timely political commentary along with a fascinating true-life crime tale. Here we are talking about an alt-right filmmaker, and then we move to Alex Jones. And I think that's a big problem, because
what is the tie between Alex Jones and David Crowley? There are some, but they don't really go into that. They don't really mention how many times has Alex Jones had David Crowley on. I've only found maybe one, maybe two.
Yeah, I think it was,
maybe
I think
twice.
It was once or twice, but that was about it. And Jones supported it along with a bunch of other folks in the alternative media. But in working with the Gray State and the David Crowley, he was very prominent to ensure not to use Republican-Democrat paradigm in any of his work. I mean that, and now what we're getting in the reviews is that all over again. The shoving the left side, right side, divide and conquer, and that was not Crowley's aim. I think from being a libertarian standpoint on this project is to mainly open up and open up their eyes and educate the people. Not left-right paradigm, not right, left, alt-right and everything else, but the review right away goes into this Alex Jones connection and as a discrediting attempt.
Eric Nelson has also said he would consider David Crowley a libertarian. And I think we're going to find that too. It's like, well, where is this alt-right thing coming from? Like, why are these articles so slanted? I don't think that this movie is going to solve what really happened. But maybe I'm wrong. Wouldn't be the first time.
Now the self-identified citizen investigators, I think he's referring to you and I.
Why do you think that's us? That's so funny.
That is exactly because one of your quotes on your exchange with Sean Wright right at the beginning on an instant message was, "You're going to lose all credibility if you go down this road." And you said back to him, "My credibility means nothing to me. I'm not out for how I'm viewed down the road. I'm out for the truth," is what you said.
Okay.
And that, I think, is what he's driving at here by saying how ironic it is. Now, I'd like to jump in here and opine personally that it's the same with me. So I agree with you, Greg, here that credibility for me on this case means nothing as far as I'm not trying to do research into this case to be credible on the street or to have street cred or to look good or to look bad. It's to get the truth out there, irrelevant of the credibility and how it makes me look as a person, sheds me in a good or bad light. That's what you were referring to there, and that's what Sean Wright was so concerned about by saying if you jump in this, you're going to lose street cred on the outside by delving into this case, and you said, I don't care about that.
Gotcha.
I want the truth to come out. So that's the whole point with investigators like what we have here on the Justice for David Crowley pages. It's the people that want the truth, irrelevant if they like it or not, if it sheds them in a good light or not, or if it sheds them in a positive or negative light. We don't care about that, is what this whole point is trying to be. We want the truth out there.
Right, and they're trying to kind of spin that.
Correct.
By saying that the credibility, that I'm not worried about credibility because I don't have any, or I mean, I'm reading this. I've read this sentence like several times, and I still don't know what the crap this guy is saying. I might just have to ask him.
Yeah, you certainly could, but yeah, the two featured in the film is us on that Citizen Investigators is who he's driving at there, and that's kind of a shot, an underhanded shot there towards us as not knowing what's going on. Now the next one is Nick Shager. Nick Shager writes for the Daily Beast. He made a comment on his review here from 4/20/17. The title on his review, not his review, but the article that he wrote reviewing the movie, "An alt-right filmmaker's descent into madness, paranoia, and murder-suicide," is the headline. A documentary at Gray State examines the story of David Crowley, an Iraq veteran and alt-right filmmaker whose paranoia consumed him. Mm-hmm. So, Ray, we get back to your favorite word there, the alt-right. They're trying to spin a political side of this story,
right.
Left-right paradigm again, using those key words, and basically someone who was consumed by paranoia. They use the word descent into madness. It's back to The Shining. It's a Jack Nicholson episode here from the Stephen King movie, The Shining. It's what it comes down to.
Yeah, here's David. Here we go.
And it says the comment, which brings us back to Alex Jones, who appears on multiple occasions throughout a gray state, thanks to David's fandom.
Oh.
So it
Isn't
brings
that
in
right?
Alex Jones on this one as well. They suggest here that David's uncompleted movie is a warning sign about the real horrific costs of promoting conspiracy theories to a gullible, volatile element of the public. As one friend remarks about the online criticism David received for not completing his project on time, whereas comic book fans might be nitpicky about a superhero movies, Gray State's target audience was another level of obsessive. These people are actually legitimately insane, though. That's the difference. That's the article here from the Nick Shager, and that's just one paragraph. I think I've got another one here saved, but he mentions once again the Alex Jones, mentions the alt-right, and mentions conspiracy theories, selling it to a gullible, volatile element of the public.
Yeah, if you read the first paragraph, it really has the whole first part has nothing to do with David Crowley. It's about Donald Trump, and it's about Alex Jones, it's about Sandy Hook, it's about all of these different theories that have nothing to do with this case, and hopefully have nothing to do with this film, because that's not the real story here. These guys are missing the whole point. They're missing the real story here, and to me, that is ironic. That these people are in these places where they can write these stories and they expect us to take them seriously, but they will not cover the actual story. And why do all of these reviews sound exactly the same? They're worded a little bit differently, but it's basically saying the same thing with the same cast of characters and with the same lies. I mean, there is no alt-right. The alt-right has nothing to do with this. Donald Trump has nothing to do with this. Alex Jones had nothing to do with this. It's not about that. It is about, did this guy kill his family and himself, or did he not? That's what I hope that this movie will focus on. I still have high hopes that it will focus on that, and after we watch this movie, that we will walk away wanting to do more research. That's what I hope it does.
Correct. It says here too that it does say that the movie employs an enormous amount of footage shot by David as he prepped his opus, as well as plentiful home movies and interviews with friends, relatives, and co-workers. Eric Nelson depicts his subject as a vet so disillusioned by his combat tours of duty that he became gripped with paranoia about the military-industrial complex's nefarious intentions. Expressing that through his film, he gave a voice to those on the nascent alt-right who spend their days and nights dreaming of violent rebellion in the name of liberty.
Oh, right.
So we get this vet now so disillusioned by his combat tours. Now they're hinting at PTSD, paranoia, and it mentions the alt-right. So it also goes on to say that the police deemed it a murder-suicide that was pre-planned by David, replete with an iTunes playlist soundtrack created just for the occasion. So it's just a very condescending note here written in the review of a guy who went off the deep end. PTSD, military, paranoia. These words we're hearing is the paranoia types of phrases over and over again.
Yeah, and this guy is actually saying that the cops are saying that David created this iTunes playlist just for this, just so he could commit these crimes.
Specifically
that doesn't make any sense.
And that's what he's alluding to here.
That's kind of what it sounds like. Yeah, I mean, if I'm reading this right,
and it says the word pre-planned. So a soundtrack created just for the occasion leads the reader once again to premeditated events and things that were done way in advance to come up with this murderous rampage.
Right.
So they're alluding to, they're planting the seeds in the heads of the reader that this was premeditated, and it's a slam dunk, open and closed case. Once again, tying it all off in a nice bow for the reader to look at, rather than letting the person watch the movie and come up with their own conclusion.
Right, because they never take the time to explain why they think this was pre-planned, and yet at the same time, David snapped.
Correct.
How do they explain that? Well, they just don't talk about it and hope nobody asks about it. but of course people are going to ask about it. They know that a lot of people are asking. They have a responsibility. The police from the beginning had the responsibility to give the public as much facts as possible, so that way a lot of people wouldn't be jumping to conclusions and wouldn't, have all of these outlandish theories, blah blah blah. But it's just like, and then now it seems like this film is going to kind of. Is it going to counter that? Is it going to really answer these questions, or is it just going to kind of gloss over some of these things that we've been very focused on? I'm kind of worried about that too. Is that they're going to try to get everybody to focus on something else and not focus on the real story here and the real facts and the real questions.
Correct. I agree 100%. It's all meant to distract and derail the person watching watching it, the film, and coming up with these various preset conclusions, rather than being open-minded and exploring and researching what really went on here behind the scenes. Now, Nick Shager goes on to say on his review on Rotten Tomatoes, is a gray state slowly peels back the curtain on David's private life to reveal an increasingly unstable individual, one whose suspicions about institutional systems quickly blossomed into distrust of everything and everyone around him. So once again, we see the words, we see the suspicions, the unstable individual, leading here to the psycho, to the person who's lost touch with reality, a sociopath, essentially, distrusting everything and everyone around him. So there's some other key words there from Nick Shager.
Did the police see this stuff? Or is there stuff that people withheld from the police, or just didn't bother to tell them?
Well,
didn't think that it was relevant.
That's a good question, because of this 13,000 hours of information. I don't believe the detectives and the investigators went through all that stuff. It sounds like Eric Nelson and his group got their hands on this information and grabbed all of these hard drives and went through them and came up with the good stuff that was gleaned, and put it into a movie in the format of a documentary. So I think they went through and picked and chose the good items there and turned it into a movie that would sell, that would keep people entertained, but not really tell the story of what happened in that home relating to the murders.
Yeah, this writer has got to be one of the worst. First of all, this was published on 4/20. I think he should have waited and sobered up.
Correct.
Because this whole article begins with Alex Jones and it ends with Alex Jones. Why is he trying to push so hard this tie between Alex Jones and David Crowley? Maybe because a lot of people know who Alex Jones is, or at least have some false sense of who Alex Jones is. And the readers of these websites, the ones who actually go there, it doesn't sound like they're fans of Alex Jones. They actually might have some ill will, some hatred towards Alex Jones. So if the author can psychologically tie David Crowley with Alex Jones, then the people that don't like Alex Jones, well, maybe they won't like David Crowley either, and maybe they won't really look into what happened with David Crowley and his family. They'll just write it off. And I think they've been trying to write this off since day one. I think a lot of people have been.
Yeah, it's more modus operandi, the MO of these critiques, trying to slam home the fact that David Crowley was a nut job who lost touch with reality. That's it. It's just that's what they're trying. It's a discredit campaign, I think, is what these articles are setting out to do.
I think the good thing is at least he doesn't talk about our credibility, right? So that's good.
Yes. Now, Anthony Kaufman is the next one. He writes for Screen International. Anthony writes a tantalizing and fascinating real-life story. Now, keywords, real life. Throw that on the word truth, true, real life. Trying to send the message home that the case is closed, it's a done deal. A highly topical and resonant trip down the alt-right rabbit hole produced by Werner Herzog. This is what Kaufman writes there. Alt-right comes up again, the word rabbit hole.
Only took them 2 sentences. That's it. And the alt-right is back.
And it's right on back.
Oh boy. There it is. The alt-right rabbit hole. Okay, I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to figure out who is really a part of this alt-right and why are they connecting David Crowley to this alt-right thing.
Now, he writes on this article that I did a screenshot, says, but if the documentary begins as some kind of American movie for the alt-right, keyword, portraying a dedicated outsider, filmmakers' efforts to make his very own blockbuster, the story abruptly turns darker. In January 2015, Crowley was found dead along with his wife and daughter in their Minnesota home. Crowley's fans and devotees were quick to call foul play, suggesting that the U.S. government assassinated one of their would-be leaders. But the truth, as Eric Nelson reveals in his carefully plotted out and sympathetic investigation, is more tragic and sad than shadowy. What are some key words that jump out for you, Greg, on this one?
Well, so Eric Nelson has the truth. So basically they're saying this guy's saying this film is the truth. Everybody has their theories, and he's going to lump all of the fans, he's lumping them all into one small little box and saying this is what they all thought.
Correct.
Which is totally BS. I mean, there's so many different people that have so many different views or that don't have a conclusion. They haven't come to that point where they've said, okay, this is what happened. Yeah, there are many that have, but I think there are many more that have not. And this guy doesn't even address those. It's just, well, this is what the fans think, this is what these people think, and it's not true. And then he's going to actually use the keyword true in this? That's ironic too, to me. I mean, come on. Doesn't get any more right. And it always comes back down to the theory that the government killed him, which they know that is a key word for many people that are just going to go, that are going to roll their eyes and they're not going to want to dig any deeper.
Yep, and what I see here, Greg, is the phrase Hegelian dialectic jumps right out at me. It's suggesting two sides once again on everything that this Anthony Kaufman writes. He says Crowley's fans and devotees were quick to call foul play. That to me shows that the only people, what he's subliminally messaging here is the only people that call foul play in this entire case were Crowley fans and devotees. Now, I myself am not a Crowley fan before this case happened. I never heard of David Crowley, and I wasn't devoted to his work and even never heard of the Gray State Project. But I, on day one, was quick to call foul play on this case. There's many others like me and and yourself out there that called foul play that were not fans and devotees. So the article shows that the only people calling foul play were his big fans and supporters, what it makes the reader assume. Then he goes on to say that those who called foul play suggested it was the U.S. government that did it. Once again, Hegelian dialectic, one way or the other. If someone did kill him, it was the U.S. government. That is not what many of us are suggesting, that it was a top-level assassination. It could certainly be an option, but there's lots of different scenarios here, but this article is really pushing down the reader's throat that there's two sides. You're either with them or you're not. You're a nut job like Crowley's fans, or you're not. Everything that he's presenting here in this carefully crafted article is suggesting we, they, us, them, good, bad, all left, right paradigm. Now, he also goes on to say, but the truth, as director Eric Nelson reveals, is more tragic and sad than shadowy. So once again, it's bringing conclusion, it's bringing closure to this case that Eric Nelson has done the work with his team, investigated all the scenarios, and has put the truth here in one nice documentary that someone could watch and solve this case. The word truth is used, and that's what jumped out at me after reading this one.
If I was a fan, I'd be pretty pissed off. It also says, it calls David a would-be leader, one of their would-be leaders, as if these people really need leaders. It wasn't really about leaders. I mean, I don't see anywhere where David, at least publicly, considered himself a leader or where other people considered himself their leader. So it's always about, we need some type of a leader, Then he has to talk about truth. You don't know what the truth is. Eric Nelson will tell you he does not know what the truth is. I haven't seen this movie, and I can almost guarantee you that when you watch this movie, it will not be what the truth is. I think it'll be a lot more questions, as it should be, because there are a lot more questions that have not been answered. And I think we're right back to that same thing where the focus is what they want it to be. It's not about what really happened. And that's what's sad and shadowy here, is that they don't want to focus on the actual truth.
Correct. The leader, I remember reading one of the other reviews of this movie also, they called David Crowley a charismatic leader. They're trying to push that almost, I'm trying to think of the guy's name, James Jones, almost a Jim Jones concept is what they're trying to visualize, that he was some off-the-rails leader that people were blindly following. And I think that they're trying to make, to discredit, part of this MO, to discredit David Crowley, that he was a David Koresh, Waco kind of a figure, is what they're trying to envision in people's heads because they can latch onto that. That's how I see these articles coming off, when they use the word leader, that is.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
All right, Jason Bailey is next.
He doesn't talk about alt-right too, right? He takes it a little easier on us.
Let's see what Jason writes. This is a harrowing portrait how easily our own darkness can take us over if we let it. Jason Bailey, who writes for Flavor Wire. Once again, darkness, this whole dark, it can easily take it over. It's called a harrowing portrait. Jason writes about that, and I got a clip here, and let's see what phrases he uses. On Christmas Day, 2014, an independent filmmaker named David Crowley killed his wife, 5-year-old, and himself.
On Christmas Day.
Right there, it's written as if it's a fact. It's written as truth and fact. And really, that's an opinion and a theory. But because of a cryptic clues that he left behind, and the fact that he was making a libertarian fringe thriller for the Alex Jones set, this horrible tragedy became fodder for conspiracy theorists who believe he was silenced for his anti-government leanings. Eric Nelson's sad and often chilling documentary argues that it was far less dramatic or extraordinary than that. Theirs was a sad story of a couple succumbing to despair and to the same kind of paranoia that infused his work. It's a hard movie to watch, as his private audio and video recordings serve as journals of a descent into madness.
Ooh, there's that word again.
But this is a harrowing portrait how easily our own darkness can take us over if we let it. So there's so many things on this phrase by Bailey here that it seems he got the script, tweaked it a little bit from what he was supposed to write, and then published his review. But once again, it's almost copy-paste items.
Yeah. It sounds like this.
It states to the fact that he did the killing. He left clues behind. He uses the phrase libertarian as a fringe thriller. Mentions Alex Jones again as an attempt at discrediting the fans, and then he uses the phrase conspiracy theorists who do believe he was silenced for his anti-government leanings. Now,
and fodder. Don't forget
fodder. The word fodder there is another belittling, demeaning word here for those. But Hegelian dialectics, once again, if you do believe that he was silenced and someone did it, it was killed by the government because of his anti-government leanings.
Right. And that's it. That's all you get. It's either that or he's guilty.
It also mentioned that the story is sad. It's a sad story of a couple succumbing to despair. And it goes on to say the word paranoia that was infused in his work. And they serve as journals. These audio and video recordings serve as journals of a descent into madness. It's back to The Shining. It's back to that Jack Nicholson character descending into madness. But is it him now, or is this review calling him and Kamel both descending into madness? You know, we've got this one theory where there's a pact that they both agreed to do this. There's people talking that David went mad and took Kamel with him. There's theories that David and Kamel both went mad at the same time. I mean, I can't even keep up with all these goofy scenarios going on here from what could have happened. All we know is that they had a descent into madness.
Oh boy, that was a tough 3 sentences. I think that's just like, yeah, that's really tough. First, he's telling us when when they were killed, which nobody knows. Police don't even know that. And then he's talking about a libertarian fringe thriller. I've never even heard that term. I don't even know what that means.
Oh, now they're talking thriller instead of it's talking that the movie was made to be sold as a thriller on the fringe. This fringe group conspiracy theories once again
that are libertarians, right? That are within the libertarians.
There's a total of 5, and no one seemed to put any reviews out there or comments on there for the last 2 months now. So it's been these 5 jokers right off the bat, and then it's kind of gone silent. Nothing out there. We get Chris Barsanti next. Barsanti writes for the Playlist, and he on April 27th writes on Rotten Tomatoes, a stingingly emotional portrait of an outwardly confident and well-rounded man who is actually descending into madness. Keywords. Look for the keywords now. Madness, descent. It's all a little more of the same here with this one. Now, Barsanti writes, here's the headline he used for the Tribeca Review. When fantasies kill, the murderous madness of an alt-right paranoiac in a gray state. There's our same words again here. We're throwing in the alt-right, paranoid, and the word madness.
And check out the first sentence and see how accurate this sounds to you. Discussing a December 2015 murder-suicide.
There we go. Not long into Eric Nelson's tightly packed and disturbing documentary, A Gray State, discussing a December 2015 murder-suicide in a Minneapolis suburb that left filmmaker David Crowley, his wife Kamel, and their 5-year-old daughter Rania dead. Local journalist Corey Zarowski noted that it was catnip for conspiracy theorists, unquote. Why? Because for several years Crowley had been trying to make a feature film called Gray State that looked like something cooked up by a room full of Alex Jones fans after a 3-day Red Bull and Googling marathon.
What is that? Sorry, go ahead. Please continue.
It only gets better. The idea that Crowley, an Army veteran, habitué of alt-right sites, would murder his family and write Allah Akbar in blood on the walls of their home before turning the gun on himself just wouldn't compute. So this is, now we get into some very condescending conspiracy theorists as considered morons, nerds, and geeks. They throw everything together here. Even using the Corey Zarowski. Zarowski had the article in the City Pages that talked about the case that actually was pretty good, pretty well-rounded, I should say, not too good, but a well-rounded article in the City Pages in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. But he did throw the word in that he said that he thought that this story was catnip for conspiracy theorists. And so it also goes on to mention here that the feature film Gray State that looks something cooked up by a room full of Alex Jones fans after a 3-day Red Bull and Googling marathon. And so this is just giving the reader the visual of nerds in their parents' basement, surfing the web all night long. Using
Alex Jones fans.
Red Bull, yeah, and this is all to discredit.
Do these people not know that David Crowley was not an Alex Jones fan? I mean, do they not understand the vast differences between, Alex Jones? Do they not care about David Crowley's quote where he said, he didn't like the way Alex Jones was peddling merchandise to his fans and all that? It's like every article has mentioned Alex Jones.
I think they all got a nice little paycheck for writing the review and probably didn't do much thinking of after watching the movie at all. These are I think the script for these reviews are written by the propaganda unit, the propaganda arm of the CIA, and then these authors came in and tweaked a little bit to make them look authentic, and that was it. They made the press. It's sitting there now in the world to read on the Rotten Tomatoes website, which a lot of people do use. Good, honest people do use that site for regular movies, but they're going to come here, read this, and say, I'm not interested in watching some Looney Tunes dude kill his family.
This article does mention as a self-proclaimed citizen investigators. Again, okay. dismiss the notion that the crime scene was what it appeared to be. Again, it's like, no, that's not. They're missing so many things. There's so much that is missing here from what. If you're gonna mention citizen investigators, at least be accurate in mentioning what they're investigating.
Correct.
Not that they're investigating that the bodies were moved or this or that. We're investigating the whole thing. We're doing what they should be doing. We're doing their job for them, and we're not getting paid for this.
Correct.
That really kind of bothered me. And then they talk about Alex Jones again and how they're clear not to mention Alex Jones. He's only mentioned once or twice. It's like, so at least they do go there, and it's just too bad that they had to spend a whole first paragraph on Alex Jones first, and then say, well, but it's not really about Alex Jones. If you get past that.
Yep, they're all very, very cut from the same cloth. All these articles and reviews written by the experts, and the documentary was done by experts, and we've got the facts, we've got the truth. The case is closed. No need to do anything more of the research. You just pop in this movie for 93 minutes and you've got your answers and you can move on with your life, is what the intention of these reviews are setting. Once again, I got the Rotten Tomatoes front page here pulled up. It's showing 100% on the tomato meter for A Gray State 2017. There's no poster even for it. Hopefully we can encourage you to go out and make a comment on the Rotten Tomatoes site if you'd like to, but for certain, try to leave a comment here on this YouTube video, and we'll see if other people are noticing the same kinds of things, or if you could leave comments underneath this video here for anything that we have missed here tonight. But this is just the 5 reviews that are out there, and once again, it's just to help the reader look for keywords and key phrases and things like this when you look at things like this from a different set of eyes, being awake, being open to the truth. Some of these things I think seem to jump out at us when you start looking at it from that mindset. What other things have you gotten, Greg, on these 5 reviews? Anything else from a top level that you've seen on these reviews that you want to mention?
Well, I think we covered it. We basically covered it all. It's to connect the alt-right with Alex Jones somehow, and then with Donald Trump, and then with David Crowley. And in this last one by Chris Barsanti, it goes into the soldiers, how David, it focuses on the fact that David Crowley was a soldier. It talks about Black Hawk Down. It talks about PTSD. It really has a lot of code words in there that kind of make you feel sorry for this guy, and it's trying to tell you a story. And I think a lot of the problem that I see now, and a lot of the problem with a lot of the kids that are growing up now in this social media age, is that they want a quick answer, they want a quick fix, they want it solved. They think that they know everything. They think that, they can look at a couple of these posts and figure out what really happened. I think these guys that are writing these things, these 5 pieces, these 5 people that wrote these 5 pieces, they're going to move on to other things. They're going to move on to other topics. They don't care about this case. This is just another piece that they're writing. That's all it is. And that's what I truly think based on the way that they've written these things. They haven't written them with depth. They haven't written them with heart. And most importantly, they haven't written them with truth. And I think that's what's going to stand the test of time, is what those real facts are. And unfortunately, I think 5-10 years from now, people are still going to be asking a lot of questions about this case. It's sad.
The other thing I'd like to add that I just thought about now, Greg, is for the listeners out there that haven't read the article in the New Yorker magazine written by Alec Wilkinson that came out, I believe, in March of 2017, is to get a full flavor of these reviews. Read that entire article and then read these 5 reviews. And when you put those things together, these phrases and keywords and things jump right out at you as all being done, I believe, in concert with each other to send a message, to tell a story, like you said, to leave the reader with I've got the answers now. Everything's done. It's all solved. It's a true life story. It's complete, and now I've got my answers. I can move on and move on with my life now because this has evidently been case closed. So, and what we're here to say for Greg and I, if I can speak for you, Greg, is that this case is not closed officially. We don't know the answers. We don't have the truth. The people who have seen the movie, it does sound like there's just a lot of video footage and some interviews that were done, but it doesn't really solve anything regarding this case, is what I think. It doesn't solve, it doesn't answer anything. It's just a documentary filled with some video footage and home movies and interviews with the family. But I don't think it brings closure to anything. But I have not seen it, and neither have you, so I can't put the disclaimer on it officially.
Right, but I can guarantee that after we do get to see it, I'm sure we'll have a lot more to really say on this topic. I'm curious about the family and the friends who have seen this. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Does this answer everything? Does this give you closure? I spoke with one friend of the Crowley family, and I asked him if it gave him closure, and he said that he already had closure. It was like, well, then why are you making this movie then? Why are you being a part of this film? What is the whole purpose?
Correct.
Is that the whole purpose of this movie? So that way, then maybe they can actually get this Gray State movie where somebody will purchase it and where they can make it a $30 million Hollywood film. Is that the real goal here?
Correct.
Or is it truth? Because if it's truth, then I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that.
Gotcha. All right. Any final words to wrap up, Greg? And I'll just want to remind the viewers of this to please leave your comments below if there's anything that we missed or anything we overlooked. Hopefully, you'll leave some comments down there below. Any last comments, Greg?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Thanks for listening in. Today is July 11th, 2017. For Greg Fernandez Jr., this is Dan Hennon. Welcome, everyone. My name is Dan Hennon. I'm joined with Greg Fernandez Jr. today. We also have a special guest, Ann, joining us. Her name is Ann. The three of us will go over some of the response on the movie A Gray State. This is a documentary directed by Eric Nelson that is finishing its rounds on the film festival circuit. And Greg and I have not seen it. We were both in it, and then Ann did end up. She's from the Minneapolis, Twin Cities, Minneapolis-St. Paul area. She did attend the screening and jotted down some notes, and she'll be joining us today. Greg, how are you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Good. And welcome, Ann. Are you with us?
I am.
Oh, very good, very good. And so I think that we haven't had a discussion on this yet, but just for the listeners out there, David Crowley spent a bunch of time making the movie I think it's called The Gray State, and then there was a documentary that he and his team made called The Gray State: The Rise, and now this is a documentary after the deaths of the family, directed by Eric Nelson. It's called A Gray State. Now this is just a documentary, 93 minutes, and it'll be premiering here. It'll be coming out, I guess, in the theaters in November. But so far, it has been in several film festivals: the Tribeca Film Festival, Melbourne, Nantucket, Greenwich International Film Festival, the St. Louis Film Fest, Milwaukee Film Festival, the Walker Art Center, which was a free screening that included a Q&A afterwards. And that is what Ann attended here last month in September in Minneapolis. And then I think a couple weeks ago was the Downtown Film Festival of LA. This coming weekend is the Hot Springs Documentary Film Festival in Arkansas. And then also in October is the Twin Cities Film Fest. And then this film will be coming out as a theatrical release in November. And it'll go from there. So, and I see you took some notes and you attended this. Can you give us some overview of some of your notes here, and we'll kind of chime in, Greg, if you can think of anything as we go. What was your feel and the ambiance and the demographic when you went in to go to that free screening? And
You had some people who are fans of the Walker Art Center and attend the film. You had people from the community who were just interested. And then you had a mix of students and Gray State fans. The film series that they were presenting that included a Gray State documentary was to show films with the pressing issues of our times and the urgent issues that are presented by documentary filmmakers. So they showed the film screening first, and then afterwards was the Q&A. And I was taking notes throughout the film, so I pretty much accurately captured what happened in the movie as it happened. One of the interesting aspects of the movie was the amount of laughter in the audience when they were reacting to the film. Eric Nelson admitted during Q&A that the audience laughed more during the screening in Minneapolis than any other time when the film was shown. Now, I don't think the audience was laughing at the death of the Crowley family or trying to be insensitive. I think they were, basically, I think the film was, at some points, that Eric was trying to make it seem intense or trying to make David look psycho, and they were just enjoying his sense of humor, or maybe they were laughing at the film itself, but I don't
excuse me, Ann, and this is Dan. I would sorry to interrupt there, but did you say laughing?
They were laughing throughout the film quite a lot, actually, and I don't think they were laughing at the death of the Crowley family. I think they were laughing at the way Eric put the film together. There was one example I can give you. There was a home movie footage that David captured, and Ronnie was sitting on a chair outside on the deck, and she had a wooden stick in her hand, and Paleo was at the other end of the deck pulling on it. And you can kind of hear David saying off the cuff, you know, somebody may lose an eye over this, and I maybe have the unfortunate thing is I may be the one to clean it up. And it was interesting because the audience laughed. You know, they thought, I guess, David was making some kind of humorous joke. But Eric Nelson's response was to say, I can't believe the audience was laughing. This footage was where I was convinced David was a sadist. He was basically trying to tell us that David would have really let his daughter lose an eye or her play get out of control. But that's not how the audience perceived the event at all. And a Gray State, basically, it starts out with people close to Kamau and David, some of their friends, their family, a commander he worked with in the service, describing what they knew of the family from the time David was probably a late teenager towards the end. And it was a kind of a pieced together narrative showing how David had violent fantasies his whole life and went psychotic basically and murdered his family. It also portrayed, and I didn't say directly, but it insinuated that David had abused his daughter Ronnie, and it insinuated also that when he involved children in the filming of Gray State, that was wrong, and he was subjecting these children to violence, and it was kind of insinuating that this is the kind of person he was. He cared more about himself than other people around him. And it also portrayed David as being controlling and abusive towards Kamau. But interesting enough, there really hasn't been any direct evidence that he was abusive. There are, events that family and friends maybe couldn't explain or didn't understand. But the way the film was put together, it didn't give you any answers either. The other thing that was interesting about A Gray State was that it did not mention at all the rise, and it did not mention any of the forensic evidence or police investigative reporting. It just relied on emotion to carry the story, and I didn't find it credible at all. I felt there was a lot of places where the film either contradicted itself or didn't tell the whole story. The biggest area I felt was questionable was Eric Nelson wants you to believe David is psychotic. His psychosis and violent fantasies are what led David to create Gray State. It doesn't mention that Gray State was very thoroughly researched, and David's research included current events. David Crowley made a video on YouTube explaining and going into detail the depths of the research he made, and the video was like 45 minutes long. He was very educated. This wasn't just a film made out of his mind. It also did not explain that David's views in Gray State and in the Rise were things that his friends had talked about a lot with him. I mean, there are other people questioning and having these very same kinds of interests as him. So it's not like he just invented this. And many of these ideas in the movie were actually fed to him and encouraged by his friends. I mean, the other part of the movie I didn't find credible at all was when it showed a clip of Dan and Greg, and it was a very, very short clip, and it was pieced together, and it said that you guys are citizen reporters, and it showed a small clip of Greg saying, "I don't give a crap about credibility," and the audience laughed at that a lot. You guys are portrayed as being conspiracy theorists, of not being open-minded or accepting to other theories, and basically the situation is that you guys are both nutcases. I didn't find that credible because it didn't explain or elaborate on your views and why you have your views. It just had 2-minute segment, then it skipped to the next thing. And actually in the description of a Gray State that's promoting it in the Walker, that I'm looking for now, that line from Greg was in here. Let me find it here. And it's just like, I don't believe, if he has a theory, he wants to present his evidence, that's one thing, but his movie shouldn't be based on casting other people in a false light and not including all the information. I feel like he was duping the audience. Why not give the audience all the information and let them decide for themselves?
When we're talking about the line, the whole, I don't give a crap about my credibility, was it prefaced by anything, or was it followed up by anything?
No, it was just in there, and it showed a video of Dan and then you filming in what looked like your home.
Did she drop off?
Yeah, I think so.
I was going to ask her a question. I was going to ask her a question. It sounds to me like the way she's explaining it is almost like this documentary is a biography about David Crowley. And that's not neither right or wrong, but the impression I got was that Eric Nelson was going to put this documentary together as a kind of an investigative piece to kind of close the loose ends on this investigation from a police and a detective point of view, and bring us into it as well. I know that the group's been.
She's actually back on, so if you want to ask.
I am back.
Okay, I was just going to ask, Ann, before you cut off, is the impression I got when they were making or putting together this documentary is that Eric Nelson wanted to get a investigative look, kind of at the case, the investigation of the killings for the documentary, but instead it sounds more like a biography done on David Crowley, kind of his life and his background and kind of all these things that led him down this rabbit hole. And it doesn't really sound like the movie focuses much on the investigation, but just kind of his dwindling final days from a psychotic person or something like that. Is that what you?
Yeah.
It's kind of a biography on David versus going into the reasons that the killings took place from an investigative or a forensic standpoint. So that's kind of odd, I guess, for myself, I guess, to understand.
Well, it was interesting too. Was if you could call it, I don't know if you could actually call it it was biography on David. It was biography through the perspective of he's a deeply disturbed, abnormal individual. You know, I felt like the family and the friends who were talking were very honest and sincere, but I also felt they were being exploited because I don't feel that their words and their memories were actually being presented. I felt like everything was being presented to push this psychotic narrative of David.
Yeah, the other thing is, I know when the film crew was here, they spent, it was probably well over 2 hours, probably 3 hours at my home, and I think they were interviewing Greg as well for many hours. So we had lots of questions and lots of on-air time, giving our thoughts and ideas and stuff. So not much of that aired, just a little small snippet of it aired on the actual documentary.
Just one line from both of you, and it was made to make you guys both look like you were conspiracy theorists and that you were insane.
What a waste. They spent a lot of money on that.
Wow, that was a lot of time. It was an entire afternoon that, they spent looking for insight and ideas and things like that, and and I spent a lot of time with the talking on the investigative, on the forensic sides of things that did not add up. Certain basic things that on elementary items that a base level detective should have found and should have noted that were discrepancies, and I thought they were going to kind of take the ball and run with it on that. And then Greg, you can probably add more to this, but I remember distinctly when that comment came up about your credibility. That was in response to someone from the Gray State Project who, in fact, told you to stop talking about the case because it may wreck your credibility. And I think that's when you responded by saying, "I'm not worried about my credibility. I'm more worried about getting the truth out." And but it looks like that Eric Nelson perhaps cherry-picked some of our a couple snippets of our lowest moments and kind of spin us in a bad light to discredit us as well.
Well, they did ask me a lot about Sean Wright. I mean, a lot. There was a heavy focus on him. They were looking for different quotes. I felt like they were fishing for certain quotes. And okay, so there is that quote, because I can tell you that quote was taken out of context, because if it doesn't preface the conversation I had with Sean Wright, that's where that quote came from. But then if they're doing that same thing to the family, they're probably misquoting everybody in this movie. So it's kind of hard to look at this movie as a credible movie. So.
Wow.
I actually have my brochure from the Walker where it references that line, and I can read you exactly what it says.
Yes,
it says here, although self-identified, quote, citizen investigators attempted to prove that the family was murdered, quote, credibility means nothing to me. One of them ironically comments, the film makes its case methodically and persuasively.
Do they touch on the documentary on the widespread use of social media and how much attention this has gained on social media, how big this case is, or do they just portray it as Greg and I are the two strange oddballs?
I didn't mention anything about social media, and in fact, I felt like this film was trying to make people on social media turn against David. It had at one point a clip in there stating that David was deleting comments from Facebook. I don't know, and then it had a line basically stating from one of his friends that the people leaving comments were beasts or something like that. But if you weren't listening carefully, it could be portrayed as an attacking remark, like he didn't care about his fans. And then there was also points in the film that made it sound like David just wanted to walk away from the film and be done with it, and it was too much pressure. But that doesn't match like that final letter that he wrote in December and how he's excited to move with the project, and doesn't match how he was excited to release the rise. I mean, there were so many contradictions and unanswered questions in this film.
Did it touch, Ann, did it touch on the Alam family down in Texas, how they switched and pulled away their cell phone numbers and required David to get his own cell number and things like that? And how the media kind of spun that as to David and Kamel were pulling themselves away and secluding themselves, when that was certainly not the case. And does it get into the legal aspect or the attorney that was involved from David, where he was attempting to pull out Danny August Mason from the project altogether, and then he never heard back from him? That was heavily weighing on David's mind in those last days. And a good friend of his, I think at one time he may have even referred to him as his best friend, who had turned on him, and he needed legal help to break the ties. That's pretty serious stuff in the final months of your life, and around the same time when the police should be looking for a motive, and opportunity, when I don't think that was ever even explored. Anything like that, or the mother dying months after the case, anything to that effect?
Well, Eric Nelson basically said he interviewed Cedra Alam and Mr. Alam, but that they didn't want to be part of the film, and then he also said he failed to get a signed release from them, so he couldn't use any footage he showed of them, which I, again, have a problem with.
He didn't get a signed release?
Yeah, apparently he did not get a signed release.
Well, in my case, and Greg, you could back this up if you want, before they even made efforts to come out here with the film crew, I had to have that signed release already done before they even set up the interview. So that's the very first thing that they do before they even start scheduling interviews. So I don't know if I would believe that from Eric Nelson, because they would have already had all that done for the interviews. I'm guessing that later on down the road, the Alam family says, "No thanks, I no longer want to be part of this," and then retracted it later. Because there's no way they would have gone and done interviews without having that paperwork in hand. So I'll bet they retracted it after the fact. Is that how Eric Nelson portrayed it in the Q&A?
He kind of brushed over the retracted. He made it sound like, "Oops, I just forgot to send a release. My bad."
That he just forgot to get the signed release. Well, we know that's not the case, because there's no way. Greg, was that an important part for your interview as well?
I mean, they definitely wanted it, but there really wasn't a whole lot to what I signed. So, so for them to say that, we didn't get it or whatever, the fact that the Lom family did not want to be part of this movie should also raise a lot of questions. That also adds to the lack of credibility of this film, because here you have a key people that all seem to say that David Crowley is guilty. Why would they back out of this movie? That's a huge deal. Huge.
So Ann, just to confirm, they were at one point in it, and then they never made the final cut of the movie, is what you're saying. They were interviewed, right?
They were interviewed, and he also said that he had access to some of David's computer and electronic information, but he did not have access to anything from Kamel, and that her computer, he said he couldn't access the computer because of a password issue, so he only had from David's side, and then what his friends were saying.
Well, that may be correct, because from what we heard from Officer Gummert, from the lead detective, is that they also couldn't access her Microsoft Surface Pro, I think is what it was. They couldn't get in it sounds to me like the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit couldn't get the password to get into that machine. Is that correct, Greg?
Yes, that is definitely correct. As far as what they've said, sure.
Well, it would make sense that Eric Nelson couldn't get into it. It's fishy that the Electronic Crimes Unit couldn't gain access to her stuff. But
I don't believe
Sidra and Anjum Alam were interviewed, but then later requested to be out of the film and didn't make the final cut. there's a showing in a couple of weeks here in Minneapolis when it comes to the Twin Cities Fest. One of the days shows a version called the Director's Cut that'll also be aired. Have you heard anything, either of you two, with what's going to be in the Director's Cut? Is that going to be maybe the alarm footage that was left on the editing room floor, maybe in that version?
He didn't really elaborate what would be in the Director's Cut. If somebody had a question, he would say you just have to see the Director's Cut. I felt like he was plugging the Director's Cut and it would just be a way to make additional money.
Yeah, I think we were told by not Eric Nelson, but the other guy, Robert Erickson, I think is his name. I was told that they had too much film, so they were cutting this down to a shorter version. So I'm not really shocked that they're bringing it out. I mean, look at all the footage that they have from us that they didn't use. They probably have a ton of footage from so many people that they didn't use. It sounds like the footage is heavily focused on the friends and the family, those closest ones to him. Is that correct, Anne? Or
yes,
wrong on that?
It was the people closest to him, and I think they're really brave for speaking out. I'm not going to say anything bad about the friends or the family, but like I said, I felt like they were being exploited to a sense, and I felt like it was hard to discern if this was really their real words and their perspective, or if it was being edited, or if information was being fed to him. I mean, there was a really memorable scene where one of Kamal's friends was talking about her memories of Kamal, and she's kind of trying to figure out, some of the more difficult memories, like why Kamal pulled out of the business. She shared that they had some difficult email conversations. You could tell she hadn't made up her mind one way or the other. She was just kind of trying to make sense of things. And then Eric Nelson came in and told her off camera about the time when Cedra came up from Texas to see the family, and she was turned away. And as soon as the friend had heard that piece of information, she started breaking down. She was very teary. You could just see her saying, "Oh my God, why didn't she let her in the house?" And you got the sense that at that moment, I mean, from what was portrayed in the film, I don't know what she really, thinks and feels, but at that moment, it was like she was ready to buy the psychotic narrative now. And then there was the underlying pressure if the friends and family should believe this, and we, the audience, should believe this too, and, suspend all thinking, don't look deeper, just believe it.
Another thing, Anne, that has come up on the Justice pages on Facebook is that when this documentary was being, I think, finalized before it became shown publicly, is a lot of folks, including the neighbor Judy Prochnow and some of the members of the Gray State team, I think, remembered using the phrases, "It'll all make sense when you see the movie. That'll answer all your questions. Anything that you question about why David did this will be in the movie, and that should close all the future questions." Is that a sense when you watched that movie that it kind of brought closure to what happened and why David did this, or not?
I didn't have. I walked away feeling like we don't have the answers. It didn't answer anything to me at all.
I wonder why would they say that, though? It sounded to me like it was a very slam dunk. Like, once you see this, it'll put all of your goofy theories to rest. Once you see this, because it'll answer everything. It'll tie everything off in a nice little bow, and everything will be solved once you watch this movie. So that's not the impression you received. Instead, there was, I still don't get all the laughter in the audience.
David in the movie seemed to have kind of a quirky sense of humor, and they seemed to be original. I don't know why people are laughing. That's the only thing I can think of. I think that Eric Nelson was hoping that the bits from the electronic diary would somehow sway people to believe David was psychotic. But David was, I would like to say the movie portrayed David as almost having autism. He was portrayed as being such an unusual thinker and being so different from others. that when I heard the electronic diary, it didn't sway me to believe that David did anything. I was questioning if this is just his way of speaking and his personality. You know, maybe he went overboard making David seem so unusual and, you know.
Interesting. What about this electronic journal? Can you tell us anything more about how it was found or how it was discovered or where it was located and why it wasn't in the police reports and things like that? Did it mention anything like that as far as we've been hearing a lot about this electronic diary, electronic journal? It was referred to as an online diary at one point and then an online journal. And what kind of format was it and what kind of things did David put in this journal?
That was like one of the big missing pieces in the movie that made me question the movie. Actually, is there was no information whatsoever about where it was found, how they accessed it. It was just kind of something that was read once in a while, I believe, by David's father. And to be honest, parts of the online journal reminded me of some comments that David made on his Instagram account and maybe some of his Facebook comments. You know, it was just very hard to make sense of the journal because you weren't given any context, and not knowing where it came from, you didn't know how to judge if it was credible, had it been altered, you know, who had access to it, you know. You had no information about, you know, how did they forensically evaluate this? Was it date stamped? I mean, there's just nothing. It just appears in the film when it's being read. The other reason why the online journal to me didn't seem credible is because Eric Nelson didn't seem to understand what Gray State was or why Gray State is important to the fans and the people. It seemed like he was completely misjudging Gray State. So because he had that impression, I didn't trust his interpretation of the online journal. Nelson portrayed Gray State basically as senseless violence in a movie with a lot of killing. You know, when you sit down and you watch the documentary, the first scenes you see are images from Gray State of Danny Mason hacking people up. And you're watching this, and it's really shocking, and you're not given any context. So you see this, and you're just like, oh man, this is a terrible movie. No wonder this guy did this. But you don't hear that David Crowley meant Gray State as a love story and as a human interest movie. You don't hear that the trailer was made to grab attention and the film was much deeper. And then at other points, Eric's showing only the worst things in Gray State. He's showing scenes where David has the actors sit down and he's showing David pointing the gun in the back of people's heads and blowing them off for the scene in the movie. At another point, he made it look like David traumatized the child actors in Gray State by making them play the scene where the kids are ripped out of bed in the middle of the night and they have to scream, help me, help me. And David's telling the children, if you say help me, where's my mommy? I'm not going to stop filming, but if you want me to stop filming, say banana. And, you know, it sounds innocent when I'm telling you about it, but when it's portrayed in this very intense, dark movie, it really made him look like he was subjecting children to trauma, and he didn't seem to understand the message of Gray State or why everyday people were attracted to it. I mean, you know, most people aren't attracted to Gray State to watch senseless violence. They're watching it because there's a human interest story, and it's hitting them at a personal level, and their eyes are opening to the world around them. And he completely misjudged that. It was hard for me to believe that he could even understand David at all, or that this electronic journal, he could even read that.
And I have a question. This is Dan. Do you think, from watching it, do you think that Eric Nelson himself ever sat down and watched Gray State: The Rise? It's a 2.5-hour documentary that kind of puts everything in line and sheds light on everything that David and his project and his team was doing. That's the groundwork, I think, for everything. He certainly would have watched that documentary, I would have hoped. Do you get the sense that he even took the time to even watch that?
The Rise never came up at all. So you got a situation where he either didn't watch it, which is horrible, or he watched it and he completely discarded it, which is equally as appalling. And then you have to kind of wonder, what's the story going to come out in the director's cut, you know? The rise was not mentioned at all. I mean, wasn't included.
Did they do any interviews from the...
Odd.
Oh, go ahead, Greg.
That's odd that it wasn't actually mentioned, especially, I don't know, I find that very, very odd. You know, why wasn't it mentioned? And you know, are people going forward with it? And it's this documentary is definitely going to be tied to that. Are the same people that came out with the rise, with the, you know, with that movie, whoever made that after David died, are they still part of whatever is going to happen next with the whole Gray State project? But we'll get into that later. But that's very odd to me too, because it almost seems like there's two groups here for me.
And then you have to wonder too, if David is so psychotic and he's planning to release The Rise at the beginning of the year. I mean, The Rise is a very educated film, and it required a lot of thought and higher level functioning to put that film together. You know, it's almost a college level film, very educated. If he's that psychotic, then why aren't we seeing the evidence of the psychosis in The Rise? I mean, you don't flip psychosis on and off like a switch. If he's that bad off, that film should have been a hot mess.
And David came off to me as more of a perfectionist in his art, in his work, in his creativity. He was more of a perfectionist. It came off as that he was a very driven individual. Interesting. Now, did they have was there any interviews? I forgot to ask, and their daughter, Rani, went to a preschool called Cypress Montessori in nearby Burnsville, Minnesota. I'm guessing that they would have done some interviews there with little Rani's teacher, or maybe the director at the school. Did any of those footage make the film?
No, the only comments from Ronnie were maybe a couple of Cornell's friends, and then Dan Jr. said a couple lines about her, but nothing from the school at all. And some of the...
What was Dan Jr.'s comment? What kind of... How did he relate to... what kind of comments did he make about little Rani?
There was two main things he said. He admitted that he would babysit for Ronnie, and then at one point that fell through. And he said David didn't get back to him, but he just wasn't concerned about that. And he didn't think something was wrong, which I thought was kind of weird, because as a daycare provider, you know, if somebody doesn't get back to you, you immediately suspect something could possibly be wrong with a child. That's not something you usually let fall through like that. The other thing he said about Ronnie is that she had some goofy traits, and he said something to the effect of she was everything you could ever. But here it is. He said she had some goofy traits, and that she would be my dream girl, and then there was a noticeable pause, and then he said, you know, as a dad, which totally creeped me out. I mean, it just did.
You followed the justice pages, correct, to some extent?
Yes.
You remember about a year ago when one of the cousins came out forward and mentioned, kind of blew the whistle on something that Dan Jr. did in the youth camp, sexually with an underage boy, and that caused the family to basically up and leave. And you know, they got problems with him going way back to youth camp at a youth camp, you know, something with youth kids and stuff. So was it awkward at all with him babysitting the daughter at all? But I do find it strange that like you said, that comment does seem to be quite awkward.
It wasn't just a comment, it was the noticeable pause. So I wrote down what he said. It says here, Ronnie was what every parent would want in a daughter. She had some goofy features. There was so much to love about her. She would be my dream girl, and it was like a noticeable pause, a couple minutes, and then said, you know, as a dad. I mean, it was, the pause was what made it creepy. If he had just said it and you moved to the next subject, you know, the pause is what really drew your attention to it.
Wow, that's very strange. How about the sister? Now, Allison, was she in it at all? Allison, the David's sister, was she mentioned?
She was not mentioned in this one at all. They had some quotes from his dad, like I said, reading the electronic journal. The dad was very emotional, understandably, and didn't say too much personally. They had some quotes from Mitch Heil, Adam Shambor, Sean Knight, Dan Mason, I believe a commander that served with David in the service, and some friends of, like one friend I believe that was Carmel's friend. And then they prominently featured footage of Paleo for some reason. But like I said, the whole narrative was David was abusive and psychotic, so it was hard to determine if the friends really felt this way or what point did they believe this. I mean, there really wasn't a lot of context there. And then they had a small clip also of Judy and Colin talking about when the bodies were found, but they weren't featured very much in the movie at all other than that. In fact, the movie generally seemed to brush over when the bodies were found, the deaths, what happened, the type of injuries. None of that was really explained. It was kind of creepy, too, that Eric Nelson was basically saying David orchestrated this murder. He planned well in advance to do this, and he was picked out every detail down to the music that would be played when he would kill his family, and this was all part of his, I don't know, Gray State plot. And the creepiest thing Eric Nelson said was, strangely, David filmed so much of his life, but he didn't film the deaths of his family. I mean, it creeped me out, and it just really offended me. I just thought it was really insensitive and inappropriate.
Did others, do you think, got the same feeling? Were others in attendance watching this film offended or taking offense at some of this, or were they taking it in, just letting it soak in and watch it, or was it more of a film that if you didn't know the story, you left the theater believing that David was the bad guy?
People were invited to stay after the theater and talk amongst themselves. Nobody did. People left in large groups before the Q&A started, or they left immediately after the film. Some of the comments I heard that was, I didn't like the film, it was sad, and I think other people are just kind of trying to take in what they saw.
And was there anybody who left before the film was over?
No, not too much. It's a small, close theater, so you would have pretty much known if somebody left. And I think, too, the difference is, like, this film is shown at the Walker Art Center, so you have people who are used to intellectual and cultural and artsy films, so they're searching for meaning in the film and trying to see the artist's vision than an average movie-going crowd.
That's funny. So how many people can this place fit?
I'm guessing that maybe with 150 or so people.
There are 150 people there, or 150 that
150 people there.
Okay. Was it full?
It was about full, yeah. Okay. A lot of young people there. I would say a lot of students predominantly.
Interesting.
And it was interesting too because during the Q&A, Eric introduced people that were there as part of the Gray State team. He actually asked if Dan was there, and he kind of gave pause and he was looking around. But after the film was over, people from the audience didn't seek out the Gray State team or ask questions or try to talk with them or anything. People were just pretty much up and leaving.
Did he? I'm sorry, Ann, I missed that last part. Did he ask for me?
Yeah, he asked for you. He mentioned you by name, and he kind of paused and looked around the audience to see if Dan was sitting in the audience.
That's odd. But he knows I'm not part of the Gray State team, correct?
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious because he basically said that you're narrow-minded and you're never going to look into a psychosis theory or ever accept it, and he basically portrayed you as a conspiracy theory nutcase. It was kind of like me against you kind of mentality.
What a douchebag.
It was openly hostile, I would say that.
That guy's a douchebag because he doesn't even put any of the stuff that Dan said in there. And then
No.
say something like that. Well, then back it up, buddy. That guy's a douche. Sorry.
How about the others now? Did they, was it, for people that were there, like you said, Judy and Colin were there, was there a special spot for the Gray State people to sit, or the neighbors or something to sit, or did you just know who they were, or did they wear name tags? How did you know who was who of the people that are featured, I guess? Like the family, did the family sit in a certain spot?
See any family members. Judy and Colin were sitting in the audience by themselves. In the front row, there were no name tags for some of the team members. There was Red Hat, there was Sean Wright, Mitch Heil, and Mason Hendricks was the ones I noticed, and they just pretty much sat in the front row.
And they were all sitting together?
Yeah, they were sitting together. I just had this feeling that Mitch Heil was kind of sitting, he seemed kind of aloof, apart from the rest of them, but he kind of seemed to sit with them because they were all commenting during Q&A, so that would be convenient to sit next to them. But during the film screening, it just seemed like he was apart from them. And I was actually impressed by Mitch Heil because it seemed like he was still questioning and he still had some thoughts. It didn't seem like he was necessarily buying or not buying it. It seemed like he was still trying to figure out. And some of his comments, I thought Mitch Heil's comments really added a lot to the Q&A, in that his insight was really important because you weren't hearing it from any other source. So I thought it was great that he spoke up when he did. He spoke up that he felt David did not have PTSD. He described his work with David in a bullet exchange and basically said he showed, in all of his years of knowing him, he showed no signs of PTSD. And then when Eric tried to say again that David's psychotic, you can see it in his script. It was disorganized. It's not how you traditionally write a script. Mitch spoke up and said that's just how David writes. It's normal for him, and it was my job to interpret it. So I felt that was good. He was giving some context.
Did they try to push the PTSD angle again in this film, or was it more psychosis, or was it more like mental illness, or was it demon possession? What type of angle did you take away from it the most that they were trying to blame for all this happening?
They were trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink that you could think of and just trying to make him look like he was all unstable. I mean, every theory basically was being thrown out. And then it was important to note, too, that Eric Nelson had a friend that was a psychiatrist. And that's who he consulted on the film, was somebody he knew personally to push the psychosis narrative. So you're not getting a neutral, unbiased professional. You're basically getting a hired gun.
So he thinks that legitimately David could have suffered from all of these things? He can't be serious.
But, well, they didn't. Eric Nelson, when people had questions that he couldn't answer, he would just say stuff like, "Oh, there's just answers we're never going to know." Or he would say, like, "You'll just have to see the rest in my director's edition." So he didn't answer. He was very evasive.
The director's edition. This should show everything. The other cut should just add more to it, right? You shouldn't have to see that to actually try to understand anything. I don't know. Sounds weird to me.
For the military,
The whole thing was very bizarre, it sounds to me.
but it's very, I'm looking at it with a critical eye. It's a very emotional and compelling film. I mean, I could see it would be easy for somebody to get swept away by the emotion and just not think deeper or not question. I would say, too, for the military PTSD angle, they basically had, I don't know if David's commander really believes this or not. It was hard to tell what he believes, but it basically said that he was, he fell in love with Kamel. He was unhappy about being deployed, and that the stop loss changed him and made him bitter towards the military. And that was the narrative that was used to push that he has PTSD, or he suffered some kind of breakdown at that point in his life. And that was, to me, very offensive, too, because you have a civilian portraying this. This is not somebody who's had military service or who had personally had this experience. I don't think it's fair to judge if you haven't been through that and you haven't been through that experience and the pressures and the horrors that he went through in war and going through stop loss. I felt like looking at that from an outside perspective just wasn't enough.
Wow. Well, interesting stuff. I'm glad you took some good notes on it, because it's very interesting. Bizarre. I think the word would be bizarre, because it's very different than I guess what I had imagined, or it would be like. But wow, interesting. Well, maybe the demographic then is for the sheeple to see this, because if you're not going to watch it with an open mind, you're just going to go there and take it in as a movie. It might do well in the theaters. Who knows? Maybe the demographic, the focus here is for the American sheeple to see this.
Well, were there people like that there, or was it? I mean, what was the whole demographic like there? You said it was very young people. I would hope that the younger people would actually be willing to ask more questions about stuff like this.
Well, I think, too, if you're in a movie theater and you're being pressured that if you think outside the box, you're mentally ill. If you think outside the box, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're a violent individual. You don't fit in. There were so many of those kind of pressures. Or just having the pressure and the peer pressure. And being filled with these images, like, if you think outside the box, you could wind up like David Crowley. It actually encourages people not to think deeper, not to question.
Did you sense I'm not sure if you're familiar with the phrase, the Hegelian dialectic, but was it more or less pushing that everything has got two answers, it's either one or something else, there's no third option, Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, is it more like that you left the theater with this director of the movie essentially doing the mind control on the viewer? You're left there buying into this whole story. Because I've read some interviews where it says that he's throwing it all out there, Eric Nelson has said, and he really wants the audience to leave the movie and then come to their own conclusions. But it sounds like the conclusions are being really drawn, set up, served up on a silver platter by the director to what answer you should leave thinking. It's a mind control movie almost.
I felt like it was a mind control movie. I mean, there really wasn't any other conclusion to the movie than he's psychotic. And then the other conclusion was, if you think differently, then you must be part of those conspiracy theorists over there. And it was even very negative towards the premises of Gray State. Gray State was portrayed as a very dark and violent film created by a guy with a disturbed mind. I mean, I just felt like it was even negative towards Gray State fans.
Was there, speaking of the audience, I know that the other filmings at film festivals, you'll have to buy tickets and, select the film you're going to go to and go and watch it. Whereas this was just a free screening. So this may have brought in just people walking down the street. It may have brought in just members at the Walker Arts Center. that would just had an opportunity to see a free film. It wasn't necessarily people coming in holding banners and saying, "Here, we're here from the Gray State because we support Gray State and we're big fans. We're here to see this movie." It kind of just brought in whoever was available at the time, walking by perhaps, to come and see this movie, and probably didn't know what all of it even entailed.
Yeah, it had a wide mix in that way too. But the other thing that was shown in negative light in the movie, they had footage of Alex Jones that was shown in negative light. Paul Fest shown in a negative light. They had looked like scenes where people were protesting in the streets, and it just seemed like anybody who questioned outside of the norm was viewed as a problem, was viewed as, mentally ill. And I had a big problem with that, because if you don't understand the message of Gray State and why it's important, then you can't even remotely understand what David Crowley was about. It's like you're interpreting him from your own perspective and not taking the time to understand his perspective or what the people around him supported.
Wow. Very interesting. It sounds to me like a propaganda piece that they're trying to push the narrative and to the masses that all these people who are nut jobs. It sounds to me like it's a propaganda push. Wow.
And there was just so much information not included that was so important, like you touched on. It didn't give any context to Danny August Mason signing away his actor's rights. And like you said, never getting back to the attorney, but less than 4 months after the death of David and family, now Danny is seeking copyright to Gray State. I mean, there was just so much missing from there, and you couldn't judge how credible this film is because so much was not included.
Was the attorney Adam Gislason interviewed for this documentary? That was David's attorney.
I think he was mentioned during Q&A. I don't recall seeing him on set at all. He was mentioned during Q&A when they touched on that he was negotiating David's Hollywood deal with the film. There was here it is. Okay. Here's what my note said. There was a terms of the deal with the Hollywood producers for the Gray State script, and Adam Gislason was facilitating it. He was Eric Nelson described him as an unsung hero, and he said that there was real money on the table, $25,000 on a $250 option, and they were going to take the film to other guys to push for more money to complete the film. That was all that was said about him.
So they mentioned the part about wheeling and dealing about the rights of the movie, but not in the last month of his life. David's correspondence back and forth to Adam Gislason about not hearing back from Danny August Mason to give up his rights. Was that mentioned? That was a very big part of the last weeks of David's life, was working with that attorney to get this form signed by Danny August Mason. That wasn't touched on or elaborated on?
It wasn't elaborated at all. There was a little part about Danny saying that he was asked to sign away his rights, and that wasn't something he was going to do. But that was followed up by a scene of David's dad reading the electronic diary, and it said something to the effect of, "I must destroy Danny Mason now." And his dad paused and kind of laughed a little bit, and he goes, "I think that's just David being David." But if you put the two together, ask to sign away your rights, destroy Danny now, I mean, it's very misleading.
There's another comment that was made in the I think it was in the documentary, that the father touches on, and I think he says, "I must destroy my best friend." And they said that was him making a pact to kill his wife because Comel was his best friend, and that was how out of touch he was because David made that quote, "I need to destroy my best friend." But that wasn't Comel. People thought it was talking about Comel, but that was Danny August Mason. I mean, he needed to destroy him. He was after him, and Danny August Mason was not going to budge. That's why he had to get legal involved. Does the father just kind of laugh that off as just a snide remark?
I don't think from what I could tell, I don't think the father really understood that context. I think he just thought that was kind of David's way of talking. The other thing that really wasn't mentioned in the film that was a huge question to me, they had the father on, but they never brought up or discussed why the father left that money at the door. You know, they never discussed how he was supporting the family, what his relationship with David was, what his relationship with the film is. They never talked about what happened with Grace State after the family's death. I mean, there's just so many gaps.
Yeah, you're right. For the listeners out there, there was a $14,000 check written by Dan Crowley Sr. Around Christmas time to David Crowley, and we don't know why that was, just to help fund, help with money payments or not. That was, I think, at that point, the highest allowable tax deduction, I think, as a gift to a family member, was the maximum, annually is $14,000. So I think at the end of the tax year, end of the calendar year, is why he cut that check to him to get another tax break, potentially, in the form of a gift. But, you know, David never cashed it. That was sitting there on the stoops in January, along with the mail. Interesting.
I found where I had that electronic journal. It was from 9/8/2014, and I believe Dan Sr. was reading in it. And it says here, I must destroy Danny Mason or convert to the cause, and or destroy him. And his dad said, it sounds worse than it really is. I think David is just being creative, I think.
Wow, well, that certainly is not the case. Those guys were at odds in October, and in November, and then December 7th was the last correspondence when David asked Danny August Mason via an email, I still haven't heard your answer yet. What is it going to be? When are you going to get back in touch? And that's when I think Danny August Mason says, I need to run it by my attorney. I need to run it by my attorney first. But it sounds like in the film, Danny August Mason didn't really have to run it by anybody. His answer was no to begin with. There's no way I'm going to give up my rights.
Well, right, and they never talked about Danny's background or his history or what drew him to the film. I mean, Danny was very ambitious and had his own ideals for making a film before he even met David. I mean, he probably took this very personally, like this was his film. You know, none of that was elaborated on.
Here's another question, and I want to, the various articles and reviews I've been reading so far of the documentary. It shows one man's, collapse and fall into, and then a bunch of people thinking that the government killed him. And Greg, he can speak for himself, but I think we're kind of on the same page that I don't think we've ever came forward to say that the government killed anybody. We just think, and I believe that there's no way that David Crowley did it. There's no evidence that shows that he did it. I don't know who did. I don't know what group of people or what faction or what three-letter alphabet agency or. But you'd be certainly bringing in Danny August Mason as a suspect along with some of these other characters in the film, in the project, as suspects to be looked at, interviewed, and then thus later on eliminated as suspects, but authorities never did that. And one of those key people that we're talking motive here is Danny August Mason. So for the father to laugh that off, to say that I think he was just joking, it wasn't much more than I think it was. That's a strange. I can't believe he'd be that naive to say that, but I've never met the man, so I don't know.
Well, and that's a good point too, Dan, because everybody goes through bumps in their marriage or difficult times. David wasn't a perfect person. He might have had his difficulties, but even so, the preponderance of the evidence shows that the official story is not holding weight, that there is more that happened here, and those questions have not been answered. So, think what you want to about David. Those are opinions. We're talking about factual forensic evidence. We're talking about tangible things that have been recorded, and none of that was addressed in this film, and so far none of it has been directly addressed by the team.
Wow, so it sounds like it's mainly, there's not a lot of, it's a lot of, I don't want to say opinions in the movie. I mean, it's actually facts, but it sounds like it's cherry-picked video footage and clips and scenes that are cherry-picked, all shedding David Crowley in a negative light.
David Crowley is abusive and psychotic, and using emotional imagery to do so, using violence to shock the viewer, and then using the interviews from friends and families to pressure people, but you don't know if that's really what the friends and family really believe, because this film just seems to be one giant manipulation, and it's gotten so many things wrong. How are you supposed to believe this?
Did the Q&A, did that kind of show that everybody, all of those people, all the Gray State team people, that they were all kind of on the same page, that they all liked this movie?
That to me was very difficult to watch, is the Q&A, because this family was horrifically killed. Like Mason standing there taking pictures of the audience, acting like he's the big man, and where's the emotion? Where's the tears? How can you do this? I really struggled with that. I mean, they didn't break down. They didn't. The only one that really showed emotion, I would say, was Mitch, but it was just so cavalier. Like, this was their film premiere. This was their race date, and I just really struggled with the lack of emotion and the lack of connection to David.
Did you say Mason Hendricks was taking pictures?
He was taking pictures of the audience. He was acting like, well, he's listed on the credits as a co-producer, but he was there taking pictures and acting like this was his film premiere. I mean, it was his big moment. And I really struggled with that. I mean, this is a horrific tragedy. These are supposed to be your close friends. There have been people who have been killed that are close to you that you can't even talk about what had happened, and this hasn't been that long. How do you move on so quickly and profit from their deaths and make this movie, and then basically defame the people that have supported you? This movie is defamation of the Gray State fans, it's defamation of the Liberty Movement, it's defamation of any free-thinking American citizen. I just had a huge problem with that.
Almost like they were proud and movie star-ish, kind of a...
It looks like this was their Gray State. That's the impression I got.
Oh my God. And that is very creepy. This is not an action-packed feature film that you're proud of, and this is not the red carpet that you're going to be waving at fans and smiling and taking pictures. This is a documentary about a massacre. Does you understand that?
But it looked like business as usual. I mean, I can't even compare the loss that I've experienced, for example, having a grandma pass away. When I talk about my grandma, my voice still gets wavery and my eyes tear up. You're talking about intimate, personal memories that people are confiding in you about, somebody they love and care about. A whole family was murdered, and no sign of emotion. It's business as usual. We're going to promote this. I couldn't understand that on a human level. I didn't understand the lack of emotion.
Wow. All right. Anything else? Any other questions, Greg?
No. I think think we covered a lot. Is there anything else that people should know before they go and see this movie?
I would just say, if you see this movie, go in with an open mind and be willing to think and question for yourself and look deeper for the answers. Just because this is on a film and it's put together in a very glitzy way doesn't make any of it true or accurate. So don't be afraid to look deeper and seek out the story and look for the answers yourself.
Very well put. All right, well, Ann, thank you for your input. I've got nothing else really to share, I guess, other than kind of a sick pit in my stomach, but oh well. All right, anything else, Greg?
Nope, I think that's it.
All right. All right, so for the viewers out there, please listen to this. Comment on the bottom when we post this on the web. Feel free to comment below with questions and anything that we may have missed.
All right, we are now live. And to be live, I'm a little bit under the weather today, but we're just going to power through this here. Hope everybody can hear this okay. I got the chat on, just drinking some tea here, getting ready to start. So I'm going to wait maybe another minute or so to give people a chance to come on in here and check this out live. Excuse me. Looks like the stream, everything is ready to go. Wish I could say I was looking forward to watching this, but I guess we'll have no choice. So alright, now I'm going to adjust my screen here, and we'll see how it goes. Just bear with me here while I just adjust the screen, take a look, make sure everything is working okay. Looks alright. Oh man, I'm so sick today, but this is important, so I've got to do it. I'm just trying to adjust, trying to get the best view I can here. Even a little too much headroom. It's good that I can see all that, so that's good. It does look like there we go. Let's adjust that a little bit. Much better. Okay, I'm gonna turn this volume up. Got a little background noise, but we're gonna just power through it. We're gonna work through this. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna wait a few seconds just so we can see. Okay. Sorry about the background noise there. Just gonna go ahead. Okay. Looks like we're all good. If there is anybody who is in the chat right now or who can let me know that they can hear me okay, I'd really appreciate that, just so we can make sure you can hear me. Now you won't be able to see the video, and I probably won't be able to hear it that well. The point of this for me was just to to give you my full view on this directly while watching this, so that we can see that. Sorry guys, 1 second here. apologize for the background noise there. There's not much I can do about that. So hopefully it won't be too distracting. I'm just going to let a few people know who are asking if I'm still going live. A few minutes late here. Just starting now. So I will give it a few more minutes. Oh, I don't like that. That is doing that there. I really want it to just stay. Okay. Awesome. How's my audio? Is my audio okay? Should I kind of speak up or go a little more into the microphone? Just like I said, I'm just sitting here drinking tea. Okay. Rough day. I think a lot of people have gotten sick too, so I'm not the only one. But we will just try to power through this. And I'm going to go ahead and start this right about now. Let's see what this Gray State movie is all about. And I'll keep going back and forth, kind of checking the comments. Alright, so I'm starting it in 3, 2, 1, now.
Shitty pen. Shitty pen. We hate you. Mike's meeting 2. The outline. Projecting power, confidence. Talk fast, easy, and project. Why do you think I'm here? Why do you think I'm here? I want a career. I want a career, and I want some coin, and I want to find the people who can make that happen. I'm here because I like you. Okay. You know, guys, this is my project. Every little part of this project is me. I write, storyboard, cast. I edited, composed, I did the musical score. If it's Gray State, it's mine. Yes. And suddenly, Gray State is a household name. Gray State is already a household name. Every time I poke this dragon, they all fire awake saying things like, "You guys are the best, keep it up, in the name of liberty." And blah, 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 blah. People love this movie. The things that we could do with this. Okay, there's your break. Shift to sincere. So you're saying 30 million. Honestly, I think we can do better. I think, because that implies, like, I've got my own ideas. I think. So can we do better? No, don't say that. Don't put it in the negative. Can we? We can. We can do better. I'm here because I like you, but I want our film to be made right. Pen is broken. There we go.
This is the Netflix version, by the way, so I wonder if there's a different version. I heard there's a different version online out there. Let's see. Alright. Order ready.
Thank you for coming out, because as you know, this is an independent project. We have a quadcopter drone. We're going to be doing aerials. We're going to have you guys busting up these houses, sicking attack dogs on children. You know, it's going to get
sure
nasty.
If it's a hit piece.
And
good question.
Just thank you guys for being a part of it. I hope you have the presence of mind to remain professional and not take it too far.
It's on Netflix.
Just, I don't know what too far really
It's on
is.
Watch 32.
So just impress me, make it real. You're here for a reason, right? You're part of the Gray State team? Yeah. Show it. Big family. Show it to me. Big family. Anything else? I think we're covered. Squad leader, I want to hear you yelling to your guys. Just give commands. If they're doing something wrong, get to the flag. That's your target house. High value individual there, very dangerous, he's armed. Get there! Get your squad up there! Oh, get there. So David had saying all the time, he screamed, "Get there, get there." And David only showed you one time how to do something, and he hated it if you had to go back and ask questions about it.
Action! Hit it! Go, 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 go! Okay, cut!
43? Oh, 43. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm losing my voice, so I'll make this quick. Right now, we're getting to the fun stuff. This is the actual Gray State, so you guys have seen the trailer, obviously. You know, this is just a quick jump into the future. Can you do a loop of the house? Okay, I'm watching. You're right here, I'm watching.
Even in the midst of it, David always took time to acknowledge his daughter.
You're a goofball.
It's interesting being here on this set, because this set here, where we're shooting this interview, is where we did a lot of the shooting for Gray State. Action.
If you are receiving this message, then you've been recruited. Welcome to the fight, Patriot.
Okay, a little bit less on the happy.
Less, okay.
What is Gray State?
Sorry, my cat wants in. I'll let my cat in.
Gray State is less a warning than it is a warning. We do not live in a dictatorship, but we do live in a police state. What we're going to see is the unveiling of this Gray State foisted upon America. The thing that you have to begin to understand about conspiracy theory is that at some point, it's no longer theory. You talk about peak oil, you talk about FEMA camps, you talk about global warming, you talk about the UN, you talk about the NWO. They're prepping for megadeath. Last night's declaration of Washington. Once the red carpet gets rolled out for this New World Order program, everything's free game. The bastard of it all is that you've heard of everything. Americans believe that they can't do it. And day by day, they're becoming correct.
Ninja action.
Numbers. And, we're losing.
Brings back memories. Oh, there's Alex Jones. He's not talking about David Crowley. It's down a little bit.
Can we lock in a time with you tomorrow for? I'll be out here like 9 in the morning. But what are you guys doing with Ted?
You know that dystopian movie you're always talking about on air? We're the only ones doing it. So it's what happens if these guys win. And it's the dystopian near future reality.
They don't win, buddy.
Oh, that's what's called Gray State.
Yeah.
David didn't want to be leader for anything. He didn't want the glamour, the glory of the millions of dollars. You know, he saw a vision, he wanted to make it work, and he wanted to get it out.
The Gray State movie, go to graystatemovie.com. We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube. The word is getting out and the word is coming.
David Crowley was a voice.
Okay, let's see. 10 minutes in, and looks like I lost the stream. I'll let the stream go till we can get back. I don't know if anybody can see the stream. Please let me know, or else I will just hold off until we get it back. If we get it back, who knows? You can see it? Okay. It's weird on my screen because I have it on. I'm monitoring it to see what it looks like, and on mine it's spinning and spinning. So if you can see it, I guess that's a good thing. Not sure why I can't, but it's very interesting. Okay. Sorry, I have a little minor delay there. But, okay, as long as everybody else can see it, I guess it was just my computer. So if that happens, I'm just going to go ahead and just stop it for a second, just to make sure that this is coming through. Which is not really helping me. My cat's not helping either. She's very feisty. She wants to play. Alright, sorry about that. Back to the movie. We're at the, it's like the 8-minute mark or so. Alright, let's keep rolling.
Based for a movement that believed
Jason
that
Allen.
a government
There's Jason
shutdown
Allen.
was imminent. That
This is my first time watching
oligarchy
it. Yes.
and these corporate powers, the corporatocracy, could overtake our civilization, our society, and in turn our citizens.
My
and
cat's first
take
time, too.
away all of our civil liberties and human rights.
Jason Allen is one of the last people to talk to David, I think, or email, or David emailed him.
That's the gray state.
Very late December. One of the last days before he died.
He was a genius. I had never met anybody so analytical, so
Joseph
decisive,
Satan, not sure who that is.
and so strategic.
Thanks for coming. It's important to note that without the volunteer participation of people like you to give the project scale, all the best
Mockumentary.
ideas and
Heard that.
loftiest ambitions would never be realized.
Or sloppy-mentary.
They were
I
all
like
part of something much bigger.
But
So a lot of people, when they look at David, they could think, why does he make everything so difficult, so challenging, and so tough? And probably the easiest answer is because he was a perfectionist.
What the fuck is this wall and how does it work?
So, the wall is just a writing tool. The wall is something that every writer probably does. I don't know how extensive they get. Maybe they're better at synthesizing story than I am. So, I mean, if you want to look at it physically, you have the story here, beginning to end, also up, or top to bottom.
this is the wall that makes him crazy?
In the story, you'll find out that it works on several levels. There's mythological storytelling, so it's the hero's journey as described by Joseph Campbell.
Well, this whole thing has sort of taken on a mind of its own. We're still pretty new to this whole game.
Yeah, sorry,
but,
just a gal.
you know,
I
it is
can't show
developing. This
the
project has
video.
developed
I'm sorry about
momentum
that.
I can't even describe. It has run away from us.
Action!
Copyright stuff.
Okay, so head in your crotch. Bloody head in your crotch.
Sorry if that wasn't
Hi, Chris
clear.
Peck. Nice to meet you, Slate.
Oh, Chris Peck, the guy who was in Dan Hannon's house.
I think what made David
Yeah, go on Netflix if you want to see it. I'm just...
um,
This might be very boring for you guys. I'm just watching it first time myself, that's all.
he would lead his crew like we were going into war, and you know we might not come out alive. Who else could walk up to a group of 20 people and say, "Hey, you want to be actors in this scene?" People with no experience at all. David would make them into actors.
You're gonna be leaning forward more. Shoot this arm back.
That's why I'm watching it on Netflix too, by the way.
Here we go, here we go. If you guys want to be in the scene, Chief Weinzel told me that I can do whatever I want with you guys, as long as you're cool with it.
Buffalo, Minnesota
So if you want to
police.
jump out and join the squads and make a show of it, I'm cool with that if you go. I want to get away with as much as I can. So if I can have a snarling dog attack a family safely, I'm going to do that.
Snarling
and you guys
dog attack the
have to tell me
family.
no.
Interesting.
David very much had a vision when it came to making Gray State. He knew how to be a businessman. He knew how to get people together. They were not filmmakers.
All right, cut.
David gets up and says, Kelly, I can't, you might die. Like, we
Script
talked about
conference
this,
2020.
which is good, because I think it's like repeating the conversation that went on.
What's Kelly's motivation to get into it now? Because she knows that Josh kept her off the radar, right?
David and Kamel were always one unit.
There will be a discussion
They were-
after.
They were incredible. I mean, they were a relationship you wish for.
And a bear and they're a bear figurine. Churro figurines.
They always had their own interesting way to express how much they loved each other.
Yeah, that's better.
I was just...
You're fidgeting over there.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm just laughing. I'm glad this is a me narrating because, like, Daniel feels a lump in his pocket from the expo. Can mean a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm glad no one's narrating.
I'm at the 12-minute mark.
Hold on, let me test my
Expo.
Okay, I guess that's a good place Come on, kitty. What do you look? You want in? You want out? We're trying to do a broadcast here. Oh, that cat. Okay, so I just paused it there for a second. We are now, right at the 12-minute mark. So if you want to come back after the discussion, that's cool. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start it right here. Sorry about the noise in the background, everybody. I really apologize for that. Some construction work going on. That's life, right? Just roll with it. All right, here we go. Let's keep rolling here. Dan Crowley Sr. is on the screen right now. I hear it feels like a hit piece. A lot of people said that so far. Apple Valley, Minnesota, present day.
Well, you can't help but think about it every time you drive past it, or
it sounds like Judy
coming
Prochnow.
out the backyard and looking over. And the people I have talked to, we would all just be happy if someone came and tore it down and built something new.
I'm with her on that.
We had my sister-in-law living with us for the month of December.
Hey, Judy.
And we took her home in the first part of January. And as we were driving to the airport that morning, I looked at the steps, and I noticed there were still Christmas gifts out there.
Watch how they do the close-up shot of on your glass of Chardonnay. Interesting. Okay, I'll watch for that.
The presents, and then I heard the dog bark. And I hadn't heard
Here's
the
my
dog bark for a
close-up
long
on my
time.
shot of
So I thought, well,
they
must be home. And since I was in the front, I went to ring the doorbell. Well, then the dog came and jumped up by the front window and was barking, and I thought, well, they're not home. I hadn't seen the dog or heard the dog before. Maybe there might be something wrong. And that's when I stepped off the stoop and went over to the window and I looked inside. I saw one body that was probably, maybe about 6 to 8 feet away from the window.
Look like a mannequin?
I noticed that there was another body, maybe 6 to 7 feet away from the first one, and I noticed that there was a little body that looked like it was almost in the second body's arms.
1055 Ramsdale Drive. Cop reporting suspicious behavior next door. Went over to the home to the right of the RP, sees dead bodies inside the house, dog inside, sees a gun in the house on the floor.
Rear slider slightly ajar.
To look at the three of them through the Instagram filter of life, it's hard to imagine how it all went so wrong.
Uh-oh, there's lighting.
David Crowley, a talented, promising young filmmaker, his smart and beautiful wife, Kamal, a dietitian, and their adorable 5-year-old daughter, Rania. The reality is, the truth of what happened to David Crowley and his family is stranger and sadder than anyone imagined.
The truth, huh?
So this is the home in Apple Valley.
The truth. Yeah, the truth.
I mean, this is a total middle-class neighborhood.
Lighting's going to show us the truth,
this
guys.
Was
oh,
mid-January.
there's the rear slider lock. Closed. Not open.
You can still see the Christmas presents on the front porch.
I was looking for that. Looking for that rear slider to be closed.
But what a horrific crime to walk into and try to piece together.
And so quickly.
Evidence scattered all over by the dog.
Yeah, so quickly they came to the conclusion.
Investigators found about 22 terabytes of information, all strung together on hard drives, kind of daisy-chained all together. And you had to think that when they're looking at all this, they're like, okay,
show it open.
Maybe the answer is in one of these hard drives. We find the why.
How about you find the if before you look for the why, buddy? How about that?
So I took the case file. It was about 12 1,500 pages.
Wow.
And I went through it, and all of a sudden I came through a picture that they did not have in the crime scene photos that they provided.
Dun dun dun.
And I said, oh my God, what is this? And there on the wall, above the bodies, scrawled in blood, the words, Allah Akbar.
And this is...
God is the greatest.
And that was painted over white when most of
Between
the
their
people saw it,
bodies, a
hidden
Quran
from the family.
With pages torn out.
Many pages were
Open
torn
to
out
a
of that
traditional
Quran.
Forgiveness prayer.
It's not the only thing it was open to.
In the home office, on a notepad, submit
Open the
to
rise.
Allah now.
Most recent version, submit to Allah now. Not signed by David.
Do you try to explain 3 deaths? You know, husband and a wife and their little girl.
You gather the facts. That's how you explain them.
And you can't come up with answers, right?
Yes, you can.
Talk about
How could you not?
various parts of it. You just can't come
Come
up
on,
with
Corey.
answers.
I told you all
Something
this.
about it that just kind of gets on you. And you
Talk
just
about the bullet hole,
can't
Corey.
wash it off.
No, because it doesn't make sense.
There's a Quran laying amongst the bodies. There's blood on the wall.
Bullet hole
David Crowley's
in the
right
ceiling,
on the verge
in the
of
living room
making
that they
a mistake,
missed.
shall we say, or at least taking a really big step in getting beyond YouTube and actually getting to a movie to theaters everywhere. No wonder it was
there's
a
Dan.
for conspiracy theorists.
Oh, there's me.
Hello, this is Dan Hennon, along with Greg Fernandez Jr. for another installment of the Crowley Case Updates. Today is June 4th, 2016, and we've got some updates on the case. So how are you doing today, Greg?
I'm doing good. It's hot, but that's okay.
Good, good.
I don't give a crap about credibility at all. Credibility means nothing to me.
It's true.
What I care about is truth.
I'm not in law enforcement. I don't have a background in detective work, but how it happened, I would say it's
I'd agree with that guy.
You've got no suicide note. There's no motive. And they said that out of their way to say that the blood test on the wall written Allah Akbar was the blood of Comel Crowley. Right. Well, who wrote the blood? Once you get into this wrong territory, once you start treading into these waters, there is a backlash against you by some shadow entity, who knows what it is, but you start pushing the wrong buttons to the elite, so to say, and there is payback.
To God be the glory. Police
And I
don't even
think
know what
one of
really
the big
happened. That's
problems
true.
with the people who think that David Crowley is guilty is they don't even want us asking questions now.
It's true.
They don't decide when we get to stop asking questions. We get to decide that.
Did the government want to silence him and his film?
Or are there other theories?
After the truth, get knocked off.
This particular video really shows
It's
why
always
the
about the
criminal
government
establishment
stuff.
murdered not only
It's never about
him,
the facts.
but his family as well.
It's sad.
As
Hey, there's the bullet
admin
hole.
and creator of the
Boom. There's
justice
the bullet
pages
hole.
on the Facebook accounts, I allow all theories to come into play. I don't want to censor narratives. There are certain people out there that certainly believe that these things did happen.
Sure.
They ruled it a
I'm
double
open to that.
murder followed by a suicide at the hands of David without any real investigation. There was no
Yep.
signs of domestic
Just
violence.
like Philip Marshall.
There was no
Philip
evidence
Marshall's
of
another
a
one.
violent household.
Strange case.
There was no evidence of PTSD.
According to Mitch Heil, no
There
evidence
was
of
no
PTSD.
evidence of mental illness. No depression, nothing.
Didn't stop the Gray State team from working with him. If they did.
There are certain points in every story that you can recognize that this is what happens to the character at this point in the story. For example, after Act 2 begins, eventually the midpoint is created, which is the metaphorical inmost cave. So the hero enters the labyrinth to fight the Minotaur. And
Yeah,
he merges with the
emoticon.
secret, but the fight isn't
One big
over.
difference
And
between
that
Philip
applies to other
Marshall
stories,
and
like
the
character
David Crowley
must have
thing
the right
is
idea,
the dog.
still
In one
kind of
case, the
struggling,
dog
but
died. In the other case, it didn't.
progress through
Thought that was
proactivity
interesting.
and all
I'm
these
not
things, and then eventually there's the
saying
Supreme
that I
Ordeal,
believe David
which,
Crowley is guilty or
It's
innocent.
like the ultimate fight to death.
Now we go back to Afghanistan, November 20th, 2008.
You know, he had a whole album for it that he made while he was in Afghanistan.
That's pretty cool.
He's like picking away here, you know, like he's played guitar his whole life. So
apart from heavy metal.
Well, David was good at whatever he decided was worth being good at. He was good at being a father. He was good at being a husband. He was good at school. You know, he did things differently. He thought differently, and he worked harder, and he was more driven.
This is Crowley. Testing out the Spartan.
Now we go back to Iraq, 2006. Going back in time here.
Yeah, maybe like 5 minutes.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, we. I need to take.
Alright.
Oh man, 2006. I know people were there then. It's terrible.
Again. Finish him.
These poor kids.
Second speed. Awesome.
Everything he did it
Poor kids.
to his utmost ability. He never
I didn't know him
half-assed
at all.
anything. He saw what he wanted, and he went.
I knew of his trailer in 2012. Did not like it. The Decline, high school film directed by David Crowley. We're going way back in time now. With Mitch Heil, who was also a veteran as well.
We never needed to join the military, but like we were playing airsoft
Best friend in
and like
high school.
paintball or whatever. We tried to make it as realistic as possible, I guess. So we're trying to wear accurate uniforms and trying to do, you know, military type movements and military type things. And for me, and I think for him too, it was just a natural progression of, I like the military, I like guns, I like, you know, that type of thing. So I'm like, I would like to progress from playing it to being it.
It's a big difference.
I can't ever remember deciding to join the Army, but of course we were all inundated with the whole glory aspect of it, having seen Black Hawk Down, which came out around the time that we were in 10th grade. And so at some point it became obvious to us that we were joining the military.
Well, this is fun.
We're in Iraq, 2006.
I served in Ramadi, Iraq in 2006, and I witnessed directly what we're doing there, the good and the bad.
Put it in the water. Drink it all. Drink it all. Here, give it old boy right there.
That's sad. So sad.
9/11 obviously generated a lot of emotion.
It did.
You see 3,000 of your fellow Americans incinerated. You think that sucks. So when they say we need to go to Iraq because of this, you're going to Iraq, buddy.
So he probably didn't believe 9/11 was an
I've seen
inside
people
job back
shot
then.
in the head. I've seen people killed. I've seen people blown up. I've been in combat. I've shot people. I know how combat goes. You die like animals. We die like animals. You bleed out, and then you leave a corpse that looks surprised. And that's just how it is.
Sorry, I'm so sick.
I witnessed directly how the mentality of the American soldier is being used, and directly how the mentality of the American public is being used. I mean, when you follow a flag, you're going to be manipulated.
Agreed.
It's not like following a person or following an idea. You're following a country, and whatever that country says to follow, you're going to do.
You have to. They own you at that point.
It is morally reprehensible what we're doing in the Middle East. And if you don't fucking understand that yet, you need to open your eyes, because you are a slave for the most insidious global agenda mankind has ever known, and you are directly responsible for that.
I didn't learn about 9/11
At some point, you've got to
till years
realize
later.
that you're just a dog jumping through hoops for the government.
Alright, he took a sip, I'm taking a sip. Now we're in Texas, June of 2008. reach out to the wife.
David called me and said, hey, I met this girl and we're getting married. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, we're getting married in 2 weeks.
It's like pretty quickly. 2 weeks.
I said, I heard you were seeing somebody for a couple of months, but wow.
David, would you have this woman come out?
Hey, sometimes you know, right? Got married in Waco, Texas, May 22nd, 2008. 6 weeks after first meeting, they were married. Wow.
The way that Kamel would speak of David, it felt very high school, I think is the best way to describe it. Kind of that first love, the puppy love, infatuation. It seemed very sweet, but always would make me question how that can go on for so long.
Kamel was a strong-willed woman, confident, assertive, very intelligent, but she followed the leader. Because I remember David telling me that she was Muslim. And then I remember David, exhibiting very much Christian-like traits and speaking a lot about biblical stuff. And then all of a sudden, when I'm hanging out with Kamel, she's Christian.
Interesting. I wonder what
Having
changed
been
her mind.
overseas and having seen what like Sharia law had done to the people in Iraq, he did not like the religion Islam. He loved Muslim people, but he felt that Islam subjugated the people, and
I agree.
He felt very strongly about that.
That's my view. I agree. Soon after David and Camille were married, he was redeployed to Afghanistan. Man, that sucks. This redeployment is a surprise, as Crowley has been told he would be discharged after.
First heard he was having
stop
problems
loss?
when he went to Afghanistan, and he was really struggling because he's now afraid. He was never afraid before, but now that he's met Kamel, he really has a reason to live.
Interesting.
He really doesn't want to get killed.
He has a wife and a daughter
Never
on the
seen
way,
documentation.
and he thought he was going back to civilian life, and he'd done his time, and Uncle Sam said thank you.
I think the sister
And
even
now all of a
said that
sudden,
she was
is
still a
being thrown
Muslim.
into what he feels to be a corrupt
That's
war.
what she told me, if I remember correctly.
What the stop loss did to
Contradicting
his
stories.
worldview, and how he described it to me, was that he had a breakdown.
I was stop lost. I was involuntarily held by the military for 15 months.
That sucks.
I was forced to deploy against my will. Had to leave my brand new wife at home. And I come back from that very disgruntled, to say the least.
That sucks.
Nothing good ever comes out of a deployment except for, well, a body count.
That's not good.
After today. Why are you making it on me?
You're pretty.
Get out of here. Hey, Ronnie.
Kamel was very devoted and attached to Ronnie. Ronnie was her world. She and Ronnie had a very special relationship, always hugging and happy and joking around, and she was very attentive with her.
What did you have for lunch today? You ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Yeah.
She was just what I thought every parent would want in a daughter. She likes pink. She's adorable. She has goofy features, and there's just so much to love about her.
You like cookies, huh? Okay, say goodbye to Uncle Danny.
Bye-bye. Big smile. She'd have been my dream girl, as a dad.
Not sure what kind of sadism this is. Because he's never going to get that stick. And I think that's the whole point. So no one loses an eye. Because then I got to deal with it.
Kamel would make a lot of comments on the fact that David was very clear he did not want any more children, which at the time I thought was weird because they were so young. To sort of be that final about that decision at such a young age.
But Change later.
surprised me.
Hey, so what you looking at?
This one.
Are you gonna kill?
No, I'm not.
You're not gonna kill? Why?
Because I'm not going to kill him.
Well, that's
Why would you
nice.
kill?
That's good.
He's a baby.
Ugly baby. And we definitely don't kill babies, do we?
No.
Shouldn't kill
When
anybody.
I was a baby, when I was a baby, we don't kill my baby.
Nope. That's why you're still alive, and it's your 4th birthday tomorrow.
When I'm a baby, we don't kill him. When I was a baby, and then you don't kill me when I was a baby.
It's a
Nope,
weird
no one
thing to
killed
say to
you.
a kid.
You couldn't pull it off.
Internal desire.
If a character has a desire, that means he often has a competing internal desire,
You talk
which
to kids
often
about
comes
death.
from a past trauma that usually is explained at the midpoint. It becomes very scientific and very methodical, but that doesn't mean it's any easier to create.
This
So
wall
I'll
is
have certain colors that represent when the character will acknowledge his inner trauma.
some drone shots. Alright, he goes to film school after Afghanistan in 2009. Kamel works full-time as a dietitian. Crowley and Danny Mason embark on the Gray State project.
Gray State is shot everywhere, but mostly it's shot in a studio. But you'd never know looking at the footage. All this buzz that people have for Gray State, we didn't start it. The story is, the farther down you go, the story becomes bigger and it involves more people. It involves generations and generations of Americans and everyone else playing their part leading up to this moment. So yes, once we begin to connect these dots, there's no way you can't tell a story about it.
That's why it
He
was
was
made
introduced
into a
to the
TV
idea.
series.
It started out as a fun little fantasy, and then I think it kind of snowballed and got bigger than he had imagined it would.
Okay, Mitch. Yeah. Put a mark down?
He had a very take control personality, and I think I almost got submissive of it. After I had seen the results, I'm like, well, I didn't agree with you, but holy shit, this looks
They're
good.
using that wall against him?
I'm
Really?
gonna go with it.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
I'm gonna be
interesting.
frank. This is a public execution. Gunshot to the back of the head. Who wants it?
Oh shit. Are you kidding me?
Yes, I want to.
Why are they...
So this was
Very
in the trailer,
suggestive.
this would have been preparing for one of the execution scenes where one of the militia people basically executes 4 people in a row. So we were prepping for that spot.
Didn't this strike you as kind of creepy?
Yeah, very creepy.
There's Eric Nelson in the back. Can hear him.
Yeah, you could even give a little bit of a cock and if you want.
David's right-handed. His right hand is missing.
Don't even walk
Let's not
up
forget
to the
that.
guy, just kind of do it from a distance.
So why police came to the conclusion so quickly that he was guilty is also another interesting thing. They didn't even have the hand.
This is the grossest thing about this movie is that it comes home like this. All right. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Adam, first mark. Camera's rolling. Action. Here it comes, guys. Breathing. Breathing. Here it comes.
Sorry, I'm gonna blow my nose from time to time.
Good. Cut. That's gross. That's just gross, you guys.
We spent days and hours with each other.
Crazy because
That's
there's a
kind of
lot
how
of
we
notes.
became the
That's
whole little band of
ridiculous.
brothers, or the Crowley Knights, as I would call it.
Adam, do you know what's going on?
Absolutely not. I just listened to you.
We only hired the finest people here.
Okay, Adam, great.
I never felt like David was necessarily the alpha dog. It was more of David was the type of person that would literally give his shirt for you, or off his back for you.
Anyone who's not packing should be.
He turned into a pit bull when he was directing, but set that aside, he was a sweetheart.
Awesome. Awesome. What's that? What are we doing? You're my AD, okay?
Okay, it says I'm live. It's telling me I'm live right now. If anyone can verify that, that would be great. I have gone ahead and just paused the video. So if anyone can hear me live, please let me know. that would be great, so I can continue this. Okay, we're back. All right, we are back. Thanks. Sorry about that. You know, that's life, right? Go ahead and just set that there. So I paused it now. Okay, I just paused it for a couple seconds so I could get back, and we are at the looks like we're at the 36:12 mark. So okay, thank you everyone for letting me know. I'm gonna go ahead and keep working on this. Okay.
At his beck and call, night and day, to get this project pushed and done. You know, because David's success would ultimately mean their success.
But we got to like him, otherwise we do not care. And when he comes in at the end, like, oh, that guy again.
I don't think you're supposed to care. It's not about him. Tried to save Kelly, and then he throws his beautiful funeral for this girl, which I like. And, you know, there's just something mysterious about him, and I'd like to leave it there. I don't want to know him yet, because I'm trying to figure Daniel out.
Kamel still is a mystery. I mean, the vibe that I always got was free-thinking, independent woman.
How's that
so
a mystery?
The idea that she somehow becomes a puppet of her husband, just that's the question that's still there, right?
Kamel was definitely intelligent. She was definitely very good at anything that she
Master of
put her
public
mind
health.
to.
Oh.
But I think what made her so good was that she was intelligent but also extremely passionate.
Come on, baby. Get it. I'm gonna run with you.
She was easy to talk to and was a quick thinker when you would ask her questions. She was intellectually curious and jumped on whatever she thought she should be pursuing.
Show her business
If it
website.
was the paleo diet, she was all on board with that.
We've done the
They
paleo.
named their dog Paleo. You know, I think she was trying to find her place.
What are you guys doing?
We're making cupcakes.
Looks like eggs.
Egg and bananas.
Bananas.
Butter too.
So Kamel starts baking cakes and she realizes how
good she is.
Good she is at it. Not only good, but amazing.
Oh,
So
I missed
she
the
starts
scarf.
her idea, KC Cakes. She
Winnie
would
the
make
Pooh.
like an Elmo cake for Rania for her birthday. This could have been huge if she wanted to. She's that good.
Yeah, they
This
could
one,
find anything.
this was
about
my birthday
Michael.
cake here. Notice the golfer taking the divot and not even hitting the ball. So, like, she's very perceptive. Emotionally, she was very smart. And I think, like, David really trusted her with his feelings and emotions.
This was not the Annie doc I viewed. I wonder if this is an extended version. I know there was a.
That's what I hated about it.
I guess there's a director's cut.
Better
I'm
than
not
what I'm
sure.
imagining.
The Annie version, maybe it was shortened down.
So
or
David
something.
Crowley,
I don't know.
Bucksall Convention, he self-funds a trailer for a movie that doesn't exist. He's going to use that trailer
Oh, yeah, he's
as
gonna
a
make it.
marketing tool to get money to pay himself in order so he can write the script. Then he's
Uh-huh.
going to take that script, take it to Hollywood, get $30 million to make the movie that he wants to make.
Okay.
It's an improbable dream. I mean, it's a guy in Apple Valley. He's unemployed. He's got a young family, and he's doing it in reverse order. I don't believe that even he could have foresaw how successful that was going to be.
Seems weird. Parts of the Annie doc are missing. Interesting. Team America. filming sound effects or audio to insert. Why don't they say what he's really doing here? It can seem like he's just staring into the camera.
Okay, parents, once we get everyone together. You know how the police typically view us, peasants in situations where they get to use their weapons. They have no regard for your rights, okay? So what's going to happen? It's a 3 a.m. raid, okay? You're all asleep, so you're all in your pajamas. If you feel like you're warm enough, I want you barefoot. You're getting pulled out of your bed in the middle of the night by these armed people. They're going to take you out. They're going to force you to the ground.
He's basically telling all these little kids that we're essentially going to...
Who have already agreed to do it.
Rip you out of this house and...
Okay, so listen up. I'm going to instruct my squad leaders. If it gets too
It's not like it's a surprise to them. I'm sure they know it already.
So you can scream, "Don't hurt me, stop hurting me," and stuff, and they're not going to listen. If you say banana, they'll stop.
Funny.
Could even what a director would do.
And action.
Some of the family wanted parts taken out. I think the whole Alam family stuff was taken out. Look at the clock there. It's 9/11. The Alam family withdrew all of their stuff, which that's the stuff I was hoping to get. There's some interesting stuff there. Very interesting.
Hey, what does dangerous mean?
Dangerous means scary monster. That what dangerous means. When you push the red one, then the monster is gonna get you in the bloody. No, when you're a little girl, and then you get it out.
Bloody monster's coming.
No, it's gonna get mommy cold mom, and then when she's a little girl, and then she got blood on her face, and then monster's gonna get her, and when she's a little girl, and then she got. And then
Look at all her dramatic effects.
And
There we go, dramatic.
And then you got bloody. And then
She really thinks about these
blood everywhere. And then this room, and then this room is bloody. And then this room is a floor, and then lots of bleeding. And then the red man's gonna get you.
Who's the red man?
And it's gonna get.
That's disturbing.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Let's face it. You can, there's a red rum quality to it. It's like The Shining, right? A premonition.
Yeah, but he's guilty, so forget it.
The girl is
Right?
prescient. I mean, the way she's talking about.
Well, we got no proof, but whatever. We'll just go with it because
she
police
has
say
been
it.
exposed enough to some very dark things that this is what she knows, and this is what a little girl is now talking about. I mean, Jesus Christ, she's 5 years old.
Watch your mouth, buddy. Here we go with the Freemason scene, the guillotine. Disgusting. Here's the fear porn, everybody. Bring it in. I wonder how the Freemasons felt about that.
We all do.
Oh, how many Freemasons are in Minnesota again? Who has ties to Freemasons in the Gray State? I'd like to know that.
We have no common goals. We're just a bunch of individuals in a collective state, and we don't support each other. So once I identified that, I'm like, that's my villain. And so,
Yeah,
person
Leiden's
watching this
weird.
film can be like, they subconsciously recognize that this scene is where they're supposed to be.
They're really jumping around.
The hero and the villain.
2012 Gray State fundraising trailer premiere. Ugh, I just never liked the trailer. Sorry. They did. Some did.
A marketing promotional tool. We're going to promote, I mean, now that the gates have been lifted, the veil has been breached, as it were, we are ready to go.
Meticulous, interesting.
I think for us, shooting the concept trailer, raising the money that we did, setting the goal and crushing the goal that we set for.
Thanks. I'll pay attention to the board.
Back then, we thought it was
It's
totally
starting to make
feasible
sense
to do
what you're
we were
saying
going
now.
to do.
We're very, very fortunate to have the crew from Gray State here today. Woo!
Yeah! I think the fans had a great expectation of David. I think they saw the Gray State as the
Jason Allen's a Gray State fan.
for this message and this story to be told.
This is David Crowley, the brains behind the madness. These guys are working very hard to put out this incredible film. Big time stuff.
He owns the
So
rights.
to hold David to that standard of excellence that he set himself up for. this
Danny Mason wouldn't
amazing
give up the
concept
rights
that
to
he
Gray
put
State.
together, and this movement of videos.
I wonder what
social
Danny Mason's
media
going to try to do with
and
Gray State.
press attention. They expected an incredible
Make
movie.
money?
Obviously, the things that we're showing, the things that we're saying are appealing to people.
Yeah, Mason Hendricks said he was going to send me some posters and some Gray State memorabilia. I'm still waiting for that,
What am I going to do
Mr.
this
Hendricks.
spring? But it's developed into this beast that we can't even keep up with.
So in the fall of 2012, the trailer comes out, and it very quickly just explodes online. It becomes a YouTube sensation. It's shared everywhere on social media, Facebook, Twitter,
I remember
whatever
that,
it may be.
and I
conspiracy theories
immediately
this guy
red
is
flags
the messenger.
immediately with this trailer for me. Did not like
They've
it.
ordained him in some
Didn't
special
protest
way,
against it, but
and they're
did not
wanting
like
him
it.
to deliver.
Kept my mouth shut, but observed. In the fall of 2012-2013, Crowley's Facebook and Twitter following increases. It's important to understand who knows who has the access to Crowley's Facebook and Twitter, especially after his death.
You're not going to do it! That's what I'm saying!
Hey Alex, good to talk to you again. I'm David Crowley. I'm the writer and director.
Why is
of Gray
Alex
State.
Jones so quiet
what will
on
happen
this?
in the film
So
is that
quiet
the reason
on
we call
this
it Gray
topic.
State, or one of the reasons, is that it's a division of reality. So we have
Talk
people
about
who are
everything
living
else.
in the
These
Alex
guys will
Jones
talk about
world, know what's
aliens in the
going
White
on,
House or
people
whatever,
simply
but
don't.
don't talk about this one.
My role in this whole thing was not just to be there and assist David with whatever he wanted, because he knew he already had my commitment, but I was, of course, David's personal Rolodex. I'd been doing the work in the trenches with the revolution for years, and so I knew everybody already.
What camera you want me to look at?
Look at, you're talking to Sean. Talk to Sean.
Okay.
Good?
Okay. I got it, guys.
Cool.
We see a giant arms race against the American people, but not just here in the United States, worldwide. We see the globalists building a giant police state control grid and calling themselves technocrats. A technocrat is a group of dictators who use technology to control people. We are already
Messages
beginning
are
to
gone.
fall
Interesting. I'd like to hear more
the
about
Gray
that.
State.
Please make sure to bring that up after
This
you watch
fight
this.
is for the future of humanity, and we are in the fight. And it's now time for humanity to restore the republic,
Photos of
and
them
restore
at
freedom, and the Bill of Rights and
pictures,
Constitution.
the video of
It's
them at
just that
Bilderberg. This is from
I don't want to take
Bilderberg,
up too much of your time, but can we have verbal consent to use this
2012.
footage?
Yeah, you can use this. Go ahead.
Your name?
I'm Alex Johnson.
Your name? Really?
There was already this movement that
Paul
was
Fest.
right at its peak when David was coming along.
I
with
remember
Gray
hearing
State
about the
Project.
Paul Fest.
So it wasn't corralling. There was already a big audience. And then the rest of the audience came once they saw what was being put out.
Has anyone heard of Gray State?
The film explores trends like RFID, bio, and nanotechnology. These represent the fusion of authoritarian control and human flesh. And these trends are no longer science fiction.
David Crowley is the warrior, right? He's the warrior, though, that is the artist. And in that, they see a guy who can be a leader of this movement. He's the guy that's
So they're
going
followers.
to take it beyond
Got it.
just chat rooms to a bigger discussion.
While I make no claim that my efforts as an artist best exemplify the thoughts and feelings of every person in this room, I do assert that as far as expressions of freedom go, this is one we can all get behind. And through our united effort, we can keep this film in the fiction section. Thank you.
Once you get into this information, there really is no end to it. It just leads into the next conspiracy, For example, you want to ask why veterans are on the watch list. Now this is coming out. Police agencies are being trained to watch veterans. So veterans, gun owners, patriots, these sort of people who are independent of the system or can be, are they really a threat to the New World Order? You're fucking right they are. That's why they're being targeted.
What is the New World Order?
I guess I'm rambling. I got nothing. What's the next thing?
That footage looked like it was from the documentary that he was
had an
making,
element of
Gray State,
paranoia,
The
too.
Rise.
Like, whatever you told him, it's just he wasn't trusting it.
Oh, it was paranoid. Okay, sure.
He had gone through this transformation on that deployment. You know, it
Didn't
shocks
stop you
the
guys
system,
from working with him.
and you start looking at the world differently.
Oh, I don't know that much about the FB page,
guys,
the
David
Facebook
Crowley,
page. I'd
Gray
like to
State
hear more about
Project.
that
Tonight,
too.
I'm going to be shooting a little bit for the documentary.
I think a lot of people
Rise.
removed a lot of
It's
things.
something that
Admins were taken out,
for the
and
awakening moment that is
interesting
the
stuff.
eyes opening to appreciate the truth about our surroundings and our reality.
So now they're showing him filming. This must be their old house, the apartment that
So I'm using
some
my wife
demonic
and all these
activity
things
might have
subject.
happened in.
She ends up being in most of my projects.
Should I look at her at all? Like,
No.
oh, I'm so concerned
No.
for your life.
He always had to be in control of everything, every variable, and there's no collaborating with him. That was the problem. So.
Oh. Yet he had collaborators.
Moms do that, like holding their child close to
So
her.
it looks a little bit.
His personal page? Okay. Yeah, there were things removed from his personal page. Some tax talk, right?
I never saw them argue. I never saw anything like that. They did it. They had a bad spell back in 2013. I think David was on the road so much and doing this Gray State stuff.
Yeah,
I think Kamel felt she was holding the family together financially and filling in while David was gone so much that they had a rough spot for a while.
Did you guys have a surprise at school? Because that's what the paper said.
Kamal and I both worked in a clinic where we saw clients with eating disorders. The business that we created together was for nutrition around
3 posts
people with
left and a
autoimmune
handful of
diseases.
pics. Interesting. Wow.
I would say Kamal and David
Think
were
we got
definitely both
screenshots.
at a point in their life that I think they both had pretty strong passions for separate things. Kamal the nutrition, David more the film. She did not have many other friends.
Oh, how much more of this do I have to watch?
She
38
made a lot of
minutes,
comments that she would have loved to have more friends and that she was looking for ways to do so. It was just kind of, oh, David is a little different, so,
Interesting.
you know, it just
Only the
doesn't
3
work.
friends.
But I could tell she was always
I
very
believe David Crowley was guilty.
Kamal's behavior
Were the ones who were
didn't add up.
controlling the page?
He was involved in everything.
Or they were
And
posting? So,
She always made it
I'll
seem
let you
like it's
clarify that
exactly
later.
what she wanted.
All right, Rodney. Say hi, Mommy. Hi, Mommy. Okay, now we're going to do the spin, okay? Okay, let's spin. Ready? Set.
Oh, it makes me dizzy just looking at it.
So skinny. You don't like it as much as last time, huh?
It's fun, Daddy.
You like it? Is it fun? Yeah.
I couldn't do that. I have the stomach for that.
So less than 2 years after the trailer comes out, he's made his way to Hollywood. He has script in hand.
Okay.
He makes contacts with legitimate Hollywood insiders who believe and tell David that they're going to go out there and raise the money for a $30 million movie.
So David got a development deal based on the trailer. Hey, there's Mike Boggio. I keep saying Boggio.
The way I would
Sorry.
pitch this thing is
There's Michael
America's
O'Donnell.
finally had enough. It's the population of this country has had enough of a corrupt government, and they make a stand. I think to this day there's still a built-in audience for a film like this.
David did a phenomenal job grassrooting
No
this
domestic
project.
violence.
You know, we see all that from our aspect, and
Nothing we
everything
know.
that David put into this was phenomenal in our eyes.
I wonder if any of the Gray
because
State team
how
has records
this
of
thing
domestic
grew.
violence.
It took on its own legs and grew and grew and grew and grew. So this is our June 29th meeting. We're sitting at a pub on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood. We all did a celebratory shot and to conduct new business. David was very laid back, very, very calm. In that meeting, it was just very, very, very professional.
No sense of just, hitting his lines or,
No, I never got that impression at all. If he was acting, he was one of the best actors I've ever seen.
I was going to say the same thing.
Shitty pen. Shitty pen. We hate you. Mike's meeting 2. The outline. Projecting power, confidence. Talk
Here comes
fast.
a smear campaign.
Talk fast, easy, and project.
They want the
Cobal's
mics
right.
to really
Cobal's right. You're wearing something black.
go
You
against
gotta show
David
some
here.
arm veins. Watch on the left wrist, bracelets on the right. A necklace that's long enough to be tucked in, nothing too flashy, just enough to indicate that you're confident. in
Here
your
comes the
personality.
deception. Yes, this is that the Netflix documentary.
And I'm not just a quick fleece.
The mics say David is psychotic.
Talking to me because this is my project.
You should listen to Dan Hinnan's interview that he did with Mike Bozio after this,
Before there was even
when the mics realized that they had been tricked by a lot of things in this, by what you're seeing right
These are the
now.
proverbial fish in a barrel that every
Taken out of
time you say
context,
New
maybe
World
not
Order, they
tricked.
get out
Okay.
their
Taken out
wallets.
of context.
So, how are the rewrites? This will probably start it. How are the rewrites? First thing you're going to do is see what they do to each other. If they look at each other, are they measuring me right now?
Yeah.
Like, I see
I
one
wonder
producer,
which
just
Mike
one
says he's
producer
psychotic, because Mike
tells me that
Bozio
either
said that he
either
thought David was
MEG's
normal and they were
production,
working with David up
or
until
you
the
guys
day
have
he
something else in
died,
mind.
working on the deal.
Where you're achieving a dominant position by matching their experience with your
Excuse me.
enthusiasm. So let them answer, but your wrap up now. Here's the sunset on your beautiful day with your partnership with the mics.
Wow, that's kind of messed up that they played that. That's really in bad taste.
It's hard to express it. I got chills actually.
It's the most divisive bullshit I've ever heard in my life. It's not the David who I met.
I wonder if the divisive
This
BS is
manipulative,
coming
this is
from him.
psychotic.
Yeah.
I'm very insulted by it.
And then Eric Nelson
He's
apologizes
taking
later
adversarial
to the
position
mics.
towards us and playing us for chumps from day one. And yet, from day one, it was a collaboration and a collaborative effort for the project. This is the complete opposite of that. This is, I am, controlling the project. I'm going to work out exactly what words to say to elicit what response. This is craziness.
That's personal stuff. I don't know.
I don't even have to write it. I just have to have the idea, and people
Okay, I'm
will
listening.
start to do things.
Oh.
I will make money off it.
There's the Illuminati sign. The pyramid.
Because this thing exists in my head. Whatever comes out of this first deal, I don't know what'll happen afterwards. Because we're creating this thing that exists outside of all of us.
You were given this thing.
Wonder if they played any of that stuff for the mics, or if they just played some of the things David was doing to psych himself up.
We worked so hard and stuck together, and
Everything. We've stuck together through everything.
I'm so happy I understand you better. I love the bitch in you.
Passion, intensity, love is a lot of things. And love can turn into hatred too. It can turn into something negative if you put too much passion into it.
Oh. Good to know.
I just was concerned for him because you go from hanging out with a person religiously to getting cut off.
So he did that a lot, huh?
I mean, he withdrew from
Not just
all
at the
of us
end of
so
his life.
hard. Like, I texted him, and it would take a couple days for him to get back to us, and it's like, well, what's going on, man? He's like, I'm writing, I promise I'll, da-da-da-da. And then when he emerged from that...
So he did emerge.
That's when he said to all of us, like, if you ever see me doing that again, say something. Tell me. Because I went to a dark place.
Interesting.
So if I ever go back to my dark place, please tell me.
Kamel came to me one day and out of the blue said, I want to separate the business. At first it was a shock. I would receive these long emails from her, which never matched up with the way that she would speak to me in person.
Interesting.
I remember saying to her at one point, Kamel, I feel like I'm speaking to David, not you.
This is a journal entry. It's been a busy week writing Gray State, polishing it up. By the time you read this again, this whole nightmare will be over.
So he's finishing it.
David started journaling in day one. It's a program for journaling.
And
where
stopped
he put
when?
pictures in every entry. There were random pictures, I think, but then he just journaled what was going on in his life at the time, mostly.
And that stopped when the journal
He
stopped.
liked his dog a lot. I think his dog was one of his best friends. May 31st of 2014, journal entry. You will perform a ritual, a prayer for wisdom, love, empathy. These are the keys to unlock your ideal future, and you don't have an hour to waste.
So he's searching, right? He's a guy that is trying to bring a greater truth or truths or things that are hidden from us. He brings the spotlight to himself. David starts to feel pressure. I mean, it's not just about him anymore. It's not just about what he's bringing to the table. He's got all these other people at the buffet, and they want his product. They want what he said he was going to do.
Well, they get their own product.
David got to a point where he got so upset with his fans that if they wrote something negative, he would ban them from the page. He didn't want to hear the negative anymore. He was like,
It's a lot they didn't put in the movie, like the bullet hole
take time. It's
in the
not
living
easy.
room ceiling.
Take it or leave it. I don't have to listen to your shit.
And I think when you have a target audience of that nature, they're going to respond.
Did I just see something from 2015?
Not believe anything they're going to dig. Kind of like comic book movies. If you get something wrong, the die-hard comic book fans are going to attack you for this or attack you for that. These people are just actually legitimately insane, though. That's the difference.
I mean, the guy's more libertarian.
They could be robots.
He
They
realizes
could be bots.
that suspicions of wanting less government or questioning
Doesn't mean they're real
government's
people.
motives or why there's wars or why are we,
Find the bots and
in
block them.
Afghanistan or Iraq like that is way different than these other people who hate. And he isn't talking about hate.
He wasn't talking about hate. Huh?
August 5th, 2014. David and Kamel are preparing for Ranya's birthday party. His quote was,
It's a
unveiling
big deal.
from the distance everyone has perceived in us, ridding ourselves of dysfunctional relationships, friends, family.
That's the last time all the family was together, it sounds like, at this birthday party. It's a very important piece right here. Sunday, August 10th, 2014, at Ranya's 5th birthday party. Very important day here. David's mom is here.
Birthday party, the only thing
It's not mentioned very
that stood out
much.
to me was that they weren't talking at all. She had nothing bad to say about him. They
David's
had the
sister in the
closest
background.
relationship, and I just expected that they would flirt or kid around a little bit, but
Haven't seen David's mom at all. Where is she? She's here at this birthday party.
I'd say it was during Ranya's birthday party where I noticed such a disconnect between
Really?
him and Kamel, and it was just really weird. It wasn't like Any other time I've ever been in that household, it was stale, stagnant air. It just was bad.
There's David's mom. She's in a cast. Going into the basement, are we? Here we go with the occult stuff. Fortunately, this is the part I've been waiting for.
The story, and you'll see almost nothing until it spikes. But then a hint starts to rise.
It's too bad Sidger's stuff was cut out.
Come from, and have I planted it appropriately in the past? And able to see, like, when the bad guy is introduced, is there enough of the occult hint? Has it been properly set up in the inciting incident?
The Freemasons?
So I can ultimately bring it from nowhere and create this emotionally
Chopping people's heads off.
charged climax that is loaded with meaning that you didn't see coming.
I moved back to Minneapolis in 2014 and linked back up with David.
Who's
He was
doing
talking to me
this
a lot about spiritualism.
weird,
At this
dark,
point, him and
shadowy
Kamel had converted.
walking
in a sense.
towards
They
the
were
camera?
no longer talking about Christianity. They were talking about and the resonance of the universe
That is
and
just ridiculous.
transcendental philosophy and connecting to higher levels of consciousness. And whatever that was, David tapped into it.
It's just for us. It's August 29th. Ronnie came home with a fever, and we were connecting and playing.
Yeah, and painting nails and the doors right here to her room. I was sitting on the floor and she was sitting facing me, and I had my back towards her bed. And then
There's a scar.
we both felt something come through the door.
David never
Evil
really got
presence.
into a lot of details what was going on with Kamel spiritually or what would actually take place.
Danny's
It was
done
more
some ghost
post
hunting of his
questions
own.
of, so if a,
Paranormal Sarah.
some kind of spiritual attack, what would that look like?
A demon.
And then, okay, cool. And then as I'm going back to painting my nails, I know where her voice is because I've been talking to her. So a voice higher than that. So I just feel like the height was higher than where she was at the bed. Do you like the song? I just froze. I'm like, Ryan, did you say something?
Makes me think of maybe Ronnie was talking to an evil presence in the basement.
She's awake or where it came from. She's like, what? No, I didn't say anything. I'm like, did you hear that? She's like, no, I didn't hear anything. And I came out and told him.
She sounds sane to me right there.
Want to know what I really think?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think people lean on the supernatural when they can't understand things that they're experiencing and feeling.
She said she heard a voice in the house.
And it's easier
A
to
presence.
believe that they were being chased by some kind of metaphysical spirit than they were being chased by their own problems.
What is this guy talking about? That's ridiculous. It's very misleading.
After his daughter's birthday party, he starts just shutting down. Guy who was on social media all the time stops.
Okay,
Stops returning
what they're
phone calls.
showing
Very
him
important.
doing,
People who he needs
doing,
to
holding the gun and all that.
And nobody really knows
Hmm.
why.
I'm not sure that's how the house looked
So
like
after the birthday party, me and David's
when police found the
very
bodies.
sporadic.
It's interesting.
He was looking much more to be the sole controller of Gray State. He was looking for me to sign away my rights as being the creator and one of the actors in it.
Wow.
And I wouldn't budge on it.
They're really painting him.
September 8th, 2014, there was a journal entry. The universe may want me to destroy Danny Mason since he has given indication that he wants to stand in my way. What a fool. Convert him to my cause or destroy him. His next actions will decide. sounds worse than it was. It was just David being creative, I think.
Yikes. I was showing Kamel and Rainier sleeping. Everybody's sleeping now.
In it together. Like the disconnected, which was weird. Because here they are disconnected at the birthday party. But yet, they as a couple are disconnected from all of us. And then it starts just going downhill from there.
It was a very drastic change. She became very isolated. Nobody would really see her. You wouldn't even know if she was at work, except for the fact that she was seeing her patients. She would take the back ways in and the back ways out.
If there would have been any little clue, if I just would have known even about what it looks like for a woman to be nervous or whatever, like I don't know.
Yeah, the spirits, I mean, come on.
September 30th, 2014, in the journal entry. Utterly bewildered and spent. I think a part of me is broken. People are just creatures to
2013.
tolerate and get around so I can be on my way.
I was going to babysit for him, and that fell through.
Dog's bigger than I thought.
After that, I would send him a text here and there offhandedly, and nothing, just didn't hear anything back. And that wasn't out of the ordinary. He gets busy, he does his writing, he gets buried in his work, so I wasn't concerned. I did notice that he wasn't responding. Then it became more of, I don't want to say pleading, but then I began to think something was wrong. According to the police report, Kumail's sister drives 17 hours from Texas, pretty much as a desperate intervention. Her sister's not returning phone calls, they can't get in contact with David.
Thought she'd drive there to pick up the car.
She takes it upon herself to drive 17 hours from Texas and show up in Apple Valley.
Thought they went there to pick up the
Gets to
car.
the door, rings the doorbell, and Kumail is home, and who appears in the door? It's David, who ends up telling her, no, you can't see your sister. She never does.
She came in late October? That's insane. Why wouldn't you let her in the house?
I mean, what possible motivation, what possible reason could you have to explain that?
The only reason is if Kamel didn't want to see her sister, which to me is hard to believe too. That's hard to believe. But we don't know. Oh, now we're back to the wall.
The third plot twist. The third act twist.
Oh, the third plot twist.
There has to be a
Oh,
little
God,
bit of
this
willingness
guy's...
to be killed at the end. She's basically becoming a martyr.
18 minutes left, thank God.
Or just by taking out a gun, or just by letting him do it. But when she dies, he lets her go.
Yes, David wouldn't let
Spiritually
Kamel's sister in the
understanding
house.
That she got out, and that he will too.
I remember saying to her in her office one day, Kamel, I feel like I'm speaking to David, not you. I want to speak to Kamel. And her response was, why? Do you think I'm not intelligent enough to come up with these things?
October 30th, 2014, there was a journal entry. It said, Kamel got raptured today. Period. She's still here.
How's that possible? You're either raptured or you're not.
It was hard to hear when I first listened because there's some background noise in the room. I didn't realize there was anything out here.
sound scared.
Yeah, you decided. But I understand. Don't you want? Of course. I thought you were too. I thought I cried. I thought you were with me.
There's another recording here.
They should have added the
David,
dialogue
right after
to
this
that.
vision happened of going into a room and trying to explain right away.
Did you lose me?
Kamel had said, and that's here too.
1:48 p.m. 30 October.
Looks like I'm still here.
2014. I was just getting back from Home Depot with a bunch of wood to build the compost.
Jesse Gal said we lost Greg.
And someone should begin to shake and weep and howl, as if like someone had died. And she sat down. She said, "This is what rapture is."
That doesn't mean she was raptured.
Can I just lay here and
Yeah. Do you want? I was just trying to remember everything. If you want to contribute, you can help me remember.
Okay.
You said you've come very far to find me, and Ronnie and I need to come with you. And there's not much time. Time is not of our world. And on some level, your soul has committed to mine, and we're gonna go somewhere. And Ronnie's coming with.
I was kind of skeptical, trying to make sure the source from whence it came was real. I don't know.
Yeah, she's hearing
My
visions.
skeptical side right now, my scientific side, my brain's questioning where it came from. It's like, oh, is it something to confuse us? Am I crazy?
Well, it sounds like a demon to me.
Sid and Nancy. I think what happened was Sid and Nancy. I don't mean this to speak ill of Kamel, rest her soul. I don't mean this to speak ill of David, rest his soul, and their daughter. But something was planned.
Planned? How does that show something was
I think
planned?
Kamel was in a hopeless situation and was just pretty much isolated with him. No friends, no family. And I think that she was hopeless.
There's clearly...
The last time I was at his house, I went and brought him some lenses back.
It's like they think there's a presence. Kamel thinks there's some type of a presence there. Why are they not... Why aren't they focused on that?
2014. A journal entry. The world is an inburst perversion of light. We are made of it and its weakness. A flashlight in the mind of Satan. But
There
I
you
am
go.
darkness.
There you go.
I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but at the same time, when you're locked off from this person for months at a time, and they're not they literally cut himself off from everyone.
Not from everyone.
Deactivated his Facebook, wasn't answering phone calls.
Not from
wasn't doing
everyone.
anything, wasn't seeing his family.
He's talking with Chris Peck
What do you do?
his last few days. Who else
The
was he
last time I
chatting
saw him
with?
was late November. I've been over there a few times.
Contacted
in the middle
Jason
of
Allen.
Something he's working on, and just don't talk. I'll be present a little bit. Just don't disturb. I need my time. Don't really need anybody in the house. So it's more of kind of putting up a wall. But yeah. Just emotions, man. So back off for a second.
Oh boy.
December 7th, 2014. Last pictures David took on his cell phone were of Kamel. She seemed happy in the pictures, and David used one of those pictures on his phone as the background.
Kamel was on edge. He was on edge. He was thin. Eyes were sunken in. I mean, and that's when I approached him. I said, you know what, David? You told me to speak up whenever I noticed you start going into your dark place again. I said, Danny's worried about you. I'm worried about you. You know, what's going on, man? And he literally looked at me and said, you and Danny have nothing to fucking worry about. I'm fine.
When Kamal met me around Thanksgiving, she looked sad. She looked uncomfortable. I didn't know what to ask her. I was just trying to keep her there. I don't want to start crying right now. I don't want to talk about that anymore.
December 19th, 2014. David and Kamel pick up their daughter, Rania, from their last day of school before the Christmas holidays. That was the last time they were seen by anyone that we know.
Driving to his house on Christmas Eve, there was a voice in my head. I don't know if I want to talk about it.
The voice in your head too?
So when I was driving to his house on Christmas Eve, I had a feeling like that I needed to go to his house and just tell him that I loved him. And by the time I got close enough, I had talked myself out of it, and I said I'll just stop by another time.
2 days, 3 days, 4 days later.
Yeah, I wonder.
You stopped by 4 days later.
December 25th, 2014. David's up early in the morning as usual and was planning his gray state future.
Still planning.
And he writes, Christmas. 6-day countdown. Meme. It will be a new year. And he proceeded to make a plan for every day until the new year.
Plan for
They
the
also
future.
made a plan that went way beyond that. Later that morning, David kills his family and himself.
How do you know? Based on what? Based on what? I think you added that last part.
An idea going throughout, like, how can life keep emerging? How can it keep cropping up in new forms, especially with the way things are? But life has that sort of that nature of resilience and persistence. It's always popping up, even in the worst circumstances, and it's through that changes are inevitable.
I got a call from my dad, and he asked if I was sitting down. He says, David. And I was like, oh. And then he goes, Kamel, and I was like, oh. And Ronnie.
Pretty much.
And
It's based on be quiet. Yeah.
I've never been stabbed, but it felt like something was going into my stomach with each name. And I couldn't
Yeah, it's hard to
breathe. And I just thought, this is like scripted almost.
Apple Valley Police recently closed their exhaustive year-long investigation.
Exhaustive.
For the first time, we're sharing their findings
Yeah,
with
right.
the Fox 9 investigators.
It looks like David snapped with the lives of his
It
wife,
looks like it.
daughter,
Based on what,
and
buddy?
ultimately
Nothing.
himself. Who wrote Allah Akbar on the wall?
Ask him about where's the evidence David did it.
In her blood, yes. Why did he do that?
We believe. La la la.
Kind of
Ba ba
parting
ba.
shot.
Based on what, buddy? Who is we?
David Crowley seemed like he was very specific in how he wanted to be perceived.
They
in the
just
outside
brushed
world.
right over the death, don't they? Wow. Right over the allegations.
It was almost like David gave us this plot twist at the end.
Almost.
Of Allah Akbar. Yeah, this plot twist that wasn't going to have any resolution, but that people would continue talking about.
No resolution because you guys can't prove
He
it.
walks into a house and sees Allah Akbar written on a wall and goes, "Oh yeah, David Crowley, someone who is not a Muslim, all of a sudden now he's writing it, and that somehow proves."
Why do they always forget the Greg the Jr. in my name?
Crowley
I don't
would
get
not
that.
write Allah Akbar in his wife's blood on the wall and leave the Quran open. He never brought up that issue once.
If he did, how do they prove it? Or they just walk in and say, "Oh yeah, oh well, obviously David wrote it. He's only got one hand, but hey, must be him."
To me, it was. My thinking is that it was throwing out the change of
the bullet hole in
pressure
the living
from
room that I'm gonna forget.
delivering this movie, pressure from people.
You're
telling
reaching,
me he had to make
reaching,
this movie.
stretching.
Pressure as a man who has to provide for his family,
Da da da. I have no proof, but I'll just say he's guilty.
emancipating himself from all of it.
Yeah, he's guilty. That's it. I'll go back to the
David
New
planned
Yorker.
ahead. David was 10 steps ahead.
I thought he
12
snapped.
steps ahead.
I thought he snapped.
And
Now he's
his
planning
military
ahead
training, if it taught me the same thing, I guarantee it taught him the same thing.
to kill your wife and daughter.
Courses of action for every event that
Please.
occurs.
Please. Okay. Still no evidence.
guys say, woo!
Yay! One day he just kills his family. Okay.
I don't think you're missing anything.
I mean,
You're missing
With
everything.
a good, solid timeline for everything. You're
No, there is not. There's a whole month where nobody knows what happened. There's no good, solid
You're
anything.
never gonna know why.
You're never gonna know if, buddy.
Danny, everybody, family, nobody's gonna know why.
And you're not gonna know if.
That's the only thing that you're not gonna have there.
No, that's not. It's not. Come on.
And this is the strange thing. It's almost like he created a soundtrack.
If you know the if, you'll know the why. The reason they don't know the why is because they don't know the if. Nice
This
friend.
music probably played
Really good
for
friends.
hours, maybe days after they were dead. Was he imagining these 53 songs?
Was he this? Was he that? Was he
The songs that he
guilty?
would play while he's committing a
Was
murder
there
suicide?
any evidence David Crowley
It's hard to
is
know.
guilty?
I mean, this was on a
No,
loop.
it's hard to know, man.
Who plans a soundtrack for the murder of their family?
Who accuses somebody of being guilty without evidence?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know you don't know. You don't know shit.
Creeping around the bend, nothing illuminates the lines we live within. Like a black sunrise,
There is no proof that David killed his wife and daughter and then killed himself. But we'll just act like he did because we don't want to look at any of the evidence. He must be guilty because they said so, and that's all you need to know. And accuse your friends of being guilty. There's the wall painted white that they hid for a month from the family.
Ready?
Oh, for you need to encourage me. What? Need a free bite? A free one? You can have it.
1 minute.
1 minute?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna show this to you at graduation, you'll see.
you like the dog more than most people. Well, except for his family. You probably like the dog more than every person.
I told you, buddy. I told you.
Yeah, this is cute. I want the dog now. Back.
I already had him. roll credits. Okay, I will be right back. I just need to go to the restroom for 1 second. Wow. Alright, I'm back. I would like to know what everybody else thinks. Okay, I'll look at that right now. Emotion. Yeah, it's all about emotion. I'm just gonna check a few things. Yes. I have to check something, and I'm just saying yes. Okay, so I'm really curious to hear what people think. Sorry, I had to step out. I just had to go to the restroom. So, I guess my first thoughts are, yeah, everything that they left out, everything that they put in did seem very calculated. That's just my first thought. I don't think it's really something that will need to be seen a couple times, but I'm just gonna read through. I'm gonna read through some of these comments that people have been leaving here. I really do appreciate all of you joining in, and now that I've watched this documentary, I do really believe, like, okay, well, it doesn't answer the one question I think everybody came here for, right? The one question we all came here for was, why did they think David Crowley is guilty?
Hello, my name is Dan, and today is March 3rd, 2019. And we've got a Crowley case updates today. Joining with ourselves is going to be Greg Fernandez Jr. Welcome, Greg.
Hey, Dan.
And Catherine Michelle.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Greg.
So we got three of us here, and we haven't done a broadcast here for a while. We wanted to get everyone up to date and put into context, I guess, the connection of the Crowley case along with the neighbor, the Prochnow family, and in particular the neighbor Judy. And so what we've got is there are a lot of people I've noticed with the new members on the group is the common question. And sorry, I've got a little bit of a cold here if I'm a little hoarse. Is the question is why has a neighbor such as Judy Prochnow in this particular case, as a 66-year-old grandmother, inserting herself into a crime scene like this, into a crime, the aftermath, I should call it, not the scene itself, but the aftermath. For instance, the Justice for David Crowley page, the group, leaving comments and various things on the YouTube channels, and why is she so active? So I think we're going to cover some ground on that today, and just going over some of the, and I'll call them anomalies, For instance, the 911 call and things like that went on, and which leads some to believe that some of these things were done on purpose, or were they just done unwittingly by a neighbor that's just well-meaning. The good jumping off point today would be that 911 dispatch call from Judy. So let's start there. I know that before the police, when the police were called, it was Colin went next door, looked in the window, saw what he believed to be mannequins, and came home. And then Judy says, "Well, what's the deal with that? Let's go back and take a closer look together, because I don't think there'd be mannequins there." And they found the bodies. What proceeded next in this Crowley case? It started right off the bat. What I would call is confusion or disorientation. We get a 911 call placed by Judy. And then Colin calls a few minutes later also to 911 dispatch. Thoughts on that, on the fact that there's two phone calls, Catherine?
To me, that just tells me that they obviously were not paying attention to what the other one was doing. That, to me, I find odd, especially since Colin was the one who first saw them. But yeah, in the fact that it seemed to me, I'm trying to find that document right now, that the operator, the 911 operator, was in a hurry to kind of get Colin off the line. And it's like, well, your wife is on the other line. We already talking to him, which I found was kind of odd to begin with, because you want as much information as you can. And yes, I understand that they knew someone was already on their way and they had a call coming in. But he seemed to be at first trying to give some information, but they just kind of cut him off. Like, we've already got your wife on the line, leave,
Their calls are very, very different too.
Yeah, I'd like to get into that here to kick things off, because we've had other people that are either police or EMT or 911 dispatch callers or in some form law enforcement, and they go into how common and how important it is, I guess, to listen to the actual words or the phrases used by the initial 911 caller. A typical reporting party or the RP will call and be frantic and stumbling upon what it is they're doing, and not very coherent, as they're just as what I would call that as an authentic 911 caller. Now, Judy's phrases and terminology are very different than just an authentic person reporting facts. She gets into some very strange details for someone noticing the bodies of three bodies. And so I think the difference is here, then I'll ask, Greg, I'll ask you for your thoughts here first, but when Colin calls, he keeps things in generalities and very generic, general things. He says, there are 3 dead bodies next door, please send someone. And that was really it. That would be a typical 911 call, not going into other things. Judy, now the wife, goes into saying that there is an animal, a dog in the house, and it looks like the heads are missing, and the dog has been eating the heads of the people. She also goes on to say that there's 3 dead bodies, and it looks like either a murder or a suicide took place. Mm-hmm. And so that's usually not something reserved for the caller of 911 to start determining what they think happened. Their job is just to simply call and report what they've found, exactly like what Colin Prochnow did. 3 dead bodies, please send someone out, here's the address, done deal. Now, Judy, on the last thing, goes on to say further that the bodies have been in the house for several weeks, because she tells the 911 dispatcher that there's Christmas gifts left on the front stoop since before Christmas. Now, the call came in on January 17th of 2015, which is a Saturday afternoon, roughly 1 p.m. on the afternoon, and she goes out of her way to say that the gifts were there for 3 weeks. So, what are your thoughts, Greg, by someone giving that amount of information to a simple 911 dispatcher who's just simply answering the call and sending out the appropriate personnel to the scene? What are your thoughts about the differences between those various 911 information they sent to dispatchers?
I think she's speculating way too much. She should not be speculating, should not be worried about if it's a murder or a suicide, if the dog ate these bodies, all of that stuff. When you look at the way that Colin calls them, and you look at the way that she calls them, in the first sentence, she's already telling them things. She's leading them. She's putting thoughts into their head that don't need to be put there. What should be happening is what they ask, you tell them. Okay, tell them what you see, not what you think. And I think a lot of this is her telling them what she thinks, and it's too early on. And she even mentions dummies here. She's, and I mean, it's way too early for her to be talking about dogs eating bodies. Anybody who's seen one photo of those bodies can clearly tell that, at least from what I've seen, I don't think it's, if I look through a window, I'm not going to start saying, oh, well, they look like a dog ate them.
Correct. I would have thought the same thing you just said. There's no way for you to even jump to that conclusion. And, right, what she says right here, the dispatcher says, they're asking where her house is, and they go, so to the right, and what are you seeing in there? And she writes, it just looks like there's a pile of bodies, and one like the head is eaten off. I suppose by the dog, and my husband thought they were dummies, but they are, the hands look real. And it's like, really? Why would you even say that? What? Why jump to that right away?
Yeah,
then they're talking about all this stuff before Christmas, right?
Yeah, she says the phrase before Christmas it's very telling that you use the word before Christmas, which there's no evidence of that at all.
Yeah, because in the typed out transcript, it says inaudible what the operator asked her, and then her response is, and they would have been there since before Christmas. It's like, how would you know you were gone? I don't know.
Now, just for the new members out there, we do have the differing stories that came out in the Star Tribune, which is the local Minneapolis paper, that says that the brother dropped off the gifts on the 26th or the 27th. And we know there was some speculation there. We also have the official police reports since the case was closed saying that David's brother Dan Crowley Jr. dropped the gifts off on the 28th. And then we've got some speculation of neighbors and whatnot that appears that the gifts were there no longer than a week. Maybe they were dropped off the first or second week of January. But in no instance was there ever gifts there before Christmas. So I think that's just and I think it would be hard to explain that it's just a slip of the lip and out came the wrong thing. But she was really stretching there when she said the word before Christmas, because that really leads the dispatcher down a path of it's planting the seed.
Yes, and she says it twice. Before they were talking about the bodies, and now they're talking in this next part. The dispatcher says you saw presence inside the home too. She says there's presents on the front step, and they've been there since before Christmas. And
that's not possible. That's not possible. Of course it's possible, but that totally contradicts what David's brother says and when he dropped those presents off.
And yes, and then from what the neighbors say, that's the thing I wanted to add, is almost every single neighbor stated in their, when they were interviewed by the police, that they didn't notice anything on the doorstep until January 10th.
Now, this is also strange because of where their actual mailboxes are. So for Judy to go and get her mail, they have to walk past David's house.
Correct.
So you're telling me for 3 weeks they didn't see any they saw the presents there before Christmas, or they've been there, and then when they leave town, then that was the last time that they saw those presents there? I don't know. Something's missing here. Definitely more to it.
So it's what I would call planting the seeds or sowing the seeds of it's planting the seeds of little information tidbits, almost that one could argue that she's rattling off to 911 dispatch as bullet points to get those different various thoughts in their head so they can start thinking down that route, rather than just, like Catherine says, you simply should be answering questions from the dispatch, not going forward and telling all of this outside, speculation.
Well, yes, and all of those seeds grew into some big freaking ugly trees that we're still trying to chop down right now.
Exactly, and the police just took what she said and ran with it. That's my take. Okay, my personal take is the police heard that on the call, and as they were driving out, the audio of them going out there and being told that there are 3 bodies or whatever, and then from that moment, not once in any of their reports were they saying they're going to look for a possible triple homicide. Their comments were always, it's a murder-suicide. So they were absolutely biased from the get-go. And we were talking, too, about, because everybody says, well, didn't anybody notice or didn't anybody see the writing on the wall? And then Judy has said in the past, or other people, I'm not sure if it was Judy or if it was other people, where they were saying that, no, there weren't any lights on except for Christmas lights. But right here, the dispatcher is asking her, okay, and you haven't seen, and then Judy just cuts him off and says, and all their Christmas lights are still on in the house. And that's when my husband saw the gun. And if there are a lot of Christmas lights on, it's going to be bright enough for someone to see in.
I've got the timeline here pulled up, and just also for the new members of the group listening, it does show that Judy calls 911 at 12:56 p.m. and speaks with a male dispatcher from her cell phone. And it was a minute later, I think it's 12:57, is that when Colin Procknell called from the house phone. And so they were overlapping on their phone calls at that point. Now, like you had said, the neighbors don't have, all the neighbors on that street don't have police testimony, essentially saying that they were looking at these gifts or they have seen these gifts sitting there for an extended period of time. They all said that they may have been there up to a week, roughly. And what we do know for sure is that when Colin and Judy left for their trip to Florida, they left on Saturday, January 10th, for a trip to Orlando. And they saw packages on the front stoop at that point when they left. And so that's the first time that we actually have evidence, if you want to call it that the gifts were there. So the gifts were for sure there when they backed out of the driveway to go to the airport to Orlando. So that would put it at a week for sure. They could have certainly been there longer, but they didn't look weathered or anything else. So maybe they were just there a week, but they certainly weren't there longer. And then when they got back from their trip on the 14th of January, this was a Wednesday, they returned in the evening in Minneapolis on a return flight on that Wednesday. And then when they pulled into their driveway, they saw the gift still sitting there. And that's what prompted them to make note that they were still there. Then a couple days passed. On that Saturday, that's when Colin went over to do some checking because of the gifts. But you're right, no other neighbors said that the gifts were there for 3 weeks, 3-week time frame.
Yeah, and I'm right now, which is interesting too, I'm reading Colin's response when he made the 911 call, and he says, and we were out of town, and I'm reading directly what's on the thing, the first week in January, and when we left, the presents were there, the front step, and I told my wife, I didn't notice them the other day because I didn't look, but I said I'm going to run over and see if those presents are still there, and they are. So it's like, did you see them or did you not see them?
Yeah, and they would have gotten in January at their arrival time was a 5:39 flight into Minneapolis on that Wednesday. So they would have gotten back. It would have certainly been dark, so they would not have probably noticed the gifts. So then when they checked, then he went back and checked on Saturday. But they were there on the 10th when they left. Now the other thing I'd like to get both of your takes on the television interview of this double homicide followed by a suicide allegedly in the news. TV crews interviewed Colin and Judy in their home on TV, but they were only interviewed from the neck down or from the chest down, essentially not showing either of their faces. And we see that commonly if there's a killer on the loose, or if there's a bad guy out there, they don't want to show their faces. But do you know why Colin and Judy would have elected just to have the video show from the chest down in their home by TV interviewers?
Yeah, and she had made a comment to someone that the reason why they weren't showing their faces was because they had just woke up, and supposedly the news crews came by unannounced, and they hadn't brushed their hair or brushed their teeth or anything like that. And my response to that, to her, is usually they don't just show up on your door. And if they do, you can simply request and say, now's not a good time, but can you give us an hour or two, and we would be happy to do the interview with you. And then take that time to get yourself ready, if that is truly what happened. But just to say, oh, well, okay, come on in, but don't show our faces, and then all of a sudden insert yourself in every aspect of the case like you knew them, and you had to even, Judy, in this instance I'm talking about, she didn't even know David's address. She had to ask her husband.
They live next door.
Yeah, and she lives right next door to him. So it's like, okay, she didn't know them. They just looked in and supposedly only saw the bodies, but yet now she's an expert on this case. And I'm just like, none of that makes sense to me.
Yeah, it was. The police were called. It was January 17th of 2015, and then things were relatively quiet after that article came out in the video and the news and the image of their interview from the chest down, oddly enough. And then social media didn't pick up until Valentine's Day. It was February 14th of 2015. So just coming up on a month later, that is when Judy Prochnow began jumping on to social media and talking about the case, discussing the case, commenting on the case, and giving analysis on the case, and all those things came out of the blue, and like you said, Catherine, almost like she was talking as an expert figure or an expert on the case, or a very close family friend or a very close family neighbor. But Judy was none of those things, and so that's what really piqued people's interest when their radar went off. And now coupling that with looking back on that 911 call, where she's conveniently planting seeds to the dispatch. Who knows what's really going on here, but it certainly does not seem to be the actions of just a simple neighbor that has no interest in this case.
Right, because most people, their first response wouldn't be, oh, I think it's a murder or a suicide. You would just say, I don't know, I think there are bodies in there. We're not sure. My husband thinks it's a mannequin. Can you get somebody over here? They're not answering the door. We're scared. I don't really know them. But instead, it's like, and of course, we're only reading the transcript, and we don't hear how she's saying it. I would love to hear how she's actually stating these words, because that would tell us a whole heck of a lot. But the fact that even in her interview with the police, and the police asked for David and Camel's phone number, she didn't know it. They had to go to the other neighbor, because the other neighbor knew them and had their personal cell phone numbers. So for someone who A, didn't know their address, B, didn't even have a cell phone number for them, and C, admits that she never talked to them, all of a sudden, now, for all these years, has so much to say, and she's such an expert on the case. And okay, I'm sorry, maybe I'm being accusatory here, and I don't mean to be, but it frustrates me that she constantly inserts herself and spreads untruths about the case all the time. And she's just like, well, I'm the neighbor, I was there. Well, I don't care if you're the neighbor. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it got to be... Okay, go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to say, since she is the neighbor, she should know what she's talking about. So it's even more weird that she doesn't, and that her stories continually change, and that she'll say one thing now, change her story, and it's just like the truth does not need to be changed. But you don't need to hide. It does not change. And so her stories and her changing stories lead me to think that she's not telling the truth.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that 911 call was also of shock value, because everything that she mentioned was it's not exaggerated, but it was over the top. The dogs, the dog eating the bodies. There for many weeks, several weeks, and then she ends the whole thing by saying, "You know what? I have to go now because I think I'm going to vomit." And so it's all of this hyperbole, essentially, all on one phone call, especially for someone that didn't know the family too well. And then later she said, I think there was a comment about the scene was a biohazard scene. And she said, yes, it was, because I saw people walking in with hazmat suits on. And Catherine, what's your take on that potentially?
They did not go in with biohazard suits, so to me that was probably the cleaning crew. And their standard uniforms are, they usually wear like a white, they're like white coveralls head to toe with a mask, because the smell of decay is pretty strong. And so until they get in and they clean up the blood or the decomp fluids or stuff, it is just standard operating procedure for them to wear coveralls head to toe. It doesn't mean anything. It's just their work uniform. And I'm like, okay, yeah, no, it wasn't a hazmat in the sense that it was something really horrible, but you just wear that to get the initial cleanup done, and then they will take that off once the blood is off, which there wasn't a lot of blood, but once the blood or the carpet is removed or something like that, then they take that stuff off and then continue their cleaning.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I know that when she first came on the page, it was February 14th, but her reasoning was to help clear the air and to, quote, to defend the family, because there was conspiracy talk and wild, outlandish theories were going on. Now, a typical neighbor that doesn't know this family, I think, would probably care less if there was conspiracy theories being talked about or theories being suggested on the page. Now, secondly, if she's there to defend the family, she also didn't know, and she's alluding to here the Crowley family.
Correct.
The parents, David's parents, both lived in Owatonna, about a 45-minute drive away. So she wouldn't have known even the extended family of them. So she also wouldn't care necessarily to be able to defend the family, because she didn't know them. So that's another radar that goes up, the antenna that gets raised by other people that I talk to, by saying people that I talk to say, if my neighbors were gruesomely murdered and there was people talking online, social media about that, why would I care what they were saying? Why would that even interest me? Why would it interest me so much to jump onto social media and use 12 to 15 different Facebook account profiles to get my point across? Obviously, you're not well liked or respected. So leave it alone. But yet, like we said, she keeps on coming back and back and back, almost as if she has an agenda, a goal, some kind of process she's trying to meet. She's trying to do something, and the question is, what is that something? Now, when the case came out a year later, when it was finalized, there was a very large response on social media to a People article, People magazine. People.com website had the big major article, and I think Judy spent the better portion of 2 days on the comment section responding to questions from all over the world about this case. And that's where she proceeded to, she became infamous for saying on those pages that the living room sofa was pushed up against that picture window in the living room. That's why the dog Paleo jumped up, and that's how he was up there. We know that wasn't true. She said that the dining room lights were not on in the house, but the crime scene photos showed that the dining room lights were on. So there's various stories that were wrong that we later alluded to the fact that were either misinformation or disinformation. And the difference between that is misinformation is just someone making a mistake and saying something incorrectly. Disinformation is really when you're doing it on purpose to lead someone down the wrong path, lead someone down the wrong track. That's disinformation. And so what people have thought after reading her dozens of posts on those comments on the People magazine site is that, is she spreading misinfo or is she spreading disinfo? And the question that I received from many people who instant messaged me by saying a neighbor with no connection would simply be spreading neither of those things. They wouldn't care.
Right.
So why would she be that interested to be spending a couple days on the comments section to set the story straight when she wasn't part of the crime or connected to the crime at all? So that really piqued a lot of people's interest once that story came out, and that was January of 2016.
Yeah, and at first, I would have given her the benefit of the doubt, and I kind of tried to, because I'm like, well, maybe it was misinformation. Maybe she just didn't understand. But then when she goes and replies to one of my videos and states that that I didn't know what I was talking about, and they had found body parts or head pieces or something. I have to find that little comment. Where she says, actually the skulls were found and David's was shattered into several pieces. In one photo, there's a small bone that looks like it could be an arm bone lying on the floor, broken of nod. There were body parts scattered throughout the house. No, there weren't, and so because she does stuff like this, she from the very beginning, she didn't know them, she didn't know their phone number, she clearly states had no clue who they were. And now she's jumping into saying that there were possibly an arm bone. It could be, well, she says it could be an arm bone lying on the floor. There were no arm bones spoken of in any of the reports. There's no bone big enough to be an arm bone. And then that there were absolutely not body parts scattered throughout the house. So to me, it went from where she could be doing not understanding and giving out misinformation to absolute deliberate disinformation.
I don't understand why she's even saying that unless she's seen photos, unless somebody is telling her that or feeding her talking points, which seems like many of the talking points that she has it matches some of the talking points that a lot of other people have too. And yet when they're pushed, they really don't know what they're talking about because they don't have any evidence to prove David Crowley guilty. It's just circles and circles and circles, just focusing on these wedge things, focusing on these small things that would create doubt in somebody's head. And it just goes back, it's a psychological thing. Everything that she's doing from the very start of this call, from a psychological view, you can see exactly what she's doing, and you can see exactly what Colin Prochnow is not doing. And one of them seems real to me, and the other one seems very strange.
Correct. I would agree with that, and I would use the word authentic. I think Colin's 911 call to dispatch was an authentic one that a normal person would make. Judy's was certainly not that, and was giving information. And then, like you said, to go as far as to say I don't want our faces, shown for this TV interview, to try to not be a public figure essentially, or not be in the limelight, to reverse that a simple month later and to go full bore on social media, on all of these different venues or arenas between YouTube, and then she was on my YouTube page the other day commenting under Colin Prochnow's YouTube account, which is very strange, but it certainly was her. But I mean, it just seems to be very strange to have that much, number one, time on your hands, and number two, that much interest. Now, since this whole case went down, she has gone on and allegedly becoming friends with Sean Wright. I think she's been talking with, I'm not sure if it was Mason Hendricks, but she's in communication with some of these folks that are actors in the case. And that seems odd to me, why she would be conversing with, being friends with, talking with anyone relating to the Gray State project itself. But she certainly has done that, which is very odd. It's a very strange scenario, and like Greg said, from the very beginning, from that initial 911 call, is when this all got to be strange, and most of it fell squarely onto the doings of Ms. Prochnow.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, here she goes from someone who has zero interest in this family, and David had been working on this film for quite some time. They had been actually shooting scenes, and she knew nothing about it, never inserted herself into their life before. And now, all of a sudden, once they're all dead, and in my belief and from the evidence I have seen, they were all three murdered. This was not a suicide in any way, shape, or form, but she is really pushing that narrative, and then does become buddy-buddy with Sean Wright. Now, if I were a neighbor, you know, even somebody I don't know, if I didn't know them or I did know them, and there would be something really odd about a murder, I would question it, and I certainly wouldn't become someone's best friend. You know, and I'm not saying she's best friends, but the way she talks, it's like, oh no, she has the inside scoop, and we don't know. And I'm like, wow, why? What are you gaining from stating this? What are you gaining from inserting yourself? And it doesn't matter who says something. She inserts herself into that person's thought process on the case. And either she agrees with them or she tells them that they're lying if it doesn't go with her agenda or the written agenda. And it just doesn't make sense.
The same thing was done with when the alleged journal came out. She was one of the first to allegedly read it or have possession of it or see it, and then she started saying that yes, it proves that David did this because of what the contents of this journal show exactly what happened. Now, if I was police or investigators, I'm not sure why I would be showing this journal to the neighbor. Why would
you wouldn't?
Why would she see the journal? Anyway, is the question, I guess.
Yeah, you wouldn't. And I talked to a couple of my police friends, and yeah, when she made that comment, and I went and I talked to a couple of my police friends, and I'm like, hey, you know, this is the narrative now. And their response was, you know, we don't care if they flat out wrote, I'm going to kill myself and I'm going to kill my family. They go, unless you walk in and there's evidence that that is what happened, it's just writing. You don't take off with that and go, oh, okay, well, it's written there, so now they're guilty. If the evidence doesn't support what was written, you have to go with the evidence. And so they said in their mind, the diaries and the notebooks or whatever, the journals, would mean nothing. They would strictly look at the entire scene. And so how can they state that the journals support a murder-suicide, yet none of the electronics devices, none of his emails, none of his writings on his computer, you know, they could find no motive whatsoever? I'm thinking that if the journals had and did say something like that, then that would be considered motive. But they flat out state in their reports they could find no motive for David to do this. So here Judy is spreading, again, disinformation about a motive and why David did this. She has no clue.
But she did, wasn't there a $200 bet at one point?
Yeah, she told, because I did a video on the knife position, because I found it interesting that throughout the police reports, the knife was located in 3 separate areas, according to the drawings. And the fact that I found it interesting that they have a knife with all 3 victims' blood on it, but yet it was never tested for latent prints, and the police just ignored it, the knife at the scene. And so she's like, she said, well, I'll pay anyone $200 if you can prove to me that, you know, the knife is even mentioned, because Catherine's lying and blah, blah, blah. So then I did a follow-up, and I posted the photos of the police drawings of the knife. And I'm like, okay, where's my $200? Here it is in the police reports. And, yeah, she never has paid up, by the way. She says she doesn't have to because it's not written. And I'm like, wow. Yeah, no, and so how would she know? I swear she hasn't even read the reports, because if she had, she would know that all this stuff is in there.
Yeah, that's correct. Now, right away at the beginning, in the interview process with police, it was Judy that said that my husband, heard allegedly gunshots coming from that, neighborhood or that part of that area where the Crowley house lives in the weeks before the shooting. So I think, police started to chase down those leads of when the gunshots were, but they were earlier in the month of December, and then at the I think it was the third week in December. And so the bodies, they had come to the conclusion the bodies were killed sometime Christmas Eve or Christmas Day or after that, and they had it narrowed down to, at the very end, that Collins' gunshot that he allegedly heard was the evening of the 18th or the 19th or the early morning hours of the 20th or something. But it was in all irrelevant of when he heard anything, because none of those matched up at all. But it seemed like she kept trying to insert when the gunshots, and then her husband heard them. The question is, is Colin an unwitting victim in this whole thing? Does he not know what his wife is doing on these social pages, and her using, his YouTube account, for instance? I hope, she certainly didn't create a YouTube account with his name on it, so I'm just assuming that she's using his, but I'd like to know what his thoughts and his beliefs are of her behavior, because like we said, this is 4 years now going strong, and there are some things that people write or post, and within 15 minutes later, Judy is hot on the case because she knows it. She knows about it, so she's monitoring these pages or these channels, or someone else is relaying this information back to her. And what are your thoughts on those types of scenarios as far as the response time? I mean, it doesn't, 15 minutes don't go past when something gets out there unfavorable to her, and she is either knows about it, or I think, wasn't she even the one who knew about the Reddit blog, the subreddit about the Crowley case? I think Judy said that she stumbled upon that by Butterfly Rises, I think, before anyone else on the Justice pages even saw the subreddit. So very interesting as what I would consider it, that she's first on the case for anything to do with David Crowley on the internet.
Yeah, because I heard about the Reddit thing from Judy, from reading her comments. I didn't even know about it. But yeah, Greg, what do you think about all that?
She's right on the case. Yeah, she's definitely she's like their freaking cleanup. She's their cleanup crew. It's the same thing that Sean Wright was doing back then. It's the same program. So yeah. I'm not saying they're both working together, but
yeah,
right. There's no collusion, no proof of collusion, but correct. There is something, what they're doing, their actions. It's their actions that have raised questions. It's not because they're great people and because they really care about these families and because we're bad people and we just don't care and we just are in it for our own goals.
And that's the thing and that's the thing I just don't understand. It's like, here we have proof. We have found proof David was murdered. We want his name cleared because he's innocent and the real murderers are out there. And instead of her being excited and saying, wow, you guys are doing this for our neighbors, and I really cared about them, and were they killed instead of what we were told it was or what I thought it was. Instead of that, she is defending and then attacking, literally attacking verbally everything else, with videos and pictures and the little nasty comments they made, anybody who shows proof that David is innocent. Now, how can you be just a neighbor and be just an innocent bystander and have no agenda, yet at the same time, that's all you do is put out an agenda? And it's interesting you made the comparison. My interactions with Sean Wright truly are no different than they are with Judy, except for Judy doesn't use the extensive foul language that Sean Wright uses. Other than that, they're exactly the same. Attack, attack, attack. And it's like, go ahead, you can be angry all you want, but it's not going to change the facts of the case. And so instead of supporting the facts, they're pushing a narrative. And I don't understand.
And they're not telling us why David is guilty. They're not giving anybody any reason to believe that David is guilty.
Correct.
There's just, so even if people don't like what we say about the reasons and the facts and everything why David is not guilty, they can't produce anything to counter it. It's just all of these weird little small issues that really don't go back to the fact that say, well, you know what, this is why David Crowley is guilty. It should be very simple. It should be very plain. And at this point, there's so many people that are still trying to hold on to this fictitious thing that there's some evidence out there that proves David Crowley is guilty. That is a complete lie. There is nothing out there.
Yeah. I mean, that is so true. And how easy would it be? And instead of saying, okay, here it is, here's what we think, they still go back on the attack even more and have never once produced anything. Or it's the old, well, the family showed it to me, but I can't tell anybody because you guys are so mean. No, I think you're lying. End of story.
So what are your two thoughts, I guess, for Catherine and Greg, as far as, was that 911 call an authentic reaction from a cause-effect relationship? So a cause, they see the bodies, and the effect is they make a 911 call. Do you both believe that that actually happened that way, I guess? And if so, what level? 100%, 80%, or?
That's a tough question. That's a really tough one, because you never want to accuse somebody, of, and every person is different. And I've had people try to tell me what they would do if they were me, and I'm like, well, that's not what I would do, or that's not how I would think. So I definitely see both sides of it. I see all sides of it, but I don't understand. And I think at the very least, I would hope that people would see this and see what she says here and don't do this. Do what Colin did. Look at it's a big difference. Don't do what Judy did. It's not a good way. It does not help. It does not help people that are showing up to that scene. It doesn't help them.
Well, all the scenes that we used to go to, we would get calls, just for example, and we had a call come in, stabbing, and the person was really super hysterical, and they're like, okay, they were stabbed in the neck, they're bleeding, and the blood is squirting everywhere, and we need help, and literally just hysterical on the phone. There's blood everywhere. And so we're like, okay, so we get the call, we're jumping in, and the paramedic and I were going back and forth, and he's like, okay, you need to tell me what, because on the way to a scene, we generally discuss what we're going to do when we get there. And so he's quizzing me, and when we finally get to the scene, we're prepared for this really bad injury, right? And we come walking in, and we're looking at each other, and we're like, where's the patient? Oh, on the couch. And we saw somebody lying on the couch, and he was just sitting there talking. And we're like, where? Because we're expecting to see blood squirting and someone super hurt. And this guy had a small scratch on his neck. It wasn't even bleeding. It was a scratch. And, I mean, so people will be hysterical, and they tend to lose it. But the exaggeration on that part was not, if neighbor stabbed him, and it was just, they got crazy. They got scared because someone got hurt. Now, when she's making this phone call, and she doesn't even know anybody, and then she's like, it just looks like a pile of bodies, and one, like, the head is eaten off. You can't see that from where she's standing outside looking in. Why was that where she went to? And then to say, I suppose by the dog. And I'm like, that to me is not normal. That would not be a normal response. You know, you would just simply say, I don't know, and I can't tell. It looks like, you know, maybe a head is missing. And I could hear that. I could understand that. But to jump right in, first off, and say, oh, I think it's a murder or a suicide. Oh, no, wait, it looks like the head is eaten off. What? No, that to me is not a normal response at all.
Yeah, that's Yeah, and that's it. And go ahead, Greg.
She sees everything. She sees everything except for this gun. You know, that's the one thing that she doesn't make clear that she actually sees. She says Colin saw it.
Right.
She saw everything else, and she could picture everything else that happened within this scene. Right? She's played it all out, but she didn't see the actual gun. She also doesn't mention the blood writing, too.
On the wall, correct.
Yeah.
And that would have been the first thing I would have noticed. When you first look in, you're going to be looking around. Why look straight to a floor? I mean, I would look around going, okay, what's going on? Well, that
should have been mentioned.
Yeah.
Should have been mentioned. If they could see it. Now, if they could see it from that view.
Well, if they could see a head eaten off, quote unquote, when actually there were, you know, they were not at an advanced stage of decomp. I mean, yes, some of the head was because, as it turns out, most of their heads were missing. So it would decompose faster in those areas, which does not give indication of time of death. But you can't see that because it would be blending in with either the floor or the shadows. But if it's bright enough in that house for her to see that much detail, then it would have been bright enough to see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, I would think so. I don't know so because I haven't actually stood out there. I know Dan has, so he definitely knows more on that.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. What was the last question?
That's okay.
Since you looked in the house, you know, if you can see something on the floor, would you be able to see the writing on the wall?
Yeah, I don't believe so, unless you would, you know, look in that direction. It was farther off to the left. It wasn't just right there next to the, you know, not on the wall. It's maybe 10 or 15 feet farther to the left. So if you would have looked in and saw that the first image there on the floor, I don't think you would have gone to the next level to say, I'm going to look around and see what else I can see.
But
that's what I think. I think it was more of a shock factor.
But see, that was part of my point. The first thing you do when you look in a window, and the only reason I know this is because I have a glass opening on the front of my door, and when people come up to my door, I sit back and I watch them looking in my house, and it happens quite often. The first place people look is not down. They're looking around. They look around the living room, and they're looking up here. And I'm sitting there staring at them, you know, so that's how I'm picturing this. If they first went up there to look inside this house, you're going to put your face up to the window and you're going to be looking in going, okay, what's going on? You're going to be looking at walls, at the kitchen. The first place you don't do is just put your face up to the window, look at the floor, and stop. I have never seen anyone do that. So the whole, well, all we saw was bodies right away, I don't buy that. I just don't buy it.
I think Catherine, the height of it when you're at that window looking in, it's elevated. That first floor is elevated, and so that's the first thing I think you're going to see closest to you is the floor. It's not, you're not on the same level as the sidewalk outside.
Okay, well,
it's
I think I should look at the pictures.
3 or 4 steps up, so it's elevated. So you're very close to, your head's at the bottom of the window essentially.
Right. And so you would have to step on your, I mean, even though the floors, because from the angle of the pictures that I remember, there's probably, maybe 2.5 feet between the floor and the windowsill. So even standing there, if you're looking in, you're still going to have a broader range of the, say, maybe the middle of the house. And you're going to be looking around saying, well, do I see anybody? It's not like when they first look in, the floor is at eye level. They're still going to have to look down. But yeah, so I don't know. Just everything about that has never made sense to me. Not their phone calls, not how they called 911, not how they found the bodies. not how they described him without describing anything else. You know, it's really odd.
I think the other thing to consider is this 911 call not coming, as a result of seeing the bodies, but as a potentially a plan B. If these bodies were meant to be discovered when the Prochnow family was away in Florida, it would have been very convenient for all parties. Friends, family, neighbors, someone would have discovered the bodies. When they returned on Wednesday and they were still there, what if this was a plan B? They wait a couple days and then someone gave them the green light to say, you know what, now you need to make that call because it didn't go as planned. That could be the explanation why the strange 911 call, because she already had the bullet points of what needed to be said. She had what was scripted to tell them, which if that is the case, you're no longer dealing with someone on the cover-up end of a crime, but on the front end with knowledge about the actual crime itself. So was that potentially the reason that they were out of town for those 4 or 5 days, conveniently gone while the gifts were there, while the bodies were there? Thoughts on that?
That's possible. That's definitely possible.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule anything out right now. The only reason I say that is because of her behavior since in the last 4 years. To go from someone who didn't know them to now she's an expert and she's forcing a narrative. To me, it's like, okay, so why was it so convenient for you, and why did you make that phone call? And why didn't you make a phone call before you left? So, to me, anything is possible at this stage of the game.
Anything else that we haven't covered so far?
I know, Greg, to you, when she speaks to you, it's, and I think to all of us too, it comes off as very much of a Christian kind of a background, a Christian believer, very active in politics. Judy's this very political animal that's out there and has very strong views on things as well. If you're not sure if you've heard of the group called Concerned Christians or not, it's like a Christian extremist group, but they have a subgroup called Warrior Grannies. Judy's on that group and actually has a handle as the name Minnesota Granny, MN Granny, Min Granny. She's making posts on different forums and whatnot under Warrior Grannies. Would there be any connection to that, for instance, with her political or her belief structure, belief views, that she would be potentially brought into a case like this to help steer it in a certain narrative, to help better those pushing this whole scenario?
I haven't really heard of this group. What are their views?
I think it's
Warriors for Crime. What is it? What is it?
After the whole Patriot Act came out, and these different groups all started popping up all over the place.
Oh.
It operates under the guise of being very patriotic and whatnot.
Yeah.
I'd
be very curious about that right there. Any group just popping up.
All I know is I'm sitting here reading an article in the Grand Forks Herald where it's online, and it states that they're writing, it isn't exactly known when the three died, but the Prochnows believe it was sometime near Christmas. That's when they stopped seeing signs of life in the house. And then Colin says, they quote him as stating, "I assumed they had gone somewhere for Christmas. And since Christmas, I shoveled their driveway a couple of times, even though the Crowleys usually shoveled it themselves. The neighbors became suspicious last week when they noticed the same lights on in the home day and night."
That was odd. That was one of the really odd ones. And you have the people who live in the back of the Crowleys, and she said that if there were any lights on, that they would have shined through her bedroom window. So if the lights would have shined through her bedroom window and she didn't see any lights starting in December 26th, 22nd, December 23rd, I think.
Yeah.
Which would line up with what the Crowleys are, or with what the Prochnows are saying here, because they're basically saying that there was no activity since before Christmas. Nothing. No movement.
And I find that so interesting because it's obvious that, well, for me, it's obvious they actually were quite well and alive at Christmas time. Presents were no longer there, so they had to have opened them. There was no sign of wrapping paper, so that got taken away by the trash. So
that would also mean that they did see movement before then, right? So at some point, they did see movement. So I was just curious about kind of narrowing down that date and time.
Yeah, and back to Colin, I'm beginning to wonder if he truly is just someone who, everything like you stated, he really does seem like someone who just doesn't know. And they go on to quote him as stating about the dog, that dog looked thin and he was already skinny to begin with, Prochnow said. Now, here, this is where I knew I'd read it before, that the dog was skinny, the dog is thin. Now, here Judy is also reinforcing the police narrative about how Paleo ate all this part. There's dog food there, dog food available, and not to say dogs don't eat humans when dog food is available, because they do. However, when they do, they're not thin. They're not dehydrated. They're not sickly looking or whatever. So obviously, you would think that this would come across her brain going, okay, well, if my husband and I see the dog and the dog is thinner than he usually is because he's skinny to begin with, and now this dog is thin, I wouldn't jump to say, well, yeah, the dog ate the head.
Mentioning about Colin and Judy both, whether they're both on the same page or not, or one's involved here in some way, shape, or form, and the other's not. That property there at their house, they're part of that resident electronic surveillance program that came about once again after the Patriots Act. Is that something that the husband and wife would both have to sign up for, or is that something that she would have enrolled in? It goes under the acronym of RESD, and they're on that, where they're actually doing electronic surveillance on their neighbors. So who knows if Judy actually does know David Crowley very well and about his activities and his projects because of this program. I know they're paid very good to be enrolled in this program, but is that something that a joint effort needs to be done for a husband and a wife to enroll in this program, or is that something that maybe Colin may not even be aware about himself?
Well, my understanding on these things is that it's usually individual. It does not have to be a husband-wife thing, and somebody can or cannot she doesn't necessarily have to let him know. So whether or not he knows she's part of it, that's a good question. He doesn't have to be told, but they definitely do not have to sign up together. She could be doing this on her own.
Yeah, it's mentioned on the officer report for John Broughton when he did the interview with Judy. It's mentioned under her name as far as the miscellaneous information about that person, but it's not under his. So, if she is in on that certainly could make it certainly interesting if he is an unwitting victim. But when we got the redacted report, that section wasn't redacted, and I think that they would typically redact out something like that on the police report. Is that a program like that? Would that typically be redacted out so they wouldn't be aware of that?
I would think so. That would not be something I would want everybody to know, because I thought for sure with those programs, it's like you can be part of it, but you generally do not announce it. You don't tell everybody, hey, because again, they're to be, I don't know, for lack of a better word, and it's probably not the right word, but spying on everybody, being the nosy neighbor, so to speak, or back in the day was it the TV show Bewitched, where it was Mrs. Kravitz, the nosy neighbor. But yeah, I would think that they would not want it broadcast that that's what they're part of, because the neighbors become suspicious and weary of you. It's like, oh, I think I'm going to kind of stay away from you and be careful what I say and do now that I know what you're doing. Because they just don't want to be watched. And I'm not saying her being part of that is a bad thing. I just think it's interesting.
Yeah, well, the big thing for me once again was that 911 call. Reading the transcript, it was the People.com magazine. The online internet article, the comments section, and then all of the various activity on the Justice for David Crowley page and group, and also on YouTube. The overabundance of commentary and response to things, and is most noteworthy. I would say. But that's all I've got. That's all I've got here for today's.
Well, I agree with you on that, and I think we really should be and I'm glad you point that out, because for someone with supposedly no monkey in the circus, she goes out of her way to create numerous accounts. And when one account is blocked, she creates another, and she creates another, and she's constantly inserting herself in every way she can, at every opportunity she can. And my main question to her about that is why? What purpose does that serve her, other than she's very good at throwing out misinformation and disinformation to anyone else who's trying to find out, people who try to ask innocent questions, and then Judy will throw some nasty comments out there, and then they're like, oh, we're so, well, thank you for letting us know. And then when she starts to carry on, the people then catch on real quick that she's kind of like a troll in that aspect. Then they start to ignore what she says. But yeah, I find it very curious. Why did she have to go onto Colin's YouTube account to go to our various YouTube channels and write some pretty nasty derogative stuff, when we have asked her, and I have asked her time and time again just to back off, but she still will continue with again, how many accounts? I think we've lost track of how many accounts she's actually used to insert herself. So what is her agenda? What is her calling in this? And is it more than just the neighbor? It can't be just the neighbor. I mean, I have never known anyone who has inserted themselves so directly and quite so often when they had no connection. She has a connection somehow, but it's not as just a neighbor.
Very interesting indeed. Once again, it's food for thought and grounds for further research. I think just to keep something to keep an eye on. There's no such thing as a coincidence in this case. And what we're seeing here is coincidences all over the place. And I think that what people can do then is leave the comments below with any other questions or commentary. But it's very, very interesting set of circumstances. Let's leave it at that.
So right now we're going to look at all of the photos that we have. I've tried to separate them and sort them so that I can give you all of the different photos that we have of the front of the house, back of the house, west side, east side, etc., room by room, based on all of the photos that we have from the Apple Valley Police Department and from the BCA. We're starting here at the front of the house. Good thing to note is the snow. Note where those presents are. It's very important to know the distance of this window here and how high you would have to be up to actually see anything on the ground, or to actually see where those bodies were, or to even possibly see where the blood writing was. It's not as easy as some might think. So again, this is just the front of the house that we're covering here in this section based on all of the photos that we have. Not in particular order, but I try to give it some type of order here. And you can see the way that the presents are laid up. This is after Colin Prochnow stacked them up too, so it's not like this is how they were found. We don't really know how the presents were found. Colin Prochnow knows, and maybe he stacked them up the same way that he saw them. I'm not sure, but I think it's very important to note that this is not exactly how the presents were found. They were more scattered based on what Colin told the cops. They were more scattered down. These presents were probably out there for about 3 weeks, I believe. You can see the window there And you can see the curtain a little bit open. You can see that in several of these curtains here, and the window curtains, they're kind of open. Note the snow too. It's also very important to note the snow. You can see another cable going there. But you can see that the driveway, there's no snow there. How much snow is on the roof, and is this common? Is this just the way that it should be? I wonder if by looking at the snow on the roof, could you get a good view, a good idea of what the snowfall was like, when the last snowfall was. Obviously you can go and you can actually look that up. Several different websites that you can look it up. Dan Hinnon has looked that up, and I guess it really wasn't that snowy. It wasn't really snowing at this time. Snow was on the ground, but that was about it. Alright. It is a common courtesy in this state to blow out or to shovel your neighbor's driveway. So Colin Prochnow did that at least once, maybe twice, to this house. We're not really sure. But he didn't hear anything, didn't see anything. There was no activity in this house as far as they knew. For at least before Christmas. I think Judy Prochnow said the last time they had seen the Crowleys was before Christmas. Nice little town here, some nice shots. Some of the shots I don't really understand why the police took, but that's alright. You can see everything is taped up here. But again, look at those shingles, look at how much snow is on top there. And we get another wide view, another angle here from across the street. Police cars are there, police tape is there. It's an interesting area. It's an interesting home. If you look at the home now, if you were to compare the home how it is right now to these photos that we're looking at, there have been some major improvements, not just physically but also spiritually, from what I was told. So you can see these presents. Obviously the big question is, well, how do the presents last for that long? And they don't look soaked, they don't look wet. I mean, the bag does look wet, everything does kind of look wet. That's just my view on it. So I don't know what type of wrapping paper that would have been, but very curious to see that. Okay, thanks a lot. We've just gone through the front of the house. And we're now going to look at the presents and the front door as well. So we're going to get a little closer view of those presents, of how they were. Again, this is not how the presents were found, but this is how Colin Prochnow stacked them up. At one time, Colin was going to take them back to his house, and for whatever reason, he stacked them up, heard the dog, and saw the dog attack that window. So now we're going to look at these presents. I don't want to hear any complaints about these presents. There's nothing wrong with these presents. These are great presents. There's nothing. Some of that stuff really bothered me, but maybe that's just me taking it a little too personal of what people say. Everybody has the freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want. So these zombie targets, that's all normal too. It's just one of the zombie targets looked like one of the guy that was shot in that Bundy case. But so we're looking at these presents. You can see the damage of these presents here. You can see that the paper does look warped. Yeah, there's that brown bag, and inside that brown bag is where that $14,000 check is going to be, along with the bill from David's lawyer. Both of those things are in there. I think the bill is only about $500 or something like that. But you can see these shooting targets. You'll see some of the same shooting targets will be found in the garage. We'll see those later. But very heartbreaking stuff here to really see these presents. And apparently they were there for about 3 weeks. And I know some people have raised some questions about, wow, they look really good for being there for 3 weeks. And I would have to agree, especially if those paper targets were just set up like that, just set out there. But if there's no snowfall, okay, and they were kind of scattered around as well. That's the interesting one right there. And there is another very interesting one. These zombies, I'm not sure what's up with the whole zombie thing, but inside this one is a world map, and I believe that is from Ranya's grandfather. Very cool map. I actually want that map. I need a map like that. This one is an interesting toy. We happened to get this for my nephew on the same year that I was looking at these photos. And it is a very frustrating toy here. I don't know if you've ever tried that, but this is brain work. This is good for the child's brain. There was a lot of good things here. Coloring crayons, just the I don't know. Okay, I'm not going to go off on some of the comments about what people have made about those presents, but now we see this flashlight here. We're seeing some of these other gifts. Wounded veterans are in crisis. The VFW. This is a gift to Rania from her aunt, and that's awesome. That's great. And you can see Rania draw. She draws a lot, right? She's always drawing, always got that stuff out. So they got her a nice little pack there. I think these presents are great. So I'm not. And here's that world map. Nice world map there. And there is the invoice for $50. Okay, I said a few hundred. Okay, obviously it's not. It was for $50 to Hothead Productions, which is David Crowley. There's the front of the house. We're going to look at the front door. They're very clear to focus. Take multiple shots of that front door and to just see no forced entry, I guess is what they're looking for. This is one of their... so they believe there is no forced entry because they're looking at the door. Door looks good. We're even going to look at the inside of the door here. We're going to come back to the inside of the door as well. You can see some shoes there. And you can see some of this door looks brand new. Some of it looks old. Just an interesting thing about the door. And they're just showing there no forced entry. Some scratches, some marks, some things like that. And they're very clear to focus on that. It almost looks like it was kicked in or something. It's weird. I thought that was kind of odd, but that wood on the last part was kind of strange. So here's the mailbox. You can see this nice mailbox here for 3 people. 1051, 1048, and 1047. And you'll notice there's only one paper in there. There's a few papers in the 1048, but only one paper. One Sun This Week newspaper. This is a weekly newspaper that was free. There should be 2 more. There should be one in the house, which we'll see later. There's one here that we can see. And there's 2 that are missing. Where are the other 2? I'm very curious to see what happened with those other 2 and why they're not here. But as you can see, there were in 1048. So here is the mailbox that's open. You can see all the mail. How much mail does that look like? A couple weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Your guess is as good as mine. But those dates on the mail will be very, very helpful to see. And we can obviously see one more shot there of that Sun This Week paper. Here we go. This is what it looks like on the outside. January 2nd. Dated January 2nd, not delivered January 2nd. Very important to note that. We'll come back to that. All right, they pulled out some of these documents to see. And what's interesting is Tara Becker was actually standing next to the mailbox when the mailman came. So it kind of gives us an idea of when the mailman would actually show up more in the daytime, maybe around 1 p.m., 2 p.m. But here we have some more mail. I noticed one thing here, Hothead, right? There's the Hothead Productions, 1051. Crowley, here's another one. I don't know who this one is from, but it's postmarked December 29th there. So you can obviously see that. It's ripped open because the police opened it, by the way. Now we're going to move on to the west side of the house here. And here are the 2 garbages. You'll notice you saw the little box there that was there that's not there anymore. Now we're looking inside of the bigger garbage as well. Still inside of that big garbage. Note the little marks to the left there. And here is the recycle garbage can, the smaller one. You're going to open that up. There's also a couple drops on the top of that can as well. And we're going to look inside and see 1, 2, maybe 3 pieces of paper. And that's it. Maybe 2. However you want to look at it. But it's interesting to see how those got in there. Obviously somebody put them in there. So trash date was, I believe, on Tuesdays, if I remember correctly. Dan Hannon did some great research on that. Here is that door. One of the first things that I noticed is it looked like blood on this door. It really looked like blood on this doorknob. So I still go back and forth. Because it's not recorded as blood, I'm going to go ahead right now and just say, all right, well, I'm going to give the authorities the benefit of the doubt. Could be some varnish, maybe even paint. And actually, looking at it closer, it could be brown paint that just, but then you look at that brown paint there and it's like there were some touch-ups done. So maybe that's what it's from. You can clearly see where the touch-ups are done in this photo here. So not really blood, definitely brown paint. That would be my guess there. We're going to see 2 different sets of photos here. We're going to see some photos with the door slightly ajar, 1/4 of an inch, and we're going to see this door fully open. And here we can see apparently there were animal tracks and human tracks, and now we get a further view of where those animal tracks and human tracks were. You can see how far back they went to take photos. Here's some deeper ones. This gives us a kind of a measure of how deep that snow was. There is the front door that is open. In the photo that we just saw, you did see Paleo. Paleo was there. He was in one of the photos there. And now, for some reason, now the door is closed. So I'm not sure exactly when this was taken, if it was before or after the dog was taken out. Not really sure, but they take photos of this as well. And I know some people have pointed out some of those red markings on that door. And so it's a little misleading. I don't know. Maybe that's not the right word for it, but that's okay. I mean, that door, you can clearly see right now it is closed, but I'm not sure what those little red marks are, what's going on there, but it's definitely something. And again, it doesn't have to be blood. I'm not saying it's blood, but it's something. It's some markings. That's all we know for sure. But we know these photos here. Again, I'm not really sure. You can see they're getting darker. Maybe the sun is going down. I'm not sure. Now the door is fully open. So now with the door completely open, we can just walk right in, right? So here's another extended view back there. That gives you kind of a good view of that window and how the dog might have pawed at the window. We're now inside of the house, looking inside here, looking at that door, trying to see if there's anything of value here. And I believe this again goes back to I'm not sure what that little piece is, that little black piece is there, but that open door was probably one more thing. They said no forced entry, because there wouldn't need to be any forced entry. Now they're looking at these shoes, calculating these shoes, and getting some measurements, because there were a lot of footprints in the backyard of the snow, in the back of the house, and I'm sure you all saw that. So it just went back to, why are there so many different ways, so many different trails? So they're measuring their feet, and they don't really ever come to a conclusion, I don't know how they ever could, to say that, well, all of those footprints were ours. They don't really say that. There's human tracks and there's animal tracks back there too. So it could be critters. I'm not sure what type of critters would be in this area. Obviously there was something. Couldn't have been that dog, because the dog was locked up in the house for 3 weeks according to official reports, official theory, I should say. These shoes, these Skechers, I think these are David's shoes. I think these are David's shoes from inside of the house, from behind that